Futures trying to hang on to positive territory here this morning, coming off the sharp declines we saw on Monday. All three U.S. markets back to the downside in a big way. We were basically at session lows when all was said and done yesterday. The S&P and the NASDAQ down about 2%. The Dow shed more than 600 points at the end of the day. It was broad-based as well. All 11 S&P sectors in negative territory at the end of the session yesterday. It was tech, however, that led. The NASDAQ was the worst off when everything was finished on Monday. We'll see if we can't get a little bit of a bounce going here this morning. We're watching some of the retail names again. Macy's to the upside. Not a great report for Macy's. We'll talk about that coming up. Zoom also on watch. Big move for Zoom. Their worst growth rate since they went public for ZM. So not good for Zoom to the downside. Chinese e-commerce platform JD.com on watch off earnings. Pinduoduo, remember yesterday, very strong after they said they're going to move into North America. Plans to launch a North American site coming up in September for PDD. It's Tuesday, August 23rd, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. We're going to get a look at some business activity data coming up here this morning as well, a little bit later on. That could be a market-moving event. Outside of that, on the economic side of things, not a heck of a lot to deal with this morning. However, there is more inflation-related data coming up later in the week. We'll also get Fed Chair Powell making some comments at the end of the week on Friday at Jackson Hole. Yeah, there we go. 0.1 right now for the S&P, 0.04 for the Dow, 0.12 for the NASDAQ, trying to lead us back higher after the NASDAQ led us to the downside yesterday. Positive down here as well. Crude up 1%, 1.2 and 2 for Bitcoin and Ethereum. Remember, Ethereum with a big move down yesterday, more than 7% at the end of the day. Should be an interesting one coming up here. Good morning, guys. Tuesday morning here. We have a number of individual movers on the move once again, including AMC. Ape, obviously, very active here once again. We'll get into those. Zoom, not a good report at all. Big move to the downside. Yeah, there's your double-digit mover. Zoom, obviously, here today. Down like 11% or so, but it's not the only thing out there. JD.com reported. Pinduoduo, like you said, Brendan, is pretty strong there. And XPeng to the downside. That's going to put NEO in play for me. NEO reports later this week, but NEO is at that big level, so going to be all over that one. Of course, AMC Ape is still going to be on our minds. Whether or not Ape goes to zero or as close to as it can get and AMC stabilizes, we'll see. But that would make some logical sense, at least in my mind, given the dynamics here. And let's not forget about the fact that we had a pretty big red day yesterday. Market's pretty much flat, but the chips, with the chips ever weak. So those are going to be back into play 100%. I'm looking today. I am going to actually look at Intel after watching Micron and Intel, and the short was good on all of them, but the short was better on Intel, and I was looking at maybe the wrong one. So I'm going to be looking at some Intel here today, although they had some positive news. But I still feel the overall trend in the chips has been downside, so I want to continue there.
Yeah, yesterday we had big shorts in AMD and Apple, and there's good trades all around. I mean, honestly, this market has been fantastic to trade. Whether or not you are trading some of those meme stocks like a Bed Bath & Beyond and AMC and GME, I mean, those have been absolutely, Zoom cranking right now. Yeah, Zoom just starting to go to the downside. I thought we'd be able to get a possible bounce to 90 there. I do want to short 85, but I don't want to do anything in the pre-market here on Zoom. But 85 is, we just put the sticky note out. It was a little bit late there. It just came out right now, about 5 minutes ago. So check that out. And I do have Zoom on there, and I'm looking at 85. I thought we could get a bounce back to 90 just because it's down 12%, and we've seen that. And remember yesterday at about 350 or whatever, or yeah, I guess 350 when we were doing the review of the earnings plays coming today, I said, like, if Zoom reported maybe 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, probably would have rifled up today, but, off earnings. Not today. I mean, I feel like the market's pivoted a little bit here. and we're going to wait for Jackson Hole on Friday. We're going to see what happens there at the end of the week and what Fed Chair Powell has to say. But Zoom in this environment, yeah, not, well, they're making money. It's just, a little bit of a lower down forecast here for them and not as much money as expected. So Zoom getting hit today, down that 11%. Yeah, we'll still be shorting AMD. I want to look at Apple today. I think Apple yesterday took down 168, and that was a beautiful short into the close. I think today we take 169 to the upside. Let's just see if the NASDAQ can hold green. Obviously, we're not going to be going long anything if the NASDAQ's going to stay under the watermark here, but I'm looking to get some longs today, maybe. So we'll see if we can switch that up. We're already into AMC here off of $10. So again, we have, we still, today, hopefully the system will be fine. I mean, I'm already in it, so I already have my faith in this, which Neil said, I don't know, man, let it open up before you take a fill. But what?
No, it was more.
No, it was. You said you didn't trust it until.
It was a halt. It was a halt.
Yeah,
I want to see a normal halt, and then
Yeah, I don't know. AMC might not halt today. I mean, I feel like if things get figured out, hopefully it trades like a normal stock. I mean, it only halted yesterday off the open. I can't even show you the chart, so there's no point. But it only halted yesterday after the open, and that was because of those Ape shares just going crazy and people not knowing the valuation, including myself. But we just went long here at 1060 and actually had an offer out at 90. It went to 85, so maybe we'll put something in the 80s again. But so far, so good. We want to hold it against this bottom of 10.30 here for AMC. So I feel like AMC is going to be my best stock here today, like it was yesterday. But yeah, should be an exciting one. And what I was getting at, Brendan, was no matter what you're looking at here, whether or not it be the oil stocks, I mean, wow, how great have they been lately? So energy really bumping. The EV names, it's what, 6 straight down days for Tesla? Heading into it, 6 straight down day, and then a bump up today. That's going to be really awesome. Heading into the split, I believe, is tomorrow. So that's going to be awesome for Tesla. So EV moving around, big tech is moving around. We talked about Apple. Neil talked about Intel and some of the chip names. NVIDIA reporting soon. Which one?
Palo Alto is fine.
The only problem is that's $600.
But they're going to split. They're going to do.
Oh yeah, right. Okay.
They're going to do a 3-for-1. I got to double check, see what the date is. But Palo Alto's always been that stock that kind of gets ignored because it's so expensive. But it's a great company, and a lot of people love it. But I think we're going to be trading a bit more when they do that split, whenever that happens to be. It's a 3-for-1. I know that much. They approved it. It's just a matter of the actual.
Back to 200 is more reasonable. Yeah. I mean, I never traded Google on the show once before it split, and then it became like my #1 stock. And then same thing with Amazon too. Both of us looking at that now that it's $35 now. So yeah, definitely, Brendan, a lot of liquidity situations happening here. Falsified or not, there's lots of trading opportunities.
Yeah, we don't have to wait too long, guys. On PanW, it's September 14th is the first trade day. So just next month, we'll get PanW divided by 3. Tesla aftermarket tomorrow. You get the shares, and then Thursday we get to trade it for the first time. So that should be exciting as well for Tesla. Let's jump into a few other things here. More Twitter drama. There's a whistleblower, apparently. Twitter's former security head, in fact, coming out talking to CNN. This is CNN reporting this. Basically saying that they don't have the resources to fully understand the number of bots on the platform, and we're never motivated to use their words. So Twitter, big move down here. It's more than 4% already pre-market.
I don't know why why it would move down on that.
Well, because essentially the theory would be that the whistleblower would give more credence to Elon Musk's argument about the misleading on the bots. So if that were the case, and that's his grounds to be able to break the deal, if they break the deal, stock $30 or at this point, the market's rallied a little bit, so maybe you call it like the mid-20s to 30 level, though I think we were saying earlier that it could be a heck of a lot worse than that for Twitter, which is still possibly true. Whether this is true or not, look, it's one employee. Maybe they got an axe to grind. I have no idea. So all we can look at is the price action. It was 44 before this. It was 40 after that. I'm looking at probably a fade somewhere around that 42 if it stabilizes. And that 40 even, what I like for support, I won't assume that there's buyers down there again. But if it somehow recovers and sees that 44 level, I think up there is pretty solid to sell. It's diddling in the middle right now, so probably worth backing off from this one. And at the open, when it settles down, you can have a look at it. But 40 has been a decent buy spot. It's just, that news could end up a heck of a lot worse than 3% down if there's more to it. Like if it's really substantial and it really does give Elon a leg up, then suddenly you're not talking about being down 3%. If the deal gets broken, it's much worse than that. And maybe this is the kind of thing that leads to an agreement or a settlement, right? Like, so that's certainly a possibility, and then there could be a meeting in the middle. We keep joking about things like 44.20 and 42.69, but that's basically where the stock has been hanging around. So I don't know. I feel like if there's a deal that happens, maybe it just sort of is in this range or a little bit higher than this. But it's ears to the ground for this one for more updates, and I don't think I'll be trading it day one after this update.
Yeah, I'm not even too interested in Twitter, to be honest with you. I mean, it is just one of those things where you're not really going to be trading too much on technicals. There's no reason for it to bounce off lows or go through highs or anything like that. It's just going to go.
What is the hedgers?
Oh, no. It could trade. I mean, it could be a great trade. For me, it's going to be hard to look at a technical level for Twitter, just because of some of that stuff that's, released at any time. We'll see. I don't know. We've talked about this. I remember when Arun was here too. He's like, I don't want to trade this name because too much headline risk and blah, blah, blah. But, we're here to trade. So I'm going to go over to Tesla. I mean, Tesla, even though the market is today starting to head to the downside a little bit now, you have Tesla up 0.5%, heading into tomorrow's split, right? So we'll see. Tomorrow's going to go 3 for 1. So you're not going to see $800 anymore on Tesla. It's going to get divided by 3, but it is now, this is 6, I think it was 6 straight days to the red side here. And maybe today, I was thinking the NASDAQ could hold green, and I think it does, but there's 880. So I was looking at this low from the 19th here, where we bounced around 880. I guess that was on Friday. That was the bottom before edging up to 890 there. And then, hitting it, the top, what day is today? 23, right. So hitting the top yesterday of about 880 again, and then coming down to 860 and now inching up. So I think Tesla breaking through 880 is a trade that I like better than anything I was able to find on Twitter. So that's 878 right there. It is starting to head to the downside. If you did like Twitter short, I just don't think a short into a split is the right idea, but it held 860 yesterday. So any kind of a long back down to 860 I like for Twitter. I think you test that and you give that to 858, which was yesterday's bottom, or you take out that 880 early. So for me, I think Tesla's in play today off of what tomorrow is going to be reversed. It's 3 to 1, right? Isn't it? It's 3 to 1, I think.
Tesla's 3 to 1.
Tesla 3 to 1. So you'll get this stock back down. We'll see the price, but roughly $280, $300, something like that, depending on where we close. So I feel like there's going to be a lot of interest in Tesla today, and we'll see what happens with everything. But I like 880 break or back down to 858, 860 bottom, which was yesterday right down here. It was made early yesterday at about 10 o'clock. So I think that could hold again. So if the market does come to the south side, I'm going to be short names if the market comes down, and I do not want to be short Tesla, but I think Tesla's a long if we test yesterday's bottom.
First segment of the show, guys, brought to you by True Trading Group. We thank them for coming on this week. Check them out on screen, on the bottom of the screen. Here's the note on Palo Alto. I'll show you I'll show you the chart here in a second. But great report for Pan W and the stock split to come. And it was, I'll have to find it again, but where is it? 3 for 1. There it is. 3 for 1 for Pan W. So we're up almost 10% here this morning.
Monster
Smart
moves for them. It's very, very smart, because it is one of those companies, man. It's not that they're too expensive or price themselves out of other people's markets, but it's generally been the type of name. It's like, it's too expensive. I'm not going to be invested in that, or traders are not going to trade it. Yet at the same time, it has been incredibly resilient. And I look at it today, and it's like, oh my goodness! Like, just have a quick look and see it break out from 540. I'd be playing dips probably in the 50 range or whatnot. You're giving like $10. When this is a $180 stock and you're starting to play off at like $2, $3 ranges, that'll make a little bit more sense. The spread has always been problematic for entry points into this. We'll see if there's volume, but what a tremendous opportunity I think this is going to be when it does split, because it's been an absolute beast. And I get it that valuations are still expensive in the space. So any cybersecurity, you kind of have to grit your teeth and know that they just are an expensive group and there's pretty much nothing. At this point, like that's just sort of how it is. But this hasn't stopped this one from being an absolute sort of banger of a name, for lack of a better term. And it's got room to run. It looks like you're in the midst of a bit of a breakout here. And we'll see if it can, I don't know if it can extend back into highs, simply because the market feels like it's trying to round off to a resistance level overall and heading back down off of that. So it would be challenging for a name like this to get to that high with its valuation. But I just think it's going to be a great momentum play because it's definitely given some pretty good technical breakouts, as you can see on the daily chart, that when it goes and it runs from a price, you've been able to get like fantastic, even like dips, and then rips. It rejects it's held the 50 period and bounced off that many times on the daily chart. It's done lots of consolidation breaks. So I'll be excited to trade PanW after that split. For today, I'd be looking, if the market came down, I'd be looking at like 540, that breakout price for dips. Right now you're like 17 bucks ahead of that. Could happen, but volume, we'll see if it's even there at the open.
All right, we'll hit the apes riding up here. We just took some profit there on AMC. We're long at 1063, and we got some out there at 1083. So a quick 20 cents there, only out of 15%. We just tweeted that out. And again, even on the sticky note before I sent it out, it was like we're going long in the pre-market on AMC. So that was good. I think that a name that you could look at off of this strength in PanW, we've talked about CrowdStrike before. I just feel like there's a lot of money on the sidelines, and if there's some love for cybersecurity, why not hit up CrowdStrike? Today up 3.5%. And again, been hit over the last couple of days. They get that relief rally today off of Palo Alto. The only difference is this is much more expensive. These guys have a forward PE. They're not even making money right now, but they do. We'll wait for their earnings report, but their last one not. But they have a forward PE of 104. PanW's, Palo Alto's is 50. So you're paying up double for this growth name. But again, a little bit of a more, Palo Alto's a more mature name. This one's a newer entrant, but CrowdStrike still a lot of contracts for these guys. And, we saw Cisco come out with a pretty good report. So followed by Palo Alto. So I think CrowdStrike definitely has a look again at 200 bucks. Whether or not it's today or tomorrow, not sure, but I really like that $200. And then we'll see what happens when their report comes. I don't know when they're reporting. Hold on a second. Which day? Thursday. Yeah, they already reported. Oh, 30th. Sorry, I keep hearing Brendan in the background. 30th. So yeah, so coming up. So I would say alert on this one. If you wanted to buy options or something like that, I don't know how expensive they are, but this could be a good name to look out for today. CRW, CrowdStrike, off Palo Alto strength. This is the name that I think can go a lot more than you think based off this. So let me just check quickly here on Flow Checker if there is a short interest on this name at all. And it's not too big, man. It's only 6.5%. So not much here on Crowd. Let's see, what was it on PanW? Quickly the same, 7%. So not much of a short float on either one of these names. I don't know what the historical float would be like on those, but for me, CrowdStrike can definitely work. So I would look at even like a 194 break today for Crowd, looks pretty juicy as well. So yeah, if you want to take a name that's off, a little bit less than Pan, they're $192. I'd look at CrowdStrike today off of a great earnings report.
All right, a couple other earnings reports to be aware of today. SJM, Smucker's out. They raised their full year 2023 forecast and also their next quarter forecast as well. Here's the other one. Dick's Sporting Goods up in the pre-market here. Decent move, in fact. They also raised their forecast. Decent report for them right across the board. Not a lot of volume here, but 2.8% for DKS.
Yeah, I looked at Dick's last night and I sort of said, it's probably, for the love of, what's wrong with you people? It's Dick's Sporting Goods. I can say the name of the company as much as I want. Whatever.
I think it was the fact that you were talking about you're looking at some dicks last night.
I know.
I mean, look, what people do at their own time. Don't let these guys judge you, man.
Anyways, realistically, this stock is going to be a nothing burger today. I just can't see it. It needs to break $120. I said if we see 120, this gets really spicy. It bounced off that 200. I was actually looking for, if it was a downside move, then I think this would have been a much more interesting trade. If you're breaking 110 and you're headed down into that 200 period moving average, that gives you momentum from the fall here. Otherwise, you've got a fail break 115 wick top that needs to get taken out to get to 120. and then you need to break out from that price. It makes it difficult to structure a long here off of a 3% move here today. So my first look is if it goes up, probably try fade 115 or fade 120. And shorting the retailers on earnings has been one of the worst trades this round of earnings. Every single time I have looked at a stock and tried to short it, even if I got it in good, like we had Target that one day, we ended up getting stopped out anyway. So I think Dix is going to end up being the same sort of thing. Stay away from it unless it gets to that $120 level. So I'm not even going to try it unless we see 120. If we do go, for whatever reason, break that 110 and the market's tanking, then suddenly the short off the lows makes a little bit of sense here. You guys absolutely cracked me up. It's
yeah, that was classic, man.
Dirty minds. It is what it is.
Yeah, it is what it is on that one. I'm looking at, on some strength there, I was thinking about, maybe a 138. I don't think Amazon gets up to 138. Obviously, it's only 133.50 right now. But Amazon, again, another name that's been hit over the last couple of days, as I believe the short. I talked about the short thesis over and over and over again. So I think it's still in there. Earnings are way too high. They're going to have to come down, these estimates. I want to be short all these big cap tech names here. So I don't know, 136 or so for this name on a kind of a bump up for Amazon. I kind of like that level there. So this would be something for me to look at. Amazon near this 136 short level, especially if this market can't hold water today. I'm just talking about this because of retail. I assume we're going to get to Macy's and stuff like that. So that's another one that we're looking at to go short, or I'm looking for a short, especially if it does pop. So yeah. Couple good names there. I didn't look at that previous name, DKS there, but I liked exporting.
See, now you're
goods.
just scared to say it, man.
Just say it.
Just say it.
I think the problem was that people were saying that you were looking at Dick's last night. I think that was more the problem.
That's the name of the damn company.
Yeah,
man.
yeah, Dick's Sports.
That's how y'all roll.
Yeah,
and then Seinfeld said.
That's how they all roll. But you know what? Honestly, if I don't trade a name, I generally don't look at it. So that's why, for me, I haven't really looked at that. So I'm going to look at an Amazon or at a Macy's. Just kind of like what I was saying about Palo Alto there. There's going to be tons of names to trade today, So I didn't look at that report, but I think that retail today is going to be popping. You can trade XRT as well. Any sort of an ETF that's involved with retail, I think should be a good one. But with that being said, I don't know, do we have any upgrades and downgrades on the retail side there? Not really.
No.
Denny's, maybe you go there after you shop, but let's go over to Brendan and see what's up. I don't really like Denny's that much.
I think it's overrated.
Yeah, a number of names on here, guys. We were talking about Palo Alto. So again, anytime with an earnings name, so this one and Zoom as well, there's 4, 5, 6, or 7, both directions on these, but Pan W obviously very positive here in the pre-market. A very, very positive note from JP Morgan this morning on ChargePoint, talking about the bill that was passed last week and how they will benefit the most, possibly. I mean, we talked about the monster round trip that crude oil had throughout the session yesterday. Here's MRO on a positive note as well. Zoom, as we said, Estee Lauder, AppLovin back on here, and MSG downside.
I don't think we'll be looking at Denny's, but on that list, we talked a little bit about Palo Alto, Pan W in that space, and then of course Zoom. So I feel like we've kind of covered what's going to end up happening in terms of the upgrades and downgrades. Usually I'll go over one or two of those names that might not be on the watch list, but I do want to talk about Marin, just because someone did ask, do we trade in the pre-market? Resounding yes, sure we trade in the pre-market. Just maybe not as often, or maybe not as many positions or whatnot, but you can see our positions underneath. I am in Marin. They had the integration with Snapchat, so their sort of app, so their advertising software tracking that they're able to service is now attached to that API, so they're able to enable clients to optimize on Snapchat. Whatever you think about Snapchat in the future, for Marin, or Marin, or Marin, or how I'm supposed to pronounce it, I'm not sure. That's good news for them. That's why they're gapping up. It is giving some back here, but holding this $2.10 range. So I'm essentially just long in front of this 210. You popped it, forget about the daily, that's kind of ugly. I'll go to the 15 minutes so you can have a quick look. If you lose one day, we bounced out of that $2 range, and that's what I'm looking at for that floor, like about 205 to 210. You can see it had some trouble when it got through 240. So looking at the long in the middle of that range, playing some out in front of 240, looking for a break of that 240 level, which could be some resistance. But it has sold off a bunch, moved a lot in the aftermarket and come right back into $2.
Yeah, I don't. So again, on that board, I think Palo Alto is probably the name that everyone's going to be looking at there. There wasn't too much else involved there. And just to talk about the position I have on is just AMC against those bottoms. I mean, it's on the sticky note there. Yesterday, we bottomed out at that 1030. I'd like to see that test again. I'm bidding more. I'm bidding more at 50. I'm bidding more at 20s. And want to let it go if it breaks back down through 10. So AMC today, let's see what happens. Ooh, that did go to 90. Ooh, that's funny. I was on a different gateway, I guess, and it just touched 90. We'll see. We'll get 90s anyways. It's at 84 now. So my next offer is at 90. Just kind of, actually, now that I look at this, I just put it there just because. But 90 yesterday had some resistance levels before breaking it to the downside. So I just put it at 90 because it's close enough to 11. I think we get an 11 push today. And then after we get out of this last one, I don't want to get out of any more. I want to be able to hold this for this 1150 area right here. I think we can get to 1140, 1150 for sure on AMC. And then honestly, I mean, why can't we get back to 1250 today? I think that yesterday there was a report on our, I mean, we're going to go over AMC, I guess. So I don't want to ruin everything. So let's go back over to Brendan and go through our watch list that is now, Brendo, being delivered to random inboxes.
Indeed, and we'll continue to expand that as we were mentioning early on this morning, guys. Make sure you keep an eye on your watch list. We're rolling it out in stages. So the first batch started this week. We'll add another one next week, and then so on and so forth, right through to anyone and everyone who wants it. Use a QR code that we'll throw up here in a second if we can there, guys, not to put you on the spot, but it is, going to be delivered right to your inbox starting right now. Hopefully some of you are enjoying that already. A couple of things to note as we head towards 9 o'clock here. It has been a bit of a mixed session over in the European markets as well. A couple of headlines coming out of Germany this morning talking about further downside action for a number of manufacturing companies and a number of automotive companies. Volkswagen listed on here as far as headwinds on the inflation side go. That's the way the European markets look at the moment. Ethereum, Ripple still on here as well. But England, 0.7 to the downside. Germany, 0.18, 0.36 there for France downside. Italy as well. The only one standing out positive right now, 0.7. Turkey leading the way down here, 1.8%. On continued inflation concerns, guys, for some of the European markets. I mean, it's the same conversation we're having here as well as far as what is to come in September on the interest rate front as well.
I love how on that board we had like all the European ones, then we had Ethereum, Ripple, Turkey. So I was like wondering if it was like Turkey prices or the.
Well, I mean, it's kicking the junk on Turkey there. But I think, look, obviously, there's probably more extreme, I guess, inflationary pressures going on in Europe relative to what we're seeing here in some regard. Like, no, we're all afraid, but over there's much more concern. It's not about concern about recession. It's like, that's just the base case, and certainly for England, it's absolutely horrible. In other countries, you get the same thing. You got the euro heading to lows once again. The U.S. dollar is continually strong and doesn't seem like it's abating at all. So that's going to cause some extreme volatility. And one of the things that's worth watching, at least for us here, that European close. When at 11:30 hits, a lot of times, we talk about the lunch hour session, like a lot of times that can spark like bottoms being made in markets or rollovers, like Europe will close and the US might level off and pick a bit of a direction there. A lot of times that can be a pretty interesting time to look at the overall market, especially if there's a lot of downward pressure, let's just say, in the European market, and then it finds a bit of a bottom, it closes, and the U.S. has been tanking. Sometimes we can catch a bit of a bid. So that's one of the reasons we look across the pond, especially on more extreme days, which, given what we saw yesterday, we could be in the midst of.
Yeah, look, I mean, Europe, obviously, we're going to start adding that to the show a little bit here, let people give a little bit of a feel for what's happening in Europe, just because of what Neil said there. Obviously, big driver of oil prices as well. Russia is going to be dropping some sanctions. We talked about that as well coming through. I think Europe is already in a recession, but, definitely something to look at. We don't trade too many European stocks, so I think that was a good segment for those of you that are in some of those countries. Obviously, you know what's going on better than that. AMC up to 11 right now and bouncing off 11. So AMC just did not take out 11. We got some out at 90, like we said, but no more outs for me until 11.50, which is where my next offer is. Plus, we're trying to get longer here on AMC. I haven't even looked. I mean, I've looked at Ape shares, but I'm not watching them aggressively as AMC is going up because honestly, I don't really care what Ape shares do. I mean, they should move together at this point, and if they don't, I mean, I still have it up. It's not that I don't care what they're doing. If it's tanking, I gotta get out. But I think AMC would just naturally start to move with it. So I don't know if one's going to be a leading indicator or not. Obviously, it's been 1 day in, and yesterday was chaotic. So I feel like we will, get better here today, and hopefully we don't get any repricing of shares way out of the money here for us today. So we're looking at AMC. It's bouncing off 11 right now. Look, we're long at 10.60. So far so good here. A nice little 40-cent victory for us on AMC so far. But you don't want to count your chickens before they hatch, which is why I'm now out of 25%, and we will hold the next 75% for that 11.50, then hopefully a look at 12. But AMC right now, not even. Ape is doing more volume, by the way. It's 1.7 versus 1.6. So, there's going to be a correlation.
But it's cheaper.
Yeah, there's going to be the correlation there. I mean, I don't know. My chart for Ape really still not working, so I can't even show it to you.
I got it.
But yesterday we did have that high of 680, I guess, right at the close. I don't think we've broke that yet. So yeah.
So there was, I am watching Ape, and Ape had it had a double top. The last halt that it made was about 130, and it halted at 660, opened up, tried to get above 685, couldn't, and then right at the close, there was a big, like $20 million sell imbalance that caused it to fall. That's been pre-market high, so 685, that's definitely for me worth looking at. What ideally in a perfect world, 685 breaks at the same time 11, which was the key price yesterday on AMC, and then maybe just pick your poison. But 685 is the level to watch on Ape. In the long run, I kind of feel like the way I would see it is, and everyone's going to be different. Like, it's just the company is now these two issues, and it can be diluted via issuing more into Ape. So that particular one gets diluted. It would make sense to me that Ape's headed to zero, and AMC is going to better reflect the future value of the company. That actually makes some logical sense to me. So I'm not sure how much longer I want to be like, oh, they have to move in concert. I could see I could see some kind of a divergence develop in some ways. But until then, we do have to watch the fact like $11 and yesterday's high, double top, and pre-market highs all coming in at the same time. You're going to have this up. Whether you want the 11 punch on AMC long or the 685 punch on Ape, or you want them both, I'm going to be watching both of them here today. I do like the 11 long, but I'd like to see 685 going with it on APE.
Look at the social sentiment board here coming up. A little bit more green on here than yesterday, if you remember. AMC was just dominating this entire board yesterday to the downside. Yeah, there's APE. This is just the extension for preferred shares on the Refinitiv Icon platform. So just a heads up on that AX. INDO, JD as well, back to the upside. This INDO, HUSA, they all popped up late in the day yesterday, if you remember, with crude oil making its way all the way back to positive territory by the end of the session. VS I haven't looked at yet. There's Blue Apron, APRN on here. GCT, yeah, downside today. What a wild stock that was yesterday, halting downside mid-morning. And then making its way all the way back up to 45, 46, unreal. GM on here, Macy's on here, BBIG, Tesla as well, back to the downside. But these two going to dominate the story once again today. We will jump into what else we need to know heading towards the open here. Under 30 minutes to go, guys. That's the link. So again, we've already started this week with the first batch, if you want to call it that, about 500 or so emails that we're sending directly to your inbox. We'll add another one next week, and then so on and so forth until everyone is covered. So grab that link, use the QR code, sign up today. We'll get the watch list right to your inbox every single day for free. Let's get into AMC and APE. Even though we just talked about it, let's go over some key levels to understand today as we head to day 2 for APE.
Yes, sir. Well, we talked already about APE and the levels, to be sure. And by the way, I just found out, because I have like a cough button, and a cough button in broadcast is like, it mutes my microphone. So if I have to cough or sneeze, I hit that. And out of habit, every time like a sneeze or cough, I just hit the button. Including when Brendan is talking. And apparently I just found out it does the opposite if my mic is not on and Brendan's talking. I'm like, I don't know why it would put my mic on. So if you guys heard me sneeze, I apologize for that. Sometimes my allergies get the best of me. I have no idea why me hitting a button that's to mute my mic would put me on air there, Lucas. We'll have to figure it out. I understand what you're saying, but it's just kind of weird. It shouldn't do that. But AMC here. Look, the key levels that I liked were simple yesterday, and it was 11 and it was 12, and that was based on that $9 reference price that Ape had. Those can still be there psychologically, but they don't mean as much. I mean, $11 is going to sit out there like a sore thumb for a potential break. I look at where we closed at 1050 as potential support. So that's all I'm looking for AMC. And I like the break. I mean, both of these breaks look pretty appealing, whether it's $6.85 or $11. I just wouldn't want one breaking, and then if the other one fails. Like if you go along AMC at 11, and all of a sudden Ape hits that 685 and like falls 10% into a halt, well, the AMC breakout's probably not good at that point. So I'm going to have both of them up there. I think you have to at least pay attention to that relationship, especially if one of them happens to halt. That was a good way to know when to take profit, especially on that jailbreak long in AMC. Like when it opened back up and this was jailbreaking through 12 even, the signal to get out was Ape flushing and going into a halt to the downside. Like that was the reason why it was like take profit, take profit. And if I had actually thought about it, I would have just jumped back into the short up there. But I was yesterday my action was to be long in front of 12 and short beneath 12. Today, I'm not going to go with that sort of rationale. That had everything to do with the close prices the previous session. I want to get quickly to that APDN because, or APRN, because I don't think it's not on the watch list and we haven't really talked about it, but breaking out on the daily, very simply, previous high is about 690 here. It's taken out $7 and come back in. If it can hold that 690 at the open, I think there's a good long break here on APRN. Just another one of these squeeze sort of plays here.
I was, and again, like hopefully our charts, that's because of that wick there on Apple. I was looking at a 169 break, but obviously the NASDAQ has continued with like, the short, and that's fine. I mean, we've been short. Like I said, this is going to be my fourth straight day of no longs other than meme stocks. So we'll see here. I did like Apple breaking through 169. I mean, we'd have to get there first. I don't know if that's even going to be possible today. But there's Apple from yesterday. Oh yeah, tons of wicks. Almost not even able to show you. But yesterday's midday, area was 169, and we weren't sort of dropping off of that level. Like we weren't ripping or tanking. Then all of a sudden in the afternoon, we just started to like ease down. And then once we broke that 168, it was fire to the downside, and we had that short. So I think Apple probably very, very similar fate today. There's 169. If this market continues to fall, I thought there was a chance that we could go bullish today, but no. I mean, the market's not holding water here. It's getting back to the downside. We are below this 13,000. I mean, that's 12.7 up here. So we're 12,970. So, a little bit below. You're approaching 12,900 we just broke. That was sort of the level that was holding. Now that that's broken, you're seeing a name like Apple start to break down as well. So I'm going to wait into here, 168. Trade this off of, maybe I can find a better level once I get it, but I don't mind getting out if we take down this 168, 168.10 level. So the first short will start to get built around 167.50 here, where we were before this move to the downside. I am switching it over. I'm going to go short on Apple. So I'm going to go long if we break that 169. So I'm short until about a 168.10 here, and then we'll let it diddle in the middle between 168 and 169. Figure out some levels, but that's what I like on Apple. I heard you guys talking, I guess, a little bit about AMC. I went and got a water here, get that frog out of my throat. And yesterday, and Brendan probably mentioned this, but individual investors, just by the trackers here, 39 million shares, dollars worth of AMC shares to the long side bought yesterday, which was the largest single day purchase since March. So March is a long time ago, man. And if they want to buy this name up down here, let's see what happens. Remember, AMC is 10 plus Ape. which is Apple. So Ape was what, 685? So you're about 11 plus 7, so you're still at around that $18 mark for AMC. So I feel like it's not dead in the water. It's not even close to that. So I'm going to be going long on AMC. The next out for me, and again, you know, hopefully we can get it. Not sure if we will. We are reloading it down there at 1050, but up here is a pretty good spot, man. Like 1120. Rate this level is 1120 exactly. Then we have 1150, some work to get through. I think we'll sit around 1120, then 1150, and then after that, you know, it's going to move as it moves. So we'll wait to see on AMC, but my next out 1120 off of a 1060 long, and then 1150 for AMC. Wow, still 20 minutes to go. One thing we haven't done yet, though, is quickly a little check-in here on the imbalance locator. So Blue Apron, AVYA is another one of those names that's Vea, I believe, has been, yeah, Vea Holdings. That's starting to move around again. That's bumping its head up against $1, which is nice. You know, you get that dollar break. You may want to go long here on AVYA based on that dollar break. This is probably the low. It's close to the lowest it's been. It's been near 75 cents the last little while. That's going to be a good name on a dollar break. I don't know why my daily chart's only showing 3 days. This has been trading longer than that. And then AMC Fubo. Wow. Okay. Whoops. Where did that go? Now my Fubo chart's not even loading. So yeah.
Fubo's up 20.
Neil,
the other stock was up 23%.
If this is happening already at 9:10,
I think I got
then
Fubo.
there's yeah, I know you do. That's great.
Well,
no Fubo for me.
It's up 6%.
For you. Yeah. No Fubo for me, Brendo.
I was just having the. Oh no, mine's okay. 6% apparently, not necessarily 24% for Fubo, but yeah, higher. For sure. Let's go on to Zoom. Yeah, not good for ZM. Big move to the downside. In fact, I just noticed we're coming into May lows here on Zoom. If you go out to daily chart, their revenue growth rate was 8% in the quarter, which is the slowest rate of growth for them since going public. So back to, as I said, these May lows here.
Yeah, it's not a great look for Zoom. Obviously, you know, you can have EPS beats, and everyone cares about that forward guidance. One of the issues they have is like they had their slowest growth in terms of like 3% growth for their enterprise customers, which is just more than half of their actual revenue. So, you know, that's showing that things are changing a bit for them, and you're not going to be able to maintain that growth. That's why you get that poor guide. It's already cracked through pretty significant support on the daily chart. So it's just, there's that 90 that was left psychologically, which maybe we're not going to see here today. And then past that, I mean, the pop and fade off of the pre-market high is usually the next way I like to play it, something where I'm just looking to be short this. Like Zoom doesn't have, this is not one of these gap down 10% where the company's 20% shorted and then, okay, well, I'm thinking squeeze to the long side. Not really in the cards. It could, I'm not saying it can't go up. It's just that catalyst of heavy shorts covering isn't necessarily there with Zoom because it's not heavily shorted. So I will lean toward pop fade. 87 is the current pre-market high, just slightly above that. So I want to short that level first. If it breaks 87 quarter, I would get out and then look toward that 90 level. So I don't really like the idea of a long in Zoom today. I suppose if it got really out of hand, you know, $80 it's psychological in both directions. So maybe there'd be something there, but I don't see too much of a reason on that report to like the long in this market environment on Zoom. Any better?
No quotes for me.
Fun so far. Let's go on to XPeng here. Another one to the downside, 4.5% right now for XPeng. We're just double checking. It was a wider loss for them as well. So Q2 not good. Deliveries were down in the quarter. They also forecast for next quarter lower deliveries once again. So I mean, there was a period of time going back the past 6 months to a year where it was actually XPeng that was leading as far as the monthly delivery numbers that we would get. But apparently that's starting to slow here. Yeah,
I mean, it wasn't terrible, I suppose, for XPeng there, but certainly not a good one. I like NIO for some potential longs today, and I'll get into why I like that one. But Zoom already broke this 22, so you have a floodgate that broken down to downside on Zoom that hadn't on NEO. That's why I might actually prefer NEO. We're in this no man's land, and there's only one thing standing in front. It's $20 and $20 even, and we're right here right now. every single time I've looked at something like Zoom to break a level, whether it's breaking out upside on good delivery numbers or breaking down on bad news, at 9:30, the play has usually been to allow it to move first and then take your shot. That 9:30 time isn't usually when you want to get into Zoom. It's when you want to have it make its move and then look for some kind of a rebound. So ideally the opposite of what you expect. So if I like the short, allow it to run up and then get into, like, I don't know if we'll actually see 21 or maybe it'll be 20.5 and then look for a short. Because I'm not expecting 20 to hold here, but I don't like shorting this one on the lows. I found I've gotten myself into trouble whenever I traded an XPeng that way. It's got a big 1850 level, which I'm not sure comes into play, but I'm pretty sure that's coming into play on NEO. And I said this yesterday, NEO, this level here, I think XPeng has driven us down into it. That's why it's down 1.5%. You got this 1860 on the daily chart, which is unbroken. It's been here for a couple of months now. We get through that level, get through 1850. Okay, NEO looks like a short beneath that price. But until it breaks, it's support till it breaks. So I'm on the bid in front of this. I just barely missed it yesterday on a bounce. With the XPeng news, there's a decent chance I get it. If it breaks 1850, of course, the long will have not worked, and I'll have to get out of that and then look for shorts beneath that 1850. And it's just a huge gap. Like, if you look at it, it's like $16 that we have a gap down to on NEO. So it's a pretty substantial level. It's impossible for me to ignore this in favor of XPeng. It's just too big there, Brendo.
Sean's just working on some computer issues. We're trying to get some connectivity back. So bear with us here, guys. We'll talk a little bit about some of the Chinese names we mentioned right out of the gate this morning. All of them, in fact. Baidu, Alibaba, even Pinduoduo back to the upside in a big way. Well, I'll show you the chart here in a second, but this was the note this morning talking about their U.S. or North American expansion, and it's set to begin in September. There was a note. There it is, likely to launch in September, the e-commerce platform for North America, for PDD. So a nice look here. Yesterday, if you remember, that's not a New York stock. Yesterday, we had that big move initially on the actual report itself. Here we go. Right here is when that news story came out. We're gapping even higher, trying to hold 49 here for PDD.
There he is. There's Randy. Here we go. I thought we were going to the two-shot there, but
there he is. So we've got help here. Help is not on the way. It has arrived.
Help's in the building.
So Randy, what are you thinking? Bullish or bearish day today? He's thinking bearish day.
I mean, we just turned around.
All right, my computer has rebooted, Randy, so I will let you know when things get back to normal.
So Pinduoduo is going to be relatively simple for me. Now, yesterday's high, 49.50, pre-market high, 49.50. So this name, strong, up 2%. It might be able to drag some of these other Chinese names up with it, but 49.50 is both your resistance and breakout price on PDD. What I'd like to do with this level on Alibaba, which is usually what I trade, is, come on, let's go. So what I like to do with Alibaba, and what I did yesterday, was allow Pinduoduo's strength to make a high on Alibaba, and then when we didn't break that high on Pinduoduo, short Baba off the lower high. So that 91 resistance on Alibaba, that's the level I like. So as long as we're below 49.50 in PDD, or probably even just below 50, I like shorts in front of 91. If PDD is breaking out and making fresh highs through that top, through 50 even, then I'd back off on Alibaba shorts until PDD makes a bit of a high. It worked well yesterday to just sort of allow that to play itself out at the open in PDD as it was breaking higher. And then once it settled down, the shorts were pretty simple on Alibaba. I want to go back to that as to how I will trade Baba. PDD, the 49.50 break will be in, but it looks like it's kind of running away from that a tiny bit this morning.
MRIN, a decent move here for MRIN. At the close yesterday, they came out and said so that's a digital ad company. They sell advertising for websites and things of that nature. So they came out yesterday and announced new integration with Snapchat's platform. So MRIN, big move, as I said, at the close, but not really doing anything right now anyways in the pre-market, low volume as well.
Yeah, it's been so far a little bit disappointing. if only that, like the level that I would expect to be holding it's holding, but it's not getting any juice above that level, right? Like that 210 area has bounced a couple of times, but you've seen it sort of stall out when it gets to 25, stall out when it gets to 30s. It needs to cut through this, where I want to get some shares out, and then work back up to 250. It sounds like a pretty good catalyst as far as I'm concerned. So I would expect to do a little bit better than it is, but disappointing if it cracks 210. This just might be nothing there. The volume's solid. It's up at that 3 million mark. When you look at the daily chart, it has had a pretty long consolidation down here. It's got one break, and it's trying to put in a higher low. If it successfully does that, I don't see why it can't at least challenge that 250 level. I'm in it right now at 220, as you guys can see there. But if it can't hold 210 at the open, I don't think there's much to see with regards to MRIN. So I don't want to force it too much on this particular name. There are a couple of other ones worth talking about. We talked about AMC a little bit, and just to get to the energy space, INDO has been ridiculously strong the last couple of sessions. And I think these lower float energy names, when oil starts going, they can have some outsized moves. This has a pretty interesting double top here on the 50. Well, this is my 3 minute, but I guess this looks a little bit, yeah, there you go. Looks a little better on the 15-minute chart there. The interesting double top here at $9. Tried to crack already a couple of times, had some trouble getting through that. I think the dip is yesterday's high. It's this 830 level. As long as it's above that price, I'd be favoring the longs, and then we'll get a challenge of that $9 break on any kind of strength. Just keep your eyes on oil prices, because on a flush, I'd expect this to lose some momentum. But as long as there's any strength in the CL, then I think INDO, or Indo as I like to call it, has a chance at that 9 break. Any longs from here, 825 stop outs, basically yesterday's high, but should be another strong one. The volume not quite as big as it was in yesterday's trade, but it's still early.
All right, yeah, we're back up, rocking, rolling, so I'm just loading up some stuff there. Yeah, any of those small cap ones, I mean, Marin, I think that's going to be a great trade. I mean, anytime you get news like that from Snapchat, I like that 240 level to break as a long. And then, of course, I mean, Neil's in it, so he's been looking at some more levels. But, $2, obviously something that's, going to be respected. So you want to wait to see if $2 breaks on MARN, or MRIN, right? Marin.
Yeah.
So, yeah, all right. I'm just going to get my computer locked and loaded one more time. The only position I'm in here is AMC, as this market continues to drift a little bit lower, trying to find a base down now. So this is going to be an interesting open, because now you're baselining again. So, does it make that run back up here to 13,000, or do we continue our slide here today? So it's going to be very interesting off the open. Many of these names will bump one way or the other. So I think it's very dangerous to get into something that's a little bit of a higher, beta to the market right now, as I'm not sure anyways of today's direction. So I was thinking long initially, but then this little pullback, we haven't had any bumps really. So a little nervous about these long calls, but I'm looking to go short Apple near 168. So that's going to be my first position on the board today. Apple short near that 168.
We were wondering about this Macy's move in the pre-market. There's not much as far as positive data coming out of this report, but we gap up here anyways, back up to 1910, 1925. Yeah, just made a session low. We're right back to where we were yesterday for M. They were talking about some supply issues still, inflation causing issues as far as consumers. I mean, all the numbers were downside for Macy's for this report, even the forecast not great.
Yeah, I think it's up to maybe 9 to 12% short float on Macy's. So if we're looking for an explanation as to why it was up in the mid-teens, or like 1920s, actually, it looks like it even got up there. I think that's pretty much all you can lean on. It's got to be that short float. Double bottom at 1840. I always have that saying, like, it's not gapped down, but I suppose on a bad report, the same saying applies. Like, if it doesn't break the low, maybe Macy's is just determined to go up. And we've seen this happen with retail names all throughout this reporting quarter, where it doesn't have to be that good. Once the momentum goes to the upside, they've just been ridiculously strong. So it's hard for me not to favor if we're above that 1840 and we're not testing a 20 resistance or a 1950 resistance, then I just kind of want to favor the long in Macy's and go with that sort of a trend. Had I done that every single time with most of these retail reports, it would have only led to profits. A lot of times we look at it and just care about the fundamentals a little bit too much. I didn't see anything good in that report. Maybe I'm missing something. Comp sales were pretty bad. Yeah, it was pretty bad across the board. But hey, as long as it doesn't break that double bottom, I'll look for long enough there. It gets below 1840, that's an easy out to be had. So you'll see me try and be on that bid. The whole, if it doesn't break the low, nowhere to go. Although I'm applying this to a stock that's actually up 1%.
Yeah, no, I think 1840 is, the move down there. So I'm going to wait for that short through 1840. I don't want to go long. And I mean, if we get down to 17 down here, 1720, then yeah, we want to go long. And actually, Neil, I think comp sales they fell 1.5 versus a fall of 2.2. So if they're going to look at anything positive, it would be that. But you're still falling in sales.
Down.
It's still down, but it's down a little less than expected, which may explain why possibly we're still green right now. So we'll wait on Macy's here, but as the market goes, it's going to test this 1840. I will push the short there, and then when we get it, we'll see what kind of levels are made. But Macy's is going to be an interesting name for many reasons, and again, because I logged out, all of a sudden I don't have data again. I'm going to trade like normal, but hopefully that the system is back to a tradable state for me today. But I like that 1840 bottom that was put in yesterday, so we're gonna see if that hits, and if it does, we'll smash it to the short side, and then we'll see what it does. I mean, this 1852 looks pretty good there, possibly as a level as well. 1860, 1870, you got to give it a little bit of time there, but only 5 minutes now until the market opens. Just quickly, before we go over to Brent, I just want to look at the imbalance locator. A lot of you ask for that. There's not much on here, man. I mean, 300,000 for AMC is like a baby. Other than that, we looked at, last time I clicked on Fubo, it crashed my whole computer, so we won't do that again. There it goes down to the downside. AMRS, a bunch of A's up here. This is not sorted alphabetically. This is sorted by size, but a bunch of stocks up here like that. Pfizer, Oxy down there with a little bit of a bid heading near $71. Wow. We put that on our sticky note yesterday at $68.50. Oil. Hey, man, my oil long call was $85.86. So right now you're printing if you took that call, Brendo. Over to you.
All right, a little one from, 2-3 weeks ago? Remember, this is another one of those low float recent IPOs. So iLag up here in the pre-market, about 20.5%. There's no really exciting reason as to why that I could find anyways. 340 already holding here a couple of times as support in the pre-market. Stays above that. There's room up to 420 even before we get into real resistance. Want this to show me that it wants to go through that support from the pre-market before you get too excited about it. Otherwise, could see higher for iLag, guys.
Don't want to ignore the chips here. I talked about Intel a little bit and saying I missed it yesterday. It's got a huge gap down or break of that 34.40 level on the daily chart. So I'm looking for that as resistance. Micron I still like. It's got a big 59 area. But I want to go right away to NVIDIA here. NVIDIA, yesterday in the afternoon, we had a 171 to 171.5 top. That's where I want to fade off of. It looks like we're going to challenge 169.50, which is sort of like the level here of the 50 period simple on the daily chart. If we can bounce off that price at the open, I'm looking 171.50 shorts there. We break that, $2 higher. I'm still looking to short the chip names. As a group, they've all been weak. NVIDIA does report. Obviously, we still have to wait for that report to come in, and Marvell later on in the week. So there's still a few shoes to be able to drop. You're on a support level, so I anticipate there's a chance we could see some buying in NVIDIA off of the open. We saw that with Micron yesterday, working into some of the shorts. It was like that initial pop. That's what I'm kind of expecting again here today for NVIDIA, but $1.50 away right now as it's right at that 170 mark. But I'm still looking for shorts in the chips.
Yeah, so for those of you asking in the chat, thank you so much. Yeah, no, everything got resolved. We did not lose 10 million. We actually wound up making a couple $100. But remember, I was stopped out at 942. So you take a couple $100 in the first 12 minutes, it's a pretty good day. So I'll take it, not happy about it because you never want to have system issues, and I don't think we will again. That was just something, and what basically happened was when AMC didn't go into a halt state. So when I was already short the stock, it showed an offer of 500,000, which would have crushed me out, right? Now, unfortunately, my order ran into another order that was off exchange. But when a stock goes into the halt price, the bid and the ask takes the price of whatever exchange it's on. So unfortunately, the NYSE opened up and our system just tagged me out at whatever that top ask price was. But I did run into, and I didn't check my trade list from yesterday, it got resolved overnight, but it ran into an off-market order that was sitting there, whether or not it's on a BATS exchange or an ARCA or something like that, because there's still liquidity. It's just the NYSE halted it. Our system is supposed to route that order out, and it actually happened to a handful. I don't know if I'm allowed to say the number, but greater than 10 traders on our platform that happened to, and unfortunately, that is what happens, and it does suck. But it's resolved. Obviously, we're back here trading live again today, so happy, joy, as they say. But all right, so with only, and thanks for asking.
Zoom broke 85.
Thanks for asking. Yeah. All right, what was that? Sorry.
Zoom broke 85 already.
Oh shoot. Yeah. Okay, so that was the level that I wanted, was that 85 break. So now that we're well below that one, only a minute to go. Damn, Daniel. Brad showed me that skit, something about white vans. But there it is, man. That break of 85, that's what we were waiting for. There it is. Happens in the pre-market. Probably should have taken it because there's enough volume here, but we've been burned before on these kind of moves, right? So let's just hold back and wait for Zoom. Maybe a Zoom can come back up to this 86 or so level. That's where I'm going to short it. I still think it's pop eligible here off the open. What's up, Pop Smoke?
Oh, just quickly, Occidental, we keep forgetting to talk about, we talked about oil actually, but missed Oxy here. I like the 69 bid. It's exactly where it closed. It's trying to break out on the 70-40 level currently, but it had that big top from Friday, which has yet to be taken out. I think that's where we could be headed towards. So I want to be involved again. If I miss out on 69 on a dip, there's always a chance that if it fails that initial high, we could be looking at a 70 dip buy. So Oxy, I'm looking for only longs today in this name. As Tony is on the bell, he's back. And in 3, 2, and 1, let's go get it.
It's the Tony Pepperoni. Thank you, Tony. Hope you're feeling better
Oops.
today. Thanks, Tony, for everything you did for us yesterday as well, filling in for everybody yesterday on the midday show. Casino, as someone just put, is now open, Neil, so let's go.
Yeah, I got into NIO there right away. So I talked about that 1850 level on the bid. It just touched off of that,
Macy's
that 60. So able to get 63s there. Going to try and get to, there we go. We just got some out at 1875. I just think it's a long off that. Unless it breaks 1850, we're looking for longs on NIO. NVIDIA right away here, already starting to make a bit of a move up toward that 171. So just like we were thinking in yesterday's action, we saw the chips go strong. Before they eventually reverse. That's what we're getting here today. And Zoom's already at 84.
Yeah, Zoom is great. I mean, wow, should have definitely hit that one. All right, we're already in a position right now. We're going to go, because we are in, I didn't fix my earpiece, guys, when we reload it back in, so I don't have that. All right, so Apple, we're short at 167. It just went to 150 there, or sorry, 167.50. I wish 150, well, I don't wish 150, but here we go to the downside for Apple. That's our only short position right now is Apple. So we're going to get this against that 168.10. If it takes that out, then we're gone. There we go, another reload there in Apple. So, 168.10, and we're wrong on this one, which is completely fine by me, man. I mean, we're trying to let these levels kind of develop themselves out here. So that's my play on Apple. We just took more shares short. Macy's, good call out there. As it's gone upside, man. Neil talked about the retail side.
Just seems to be the long, though.
Yeah, I know. It just seems to be working long, right? No matter what the report. So there goes Macy's. Apple back into a profitable state for me.
Yeah, like I said, I never actually even got the long, which is frustrating on Macy's. But NVIDIA pops, hits that high. I'm into it now at 170.92 here. See if it can start to trend into that downside. MRIN, which Marin, I'm not going to MRIN making a bit of a pop at the in the open here, but it couldn't get past 230. So once again, still some resistance over there in Marin, having some trouble getting through. AMC did the dip into that 1050 support area. So I got 1060s. It looks like it wants to jam back toward that upside. So the dip buys looking like they were the way to go here if you can catch them. And then, of course, the chips.
Yep.
This is what they did yesterday, man. They went up, and you had to sort of weather that storm from 9 to 9:30 before they eventually came down. But AMC just went upside. I'm guessing Ape took out that 685. So Ape through that resistance. I mean, I can't see any reason not to be long AMC in the midst of that.
All right, so we just took AMD long because we did get stopped out of our Apple as that took out that high, and the market seems like it wants to go back up to the upside. My theory today was long the market. It kept dipping in the pre-market, and that was like gave me light that there might be a short coming again, because I have been biased one way and it's been short for the last couple of weeks. This is the first time I've gone long on a big cap tech name right now, so we are going to go long on AMD. Yesterday we beat this stock up to the short side for sure. And today, hopefully, we don't get beat up on the long. So here we go. Long breaking through 93. So yeah, buddy, there it goes. Yes, let's go AMD right now. So a nice little long side action fill here for me on that. Let's see, man. If the buyers can come into this name, I like it. But, this is early. It's still early. Let's start taking some out here for 20 cents plus. And then if it can go back up to the upside, we are now out of about 25% of this. Hopefully, it can rip up to the upside there. Looking at yesterday's levels, 30s, maybe 50s would be pretty good. Let's just see what this day holds, because this market can turn on a dime.
You know it can turn on a dime. That's what NEO did. It's now below that 1850, so the bounce off 60, it got up to that 80 level and then did the reversal. 1850 is a monster level on the daily chart. I'm only looking short beneath that. I had to take the long and tried it for 2 days in a row in front of that same price. AMC is stalling out again at 11 bucks. $11 looks like it's a bit of a wall here on AMC. I want to hold on to the longs as long as I see APE holding up a little bit, but AMC having some trouble. I'll dip by at that 1050 level, but if it can't get through 11, obviously there's a limit to how far this one wants to go. I did get into Intel there. Intel off of that monster level on the daily chart. We'll go right here. This is a monster level. It broke this 3440. I'm short in front of 34.50. I'll give an extra 10 cents there. But above that price, it's now cleared back through. And Zoom has finally come back. So with the market trying to go to the upside, that did allow for Zoom to sort of come back in, and then I could play off the 87 level. I didn't want to chase that move all the way down and start shorting at lows. So fortunately, Zoom did come back here to give us an entry point, but had to be relatively patient with this on ZM. I'll get some out in front of 85 and then look for 84s and then 83s to that downside on Zoom. And I haven't really looked at Palo Alto. I don't intend on trading it too much, but I will check in from time to time just to look at the overall strength.
All right, so yeah, we reloaded here on AMD just against like these 80 levels on AMD. I mean, I'd hate, like, that's the VWAP is down here at 85. Yeah, man, we're fine. We're flat. We're long at 93 flat here. So NBD, as they say, but needs to go up like this. Like I said, don't want to be into something really this early, this many shares. But hey, if it's gonna work, it's gonna work, right? And so it doesn't really matter the timing of it. But here we go. Yes, wow. Okay, that's making me happy here. A nice little move to the upside there on AMD on that reload long. So yeah, we were reloaded on that one. So let's see if it continues to go to the upside. Another out there at 20 for AMD. We're long at 98 right now. Yes, we just got to 25. Yes, we did. There it goes. Let's go AMD. You can do this to the upside right now. I'm gonna lay back on AMC a little bit here.
It's back. 1050 is kind of stacked up here.
Yeah. I'm gonna get out. So I'm out. I don't have anything to do with this anymore. We'll take a small. Actually, we're still up on AMC. My bigger fish to fry is on AMD. I just don't have the mental capacity to look at AMC and AMD right now.
It's one of those, like, the term I like to use is bandwidth.
Yeah, that's
so you have a limited amount of bandwidth, and AMC, I just very quickly
it got a lot less with my age.
I just changed my stop so that I could go take one more shot in front of 1050, but there was a stacked bid at 1050 on AMC, so a rather large size bid on every single gateway. So if it breaks that, I don't think I want to have anything to do with it anymore. That APE, just watching APE, it's now back below that 685 as well, so it's failing that breakout that we just saw through that top. NVIDIA took out the high there, so had to back away from that. Intel should have just stuck to only, like yesterday, like Intel doesn't break that level. You had to weather like a $1 move or $1.50 move on over on NVIDIA, but Intel goes right to that 3440 resistance and drops like a rock. So much like yesterday's trade, it's just a heck of a lot easier to express it over there in Intel. I'll continue to play this one to the short side and maybe have a quick look when I get a chance over at Micron, which I suspect is probably doing the same thing. Zoom has now come right back. And by the way, 1050 now gone on AMC. So that's now trending into the downside. Zoom has come back to retest those highs. As long as it's below 87, I want to go back over to the well on ZM. Brendo?
An early halt, WeTrade, which is WETG. We'll get to that in a sec, but up on this. New deal with this Guide Limited to provide monkeypox testing kits and insurance coverage going forward. So a big pop there, up to 680 and a halt for WeTG, guys.
All right. Okay, so just quickly here, we're short Zoom right now, and yeah, buddy, that's why, you know, we talk about the sticky note, that's why it's there. Here we go, we are short 86 right now on Zoom. So a little bit of, I do have a bid out, okay, good. Bidding out 85.11 right here, just ahead of 85. There it is, bang for the 90-cent win right there, 80 cents, sorry, there on Zoom. So that was a good one, but not a good one. Goes back and forth here on these tech names. So AMD took the profits, then it dropped out, and we just got out on that. So look at the NASDAQ coming back in right now. We have to find levels. So big trade there on Zoom, off the sticky note, obviously. What's out? Shout out to everybody there, Super SPAC Man, all you guys that are trading Zoom with me here. I know Neil's in this as well, but that's a nice little 90-cent win there for us on ZM. We took out half, could be a possible reload at some point, but I have to slow down now because, you know, I was thinking short. We had the short in Apple. That's printing now, but we're out because we got stopped. So, and then we got stopped on the AMD long, and it's been a lot of back and forth here. So that was basically a flat trade, down a cup of coffee there. But Apple, we were basically not able to get anything out. And you could see Apple right now would be printing the short. So I almost typed in printing on my charts there.
I did that earlier today.
Yeah, I know.
Someone in the chat typed something, and in the corner of my eye, I saw it, and the next thing I'm watching a symbol, and it's just a random 4-letter word.
Yeah.
But one of the issues with Zoom now is that you got a bit of a wick off bottom. At least that's what it's presenting now in the first 10 minutes, a wick off bottom, and then reestablish 85. If we're going to hold this for trend, it's got to break 85 at some point. The longer it doesn't break 85, the more likely it has a chance to take out that top. But for now, the shorts are obviously working there. Macy's, man. Macy's. Look, it's strong. What are you gonna? What can I say? Like, I wanted to go long in front of 1850. There was no long to be had unless you just went long right at the open.
Come on,
I'll try to buy the dip on this one. It looks ridiculously strong at this point, up 4%, despite that mixed report. I'll probably chalk it up to that short interest. That's what makes sense to me. And just going right back over to MRIN, because we're in this one early on. It broke that 210, hasn't done much since, but that's where my stop was. We'll be all out of that one and then try to work back into it. If it tries to retest those highs, there's a potential breakout of that high, but the dip buy off support no longer going to be valid on that one. Intel, I did take some profit right down here to about 34.10. If it comes back up toward that high, this one seems like it's a little bit more secure off those levels. It's respecting that high a heck of a lot better than NVIDIA did, which is showing signs of strength. Now up 1% on NVIDIA. Same as Intel, but NVIDIA broke highs. Intel did not.
Okay, there we go, Apple. So we're short back into Apple, man. I mean, we got taken out there literally at the high of the day. It is what it is. You talk about running stops. I mean, I waited till 168.10. The high of the day is 168.13. We would be hella dancing if this was still in board, but it's not. So we'll have to wait to see now if Apple can come back down. I'm going to see. Like right now we're bouncing around. I'm going to stick with my thought on a short year today. We sort of tested this top, didn't like it. Hit it hard back down. We have that wick top right there. It's obviously going to have to take out this 12,950. If that happens, then we're going to go to 13,000 and we'll test the logs from there. I tried to push it in AMD. We lost a cup of coffee. Then we went back over to Apple. So I like this here. We'll see if the NASDAQ can't, resist this little dump spot there of 12,950. Hopefully it does. I want to reload Apple short. We're waiting at 167.90. Meanwhile, Zoom, I was just like, this was $1.30 in the money just now, and then it ripped back up. We had 84.60 on that trade, right? So we're going to go short again. We're going to use it against that 87 level. So I just got to make sure I don't have too many shares to get filled out here. But yeah, 87. So if 87 breaks, we're out. That was a great spot. I mean, I was waiting at 86.70. That just ripped to 86.50 there. So let's see if Zoom can come back down in. But I do have 4 times the shares on Apple that I do on Zoom, and Apple's double the price. So hopefully this one will get to the downside, but Zoom is the mover today for me. Back and forth, $1 in the money, $1 out of the money, but that's Zoom for you.
Yeah, Macy's pulls back into that 19 area. It just bounced off 1905, bounced off 05s. They just got in at 12s. I'll give it to 19 on this little bit of a dip buy to get a chance to get back up toward that high of the day. But showing some strength, obviously, is Macy's. We just want to see if it has a secondary bounce. We're going to go to Brent in just a quick second. Oxy's gone. So Oxy's now all the way up to that 72. We can forget about that dip buy at 70. It's not going to come into play. Double top, 72.50 on Oxy about to loom here. It's a big level. I'm going to have that break. Brendo.
Just be careful with some of the quotes here, guys. APE is halted, but doesn't appear to be on our system once again. So APE halt here to the upside.
Yeah, I'm not, honestly, I ain't touching that. I don't want to do anything to do with APE or AMC halts or anything like that, because obviously yesterday was not a great experience for that.
Ain't happening again.
We'll wait on that. I did punch out. So I do have a small piece right now of AMC. I'm out of everything. I'm just trying to hold this just to see what does happen. I want to see it. If it does, well, you know what? If it goes in a halt state, you know what? Maybe I'll just get out of this stock now that I'm holding this. Okay, well, we're gonna get out. But there goes Apple, man. Yeah, buddy. Yeah. We talked about this as the short. Not only that, we reversed into that short. So like we went long AMD, got hit on that, went right back to the well, and now we paying. Yeah, okay. So Gregory, thank you, Mr. Gregory there, announcing that there is a possible situation with our platform again on halting NYSE names. So we are, if anybody's on Day Trade the World, watch out for that. And me, I'm on Zoom and Apple. Yeah. So neither one should halt.
Exactly. Like I'm
on NYSE.
Well, I'm in Macy's, but Macy's is unlikely to halt as well. So that's why you'll see us maybe stay away from anything with the threat of a halt. But quickly, I want to go to Zoom comes right back to 85. It's the same high to 85, but it's grinding a little bit to that upside. So we have to respect that. Tesla is all kinds of weak. So that 875 level, pop, fail. The trend now back to the downside on Tesla. Looks like we're on a collision course with $850. It didn't get there yesterday. That's where I thought we'd get the bottom. So 850, I'm going to go right back to the well thinking that's going to be the next support there for Tesla. On any pop, I'll play off the pre-market lows there. AMC, everyone's like, yeah, play the AMC to the short side. Sure, but I'm out of it. Like we had the pop in that 1090 and then the stop at 1050. However, I don't want to get trapped in a halt. And that's just one of those situations where it's not worth the risk to reward. If I want to structure a trade on a squeeze name, I can kind of go over to Bed Bath & Beyond and say that if it wants to follow suit, it's got this nice 940 bottom and it's a New York, or the NASDAQ stock, not New York. So I'm not running that same level of risk. But look at that level. Triple bottom on Bed Bath & Beyond just this morning at 940. I'd much rather have that breakdown and take it there. Oxy's on the road. It's about 35 cents away from that high. Super strong. If you're looking for strength in the market, don't look any further than Oxy. And, Macy's as well, but, whatever. It's not because of the reward. It's just Macy's is going for other reasons, man.
Money, here we go. Apple right now printing that money. Sharif is in the building. I hear the woos in the background. So there we go, man. A nice little move on Apple to the downside. Sucks we got taken out, but never got to always turn that frown upside down. Look for that next trade. So we got right back into Apple as it took down VWAP. And this is what I'm talking about, man. Stay true to how you trade. You got to watch out for certain levels. You got to watch out for things happening, but you do got to be honest with yourself, take the trades that you see, and then, trust your judgment. Trust kind of what you've been doing and how you've been trading and if it's been working out for you, right? So I'm gonna continue to do that. There goes Apple. New trade that I'm looking at is Meta short. So Meta, the same thing. If the market's gonna stay underneath the 50 period, there are NASDAQ names, obviously, that we're gonna look short. We just wicked all the way to 162.90. That's pretty much where I'm sitting. No, sorry, I canceled that. I'm at 163 now. So if we can get a little bit higher than this into sort of this 50 period, that's not bad. I gotta wait a little bit. You know what, I'm gonna take a little bit right now in the 80s just missed it. There it is. So now we're short 84 on Meta here just because we are at VWAP, and I'm going to try to get this a little bit more up here. Then just look at this. This is 164. So here on Meta, we want to look at that 164 level as a possible spot to get out if we're wrong. So we've wicked up as high as 160. basically 164 today. That's going to be the wrong spot for me on that one. And then one more trade idea that I have that I'm not in yet, and we're going to do like something like that. I'm going to fix my earpiece in a minute, guys. I don't have it. But I'm going to look at DocuSign if it does break back down below this 61 level. It just looked pretty juicy here on that. It's been really crushed over the last couple of days, Docu, just from 78 down to 60, and then today you get some weak, Zoom and stuff like that. Some of these high growth names getting hit a little bit. So I'm going to take Docu on the short side of this trade, but I got to wait for it. Breaking through 61, you'll see me into Docu.
So just going to take some out of that Macy's, as it looks like a bit of a lower high here coming in. Still strong, but if it bounces off VWAP again, I think we can retest 1950. But the bounce was at 19, takes them out at 30s, which was the pre-market or the previous or pre-market high there. That's been taken out. I think we have a chance to get to 20, especially if we get some real market strength. And speaking of strength, can't ignore what Zoom is doing. Like Zoom is now, if you look at it, it's like each short's just a little bit higher each time. Each out off that 85 is just a little bit higher each time. So you have a wick off bottom. If this takes out the top, it's got room to run. So this is that 87 level coming in very quickly here. That's that line that I was looking at the last entry point off of 87. If we break 87, I'm giving this one up here because the market looks relatively strong. And all I got is Macy's. I'm looking at Oxy, but that obviously did not break the high, because if it broke the high, then I'm in it. So we'll see what happens with that Occidental. I don't know if it's going to run out of strength, but certainly that's what we want to watch for. Wow, what a reversal on Zoom just there. It got right to 87, and then it's pulling right back in. Going to have to capitalize on some of that there. So Zoom goes right to that 87 level, but each time it's like you're getting short a little bit higher to the top, and then it's bouncing off of VWAP. So you got to pay yourself out. Otherwise, the trade's not making any sense, because it is trying to grind higher eventually for that 87 break, but it hasn't broken yet.
Yeah, we reloaded that as well. So it's a good little trade for us here. We're now 70 cents in the money on Zoom. But like Neil said, it's not a profitable trade until you get out. So hopefully it can come back down in. So meanwhile, the market is now trying to take out that high again. So we talked about, I thought it would be choppy. Like normally it's not choppy like into this time, so hopefully we can find some, areas. Did I just get that? Yes, we did. Yes, sir, man. Hopefully this market can turn around red, as we're short on Meta and short on Apple there, but that's a great little take there on Zoom. We just took that one. Look at this, Phil. 86.76 out, 86.62 right there, as we just keep on respecting those levels. Yeah, so a reload on Apple as we approach 168 again now, but we're still we're just making or losing not that much here. Like these levels are kind of bouncing and holding. So we do have to take advantage when it comes back down here. We do have one of the low ticks on Apple today and one of the high ticks. So, that's the problem. Let's see if we can hold this now. If the market wants to take out that high, then we're going to get stopped out on a lot of these names. But for right now, we're short Apple, we're short Meta, and we're short Zoom. But we do have our outs. I mean, Apple's going to have to get out if we take out some of these highs again. 168.20 is going to be our out on Apple. And then the same thing for Meta, basically breaking through 164. If that happens on Meta is where we have to get out. But we'll wait for it. So far, so good. There's the reload on Meta. Let's just see what happens here at 164. Looks like it wants to take it here. The NASDAQ is just ripping. So this could be a 70-cent hit or so here on Meta. But yeah, it's going to take 164, isn't it? Come on, market. Pick a direction. We're going to have to slow down, figure this out. But right now, it looks like it's up.
It's trying to go
upside.
I'm looking at one of the like yesterday, the weakest chip name was Intel, right? Like that was the worst one. It's getting back toward that high. I probably should have taken more shares out at 34 even and just been happy that we're able to get that. I thought we'd be a heck of a lot weaker in this one today. Well, I mean, the stock at least. But if it takes out that 34.40, I got to get out of Dodge. Like that would be a rejection of the obvious resistance level on the daily, and I can't have that. So Tesla, wow. If you want to wonder why the market just got bullish, look at that recovery on Tesla. Every time I think it's going to 850, it stops at 860. Yeah. So at some point, you know what's going to happen? Tomorrow, I'm going to go long at 860, and it's going to get blown through, and it's going to go to 850. So that's probably going to happen tomorrow. But right now, it's getting right back up to that 875. If it curls off that opening range, then the market might reject this top beneath 13,000 and make a little bit of a subtle turn. That's what I want to have happen. Obviously, holding on to Intel and Zoom short at this point. I'm not willing to jam longs until we break out 13 or something like that. Maybe like Macy's, like I said, is a bit of a different story. And then Oxy, which, I mean, Oxy's it's gotten away from us in terms of where we like the long. But the only reason I am looking for this top is it is a double top if you go back to Friday. So 72.50, significant level. I'll take out this high and go for the long in Oxy. But man, we kind of missed that opportunity to get this one at the open. Brendo?
We're definitely still having issues, guys, with halt states, so just be aware. CGC here popping back up again today. Remember, this thing had a decent reversal yesterday, was higher initially, and then just got flushed. So 5% here for Canopy to the upside.
Yeah, what's up with that?
Tilray was moving too.
Yeah, 166 here. I mean, maybe this is the NASDAQ reload day here. Back up to the upside to give people a little bit of a, thought that this market wants to go up. I still don't think it does, man. I mean, oil's up 3%, $93. That oil trade has been like kind of a home run for me. So really happy with that. We bought oil last week. Remember 86, 87, 88. Talked to Danielle Shea about that as well. She liked it. Okay, so Meta, we got busted out. We got back in. I don't want to play this game where we're in, we're out, we're in, we're out all the time on these stocks. So, a break of 165 is finally it for Meta. I mean, yesterday we got up to this 166 area. Or was it yesterday? No, not even. Yesterday's open was 165.50. Sorry, that's what I was looking at. So this is where we want to get out on a break, 165.50 on Meta. So we don't have a lot of shares here. We have a decent amount, but I want to get more if we get to 165. So we don't want to get out at 165. We want to average in to more at 165 and then use yesterday's top here of 165.50 as our out. So yeah, hopefully it can hold that out, but the market has busted out today. A nice move. We took out that high. I was saying that was sort of the spot that was a little concerning, but now we're bouncing off of 13,000. So this market, very, very frustrating for me today as the move was down, then up, then down, now all the way to the upside, which kind of sucks that I'm net short thinking that this market, remember I started the day with this market's going to be a long, but sometimes things change. So here we go. Meta to the downside, Apple to the downside, and these are the two names that we're holding out. Hope that we can get a downside move in both of these.
Yeah, and Oxy did make a run at that high, that 72.50. I did grab that long. I reloaded on Intel in front of that high of the day. As long as we don't break 13,000, then I'm going to reload that short as long as we're below that metric. So we break that, then I won't be reloading, but I'll stay net short on Intel in front of that level. For now, Oxy, because it's gone so far, like you can never really expect that when you made a move like that any breakout is just going to immediately start running on you, right? Like that's not usually going to be the case. Going to have to give it some room back into at least 72, but there's runway, right? And anytime you see this, I'm like, okay, if you break this, your resistance is obviously at that high. That's at 74.50. So there's room to now test that high, and that's what I'm playing for at this point. 73, 73 half, 74. So I have to at least be giving it 50 pennies, otherwise it doesn't make sense. At this point, I think even taking some more zoom out might make some sense here. As is my 3 minute, I have to zoom in for you guys on Zoom. This is now, look how many times, that's pretty bad. Look how many times it's now testing that 76, and each time still higher lows. So the trend has been back into that upside on Zoom. This one, it needs to press through VWAP. Otherwise, this is very likely to put some kind of a breakout in on us, and I don't need that happening on Zoom down 11%. It's not a heavy short interest, but the longer you add this wick off bottom and then trend towards the high, the more likely the top end break ends up becoming, which we understand is a momentum push to the upside in a bullish looking chart. Macy's, this is probably the only one that's been relatively easy. It might have missed the breakout or the dip buy, but it just came right back into 19 and then right back toward those highs. I'm not going to defend the quarter that they had. It's 9 to 12%, depending on where you look at to the short side. I think that's why it's up 5% because of the short interest and nothing else.
Yeah, good. What's up, John? Money, money, money. You want that? I don't know. I don't have anything right now that's printing money, 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 but I'll give it to you. John, what's up, John? In the chat, a member. What's up to Mike Crean here? The AMC was down 39% because sales were down 39%. Yeah, possibly. But okay, so Zoom right now, 86 level. Yeah, who knows? I think he's just being funny there. We'll wait down for 85 for Zoom. I know Neil just talked about that. Our Meta's coming back in a little bit here off of that 165. So, yeah, we've lost on Meta, but I'm still thinking that we can come back in here and then get something near this. I mean, is it that hard to ask for 163.50 here on Meta? I mean, let's see if we can get that anyways. That's where I'm sitting. We're also sitting at 168 to take out a little bit of pressure on Apple. That name, despite the market heading to the downside, Meta really, or sorry, Apple looking strong today. So we don't want to get caught off sides on that one. Give us another name here, Brendo.
I just saw Twitter pop back up here, guys. Lawmakers set to investigate Twitter security chief's whistleblower allegations. They also sent a subpoena, Elon's side sent a subpoena to the former security chief at Twitter for this case as well. So another volume spike there for Twitter. There's also this one making moves. Nikola, wow, up 8% today. Not seeing anything on this yet, but back to almost $6 here for NKLA.
Boom.
So I'm keeping my ears to the ground in this chat, and everyone's going on about ear, we got a runner. Thank you, Scott H, for pointing Scotty H. I like calling you Scotty H because we had a friend we called Scott. It was Scotty. Remember Scotty?
No.
Okay, well, anyways.
Scotty? No, maybe not my friend. I don't know.
Oh, you know what?
He ain't no friend of mine.
It doesn't matter. Either way, Scotty, thank you for pointing this one out because EAR is on the move, up 24%, was up 25% just now. But more interesting is if you pop the daily, let's go to the 15-minute actually, this $3 level does loom. If you pull back and get like a hold at 250, you make a second charge at 3, you've got 250, 3, 350 up here. I always like that kind of a structure. So first things first, can it hold that 250 on a dip? I always prefer dip buys and taking out highs when you're late to the move. So I'm going to get on the bid in front of that 250 area. It is thankfully not in New York stocks. I don't have to worry about any halts there. But EAR on my radar. I'm looking for a dip into 250. Play that to $3. A 3 breakout can be in the cards, but I'm looking for that dip buy on EAR first. That would be a better. It's just a more clean entry point to me if we can catch it. Intel now starting to come back in. Just got some out at VWAP. Like a lot of other things, it's technically still trending to the upside, but it's holding resistance. So until it breaks that high, the short will still be working. But I'm not going to pretend that we're not trending upside on Intel here the same way it is on Zoom. Running out of time for us to break this trend. And speaking of those trends, there's Tesla. Wick off top now at that high break
80?
at 870. Yeah, it was like, this is 877 actually.
Yeah,
didn't actually get to 880 and now trying to put in a higher low. This is exactly the kind of thing that can drag you higher. However, a failed break at the high of the day, that's exactly what can also make these shorts work. So I'm not done with the notion that we can fail these highs and the weaker stocks can still go to the downside. But I need exposure to something that isn't Oxy or Macy's in that long trade. Might have to go over and look at something like an Apple. But it's already 10 o'clock. Wow. Got to go to Brennan for happening now.
Hey guys, yeah, busy morning. Let's get you caught up here on how we're moving. NASDAQ composite in the 100 here trying to lead back to the upside. 0.38, 0.33 for both. The Russell 2000, worth noting, also back in the green, among the first to go green on the day. 0.17 there for the S&P. Back to basically flat for the Dow at this point, but hey, we'll take it. I want to show you this. PDD, wow. What a V bottom that is at 46.5, right back to 49 almost. Now up 1.5% after initially going red for Pinduoduo. Apple, on the other hand, was on the watch list. Tested 167 a couple of times here, just kind of chopping around. But big move back for some of the Chinese ADRs, guys. Back to you.
Right.
So go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to talk about Meta here because we were able to take a couple profit there. Jinx, jinx, jinx. My kids say jinx. It's like, Dad, what's my name? And I go, Gia. She goes, Gia. And then she's jinx, because you say it at the same time.
But then you count to 10 then
yeah,
before you say
like
stop.
There's a whole bunch
then
of
if you say your name, I
resetting
punch
rules
you.
and all that kind of stuff. We still play that white punch buggy, no punch backs, like when you're driving around, if they see a punch buggy.
That's old school, baby.
Yeah, that's old school. That's real old. I don't think they make those anymore, those Beetles. Anyways, all right, so I was just going to talk about Meta coming back down. We did take a fill there. We did also take a fill on Apple at 168 flat. Thought we were starting to head to the downside there, but look what happened. We hit exactly the 50 period, wicked it, this is just on a 1-minute chart. This is the NASDAQ. Wicked it, and then all the way back up to the upside. So I believe this one is strong today, as it doesn't look like it wants to head to the south side here. So watch out for some of these longs. We have our targeted out. So for me on Apple, though, little different story. Normally, I'm a little bit on this name, a little less conservative, but I want to get a little more aggressive. Holding this up to 169 today for Apple, right into here. So I'd like to see that get broken. I don't want to just keep going back and forth with these names. This is why yesterday I was most upset, because I had that AMD banger and we got Like we said, we got liquidated on that bad tick on the halt names, which it looks like we're having still similar issues on those names. So me and Neil have sort of already just made a pact with each other. Not with each other, but Neil and I have told each other here. By the way, Zoom is now $1 in the money.
Zoom.
So that's good. I'm going to stay away from AMC and APE because, as Greg's mentioned, there are problems right now with the quote as far as a halt is concerned. So it's still very tradable. It's just if I'm looking at Apple, which is Tank City right now, I may miss out on that halt and therefore put myself at risk. Meta right now, 50 cents in the money. Zoom $1 in the money.
Yeah, the shorts be coming in here. But someone asked in the chat why I didn't short the double top on Occidental. One, because Oxy's too strong. Yeah, well, mostly because Oxy's too strong. If that was a small cap or like one of those like low float runners, I might take a shot at it, but I'm looking for the bull case after oil making its bounce back, and Oxy, of course, with Berkshire there as well, has been a relatively strong stock. And then eyeballing this level, it just got to 73, so I said I'd take some out there. If it gets to 74, just keep in mind on the daily chart, that's 74.5, right? So I want to be all out of this by the time it gets to 74 even. But yeah, it's too strong of a name. And if it's not the type of stock that I would look to put that automatic short on when it got to that kind of a level. Sean's already talked about Zoom. Brendan, you got another runner here.
Another one that has been crushed over the past little while, making a pretty impressive bounce here today. Hyzon Motors, another one from the EV space or clean energy space, 22% here. This is a 2-minute chart, guys. There's one red candle, so 190 up to 235 here for HYZN.
Yeah, funny there. Yeah, as if I'm going to trade Heisenberg Motors. I don't think so with that.
Say my name.
Yeah, exactly. Just a big shout out there. Great show. All right, we've been shorting Zoom, and that one has been hit the sirens for that. Shorting all these pops, man. The very first one was 86. The very next one was 87. First cover 85. Next cover 85.70. And then right there we take, like that said 86.72. We just got filled 85.60 there as now we're trying to break back down below the 50 period as this name is starting to work to the downside as well. So a nice little take here on ZM to the downside. We did get stopped a little bit earlier. Oops, put this over here. On Meta right there. We got stopped, but then we put the short right back on the same price. So now we're coming back in. Need this to break back down through VWAP as well. That would be a good one. But off the sticky note today was talking about focusing on the short for Zoom. I thought we could pop even further than this, but we'll just respect this 87 over and over again. And here it comes to the downside. I honestly think we get 84 here. So let's hold on to Zoom, see if we can't make a big banger here for us. Already $1.20 in the money on ZM.
Exactly. And look, just going to get this one out here on Macy's. It's now broken that high of the day. It's just, at this point, this stock is just so strong off a marginal report. And I keep saying it like it was bad, and now I'm calling it marginal, like it wasn't just a bad report overall. But it's now broken this 1950. I do think if it gets to $20, that's too much. So I'll be getting it all out in front of that $20 level just because it feels like it's now gone too far if it gets to that price. The market's no longer taking out those highs, so I do feel like it does make sense to ring the register on that long. I still got the Oxy, which it's trying to go, obviously. It had some trouble getting through 73. It's still at 72.90, but the shorts are starting to come back in after the market tested that high and pulled back. I don't want to give up too many profits here. I'm going to put a trail on Macy's at 1950 and then get my offers in front of that 20 even just to make sure that we bag the rest of our profits here. Not much going on with this Intel except for when the market reversed. Go back to the 3-minute for you guys. We bounced off VWAP here, so it's still trending to the upside. That resistance still very much in play. It goes back up there. I will take another shot now short in front of that 34.40 on INTC. I'm not really seeing any reason to get too far away from that position. And then we'll see if we can't have that break VWAP and head back down toward that 34 level. Always monitoring Tesla here. It's trying to hold VWAP, but it was Apple. I think when we were going to Brendan there, I was trying to get to the relative strength in Apple. And this VWAP trade, like if it gets off of this, 167, it's like 167.75, and it continues to hold that, this is one that I'm going to want back into the long side. We were doing this the other day, where it's like the only thing we liked long was Apple. Today we have a squeeze play and an energy play, but in big tech land, I feel like this is a strong one. Pretty obviously, it's got to be Apple. 167 is come and gone. If we get a chance to revisit that, that will be a separate trade. I'm looking for the VWAP bounce on Apple.
All right. Yeah, I'm not. I was going to talk. I'm waiting for the short on Apple, but we're going to wait for that to come in still more. Okay, let's check out XPeng. I mean, this is another name. XPeng. There it is. It's on the NASDAQ. No, it's on the New York. Oh, it's XPEV. That's why. All right, we'll go to Brendan. We'll get back.
Just saw Ocugen as well. Blast from the past here, back to the upside this morning. There was a couple, actually, of positive notes on this. So 10% here, guys, for another former squeeze name, OCGN.
Ocugen, eh? Okay, very interesting there. What? Oh, NAS, NZ, of course. And NQ. No, it's not. Oh, it's New York. Oh my God. Yeah, that's right. Lee Auto, they go back and forth there. NEO obviously.
They should just all be the same.
Yeah, NEO obviously on the New York. I mean, I know that one. But here we go, down 11%. Obviously, we had earnings there today. And I don't want to say obviously, but there is some pre-market data issues here on New York. So I don't really know any of those levels. But we're going to wait out for this 1920 or spot again. You are starting to make lows here on XPEV, which is XPeng. I'm going to call up a 20-minute chart off E-signal just to look at this. Yeah, I mean, it's basically just straight fire down here, starting from 20 all the way down. Did respect that 1820 level, but maybe we get that 19. That high wick is 1914. I think you got to trade names. I don't know if I have to pay for shorts or not on this name. Probably not. I don't remember doing that before.
No.
XPEV, but right there, you know, just looking at this, up to this 1910, 1920 area, I think you got to believe in the short a little bit. I'd like to get it up to 1950 again, but yeah, right now just kind of barcoding, but if this does pop up, I think XPeng on a nice little short. Most of my look here, I just called Zoom down to 84, so if that happens, that'd be all right for us, but Meta, Apple, Zoom, the only shorts I've got on right now.
Go Macy's. It's your birthday. That's all I'm going to say for you. You got to stick around till Friday for that one. But Macy's takes out 1990. I'm gone.
She gone.
It's a bad report. If it breaks 20 even, I do think that's kind of gone too far. Maybe it's going to be a squeeze through 20, but I think the dip buy was certainly valid. The breakout at 19 was the lower hanging fruit. But if you miss that breakout, sometimes at 9:30 there's that crazy whipsaw action which can get you into the trade if you had missed it. So we got that little bit of a dip. It's now all the way up at 20 even. If it goes to 21, fair enough. I guess it squirrels too far there, but I'm out of Macy's here and looking for a potential short, either at that 20, if it can curl here, or looking for that 21. But what a boomer Macy's is. It's all about that short interest on a report sometimes, and not necessarily about those fundamentals.
I mean, everything right now is blast off, I feel like, here as the market. Look at oil, guys. I really hope that you took some of the advice that we gave, well, at least I gave last Thursday. I think we had Daniel Shea on Thursday for sure, when I was like, hey, I like oil down here at 86. I mean, that bottom at 85 was pretty sweet. Now today you're looking at a 93.50. So, I mean, oil you can get highly levered in. So I hope some of you took a little bit of advantage of that, either buying XLE or that ZEO that I like, or any of those other names, man. I mean, Oxy obviously had its own little rally there off of Warren, but, you know, I think still some nice moves to happen there. Look, the short's going to be wrong today. I mean, this market just continues to blast up. We had those thoughts early that, you know, the market had a potential to go long today, and it sure is, man. It is really just giving sort of those bulls that relief kind of rally after what happened yesterday. The Dow was down 600 points. Not sure what we're down today, or sorry, up today. I'll have to check. I keep looking back at some other random station there to see if they have it. But ZM still tracking 85, so that's going to be good. Apple, I'm not doing anything until 169. You know, I'm well aware that these names could sort of drop back and forth here, so I'm gonna wait on that Apple 169 level. I mean, it's just right here. It's kind of where we started yesterday. We talked about that, and then once we took down 168 yesterday in the afternoon, it was a party down to 167, and we had that. We had that for that full dollar. I mean, we were getting out, but we held a lot of it till that closed, so that was a good trade for us on Apple. So I just want to see it.
You're not going to believe this.
Yeah, yesterday, what, Tesla's busting?
It just broke 880.
Look, I mean, we wrote down on here, so I think that you always, and this is why Neil's looking at it. It's, yeah, you know why, man? It's, the split is tomorrow.
I know, but
so this is your last chance to get Tesla shares at 880.
I thought it was going to 850 on that dip to the down. That's exactly. I thought the same thing yesterday, that it would dip to 850 and rip, and it went to 860 and ripped, and it went to 860 and ripped again today.
Yeah.
At some point, you think you just say, forget about what you look at and what you think is going to happen, and just do what is happening. And what is happening is Tesla has a bid at 860. And it doesn't matter now. I mean, at this point, you're looking back at maybe, like, you just missed that breakout, by the way, but you're looking back at maybe an 870 for support. I'm looking at that 15-minute, like previous yesterday's high, in the afternoon high of 870. Maybe that turns into your support on any pullback. But Tesla's off to the races. Apple obviously going as well. All I got left is Oxy. And Oxy isn't necessarily going to care about what's happening as much in the NASDAQ, right? So exposure to this run that we're seeing, like I said, I wanted Apple at dips, isn't happening. Even Intel's about to, I'm assuming this is going to come out. Intel hasn't broken the high yet. But, I mean, like, we're at 34.37. So it's 3 cents away, and that's way too aggressive in order. I'm crossed up 20 cents on Intel. I don't need to cross up that aggressively, but Intel is going to stop out in 2 cents. So even like the short that can't seem to break the high and the weakest chip name, even that wants to break the top. That tells me we're in for a long day. Brendo?
Another little one with a relatively high short percent, guys. Pacific Biosciences, PAC-B. We've traded this one many times in the past. 15% on the short side for this one. Just popping up here on decent volume, about 10%.
Ooh, another Kathy Wood name.
Shit, Meta. What was that last name? I just went short on
PAC-B.
Docu. What was that?
PAC-B.
PAC-B. Yeah. That's a biotech?
No, it's biotech, and
Yeah.
Kathy Wood's in that one pretty big.
All right, we're gonna go 165. I just gotta make sure, I don't have any stop orders more than this, but 165, we're gonna have to get out, man. I mean, if Meta takes out the top, we are gonna get out of that name. It's been a straight fire upside. We were able to take some profit on this, but this one's gonna hurt. Not hurt, but if it continues to go up, the reason why it's gonna hurt is because Apple, we have reloaded. I mean, we're trying to believe in these positions, so hopefully they can come through for us. There's Apple short off 169. We got 168.70. I mean, whatever. I'm not going to be super specific on the price, but maybe I should have. Just thought that was a nice little wick top there. We got it before obviously I got it as it was going. Didn't get the actual wick itself, but that could be a sign. So we'll wait to see here if this does turn around for us on Apple. So a nice little downside move off 169 would be nice. But the market, again, is taking off, man. And guess what level we just took out? 13,000 to the upside there. So about that. Not a great level there, but let's see what it does. And we're just going to continue to get some more out on Apple here. We're actually up on this trade, so
Holy
all
crap.
is well. Before we go to Brendan, just one more trade to talk about quickly. Docu, I know it's not doing a lot of volume. Well, actually, 1 million shares is okay, but I liked it down here breaking 61, and then it just ripped back up. So we still have a 63.50 area, kind of where we were yesterday. So that's something that I want to look at. I'm not holding this one to 64. If the market starts to rip up, Docu is not going to be a name that I want to be in, right? So we'll wait for that as the market, again, holding 13,000. The only theory that I have is that it doesn't hold. So if it doesn't hold 13,000, then we get back to the downside, right? So let's see if that is indeed the case here, Brendo.
Just having a look at Polestar, guys. Been a while. PSNY, all-time lows, or at least since it flipped over to its own symbol. New lows, anyways, this morning. Back to 850 here. Remember that Forza, FRZA from last week, electric boat maker, apparently PSNY, CNBC reporting this, set to supply electric boat makers with batteries going forward. They don't actually mention Forza in that report, but Polestar going to supply electric boat makers with batteries going forward.
Okay, that's actually, somewhat interesting for them. But a couple of things that were a little bit unexpected happened. One, you saw Pinduoduo and some of the Chinese names at the Open. They all absolutely got destroyed at the Open. But look at what's happening now. Well, Zoom just took out that 87 level. So what a crazy move Zoom has put in there off that now 87 breakout on Zoom. So look, if it can't go down, there's only one thing that can happen. But Pinduoduo recovered and broke 49.50 after all, which is like the last thing I expected to happen there. But once it happened, I realized I actually took some out right away because it's a very different environment breaking it after a pre-market consolidation up there, or just taking the break after that big of a move. So I want some immediately out so that I can work maybe some dip buys in. And like we said, Zoom taking out that 87 level. The next level is 90. And the market wants to try to go to the upside, so I've reversed into the long side on Zoom here. We'll see if it can go. It's just, I'm respecting the fact that we're looking at a relatively strong day here. Oxy, by the way, has rejected that 73 level. sorry, 73.50 level, and I just missed it. Yeah, that's frustrating because I just missed Oxy. I'm going to see if I can't. I have to get another leg out here underneath 73 because that's a pretty big rejection of that 73.50 level on Oxy. I thought we'd get there and then 74. It got to 31 and reversed on me, so pretty unfortunate because I missed it by 4 cents.
Ooh, yeah, those are the worst, man.
Yeah,
what is this market doing? Oh, it was starting to go down, and I was like looking at my net, just like starting to make that cash again, and then all of a sudden this market holds that 13. It was like just about to come back in. So we did take, that was, 77s, out 57s right there on our last reload of Meta. It's still looking like it wants to take 65, man. So I have to actually adjust my stop now because I did get some out. So lower the amount of shares on the stop in case it does take that level out. But okay, Apple coming to the party right now. Give me that. Yes, sir. All right. Let's see if Apple can get down to the red side now. And then it would be nice if Meta joined it. I don't know if that's Apple specific right there because Meta is staying up high right now. And Docu went back into the money, man. Docu, we averaged that right there at 30. It just went down to 08, putting us that dime piece in the money, but we didn't take it. So I'm not doing that. We want to get out here in midway, sort of where we opened. It would be nice if we got a 62.60 bid. That's where actually I'm bidding 70s. So this is something to look at. But 63.50, like we're very, very close. So this is kind of the thing. My out's going to be about, what is that, a 32-cent hit? And I'm looking to take on the first piece 50 cents or a little bit more than that. So hopefully that can come in, but I am seeing this 200 period at 70. But anyways, we're right there. Hopefully that can come in. Let's go Apple. I don't know if this is Apple specific or not, but once again, Sharif, for you, my friend, and I hope you're having a good day too, because there's the money on Apple. This is what I'm talking about when I say believe in your trades. That one squozed me all the way up. Shout out to my man Prad. Squozed all the way up to 169 there. And we were sitting there because that was the level that we were defending. So that turns out to be a good trade for us. Oh man, Meta just went into the 50s and I didn't get any more out. That went to 43. Okay, Meta, I'm going to put a bid for you.
I finally got into NEO as well. So Pinduoduo takes out that high. Goes to 49.50, makes that breakout. But NEO on that massive level, that was that 18.50 level on the daily chart. It was just huge. Comes right back to 18.50 and is starting to stall out at the same time as the market. That's why I like to look at the market levels, because if you have a resistance level on a stock that you like, and then you see a market make a top, that's usually a good entry point when you're looking at a bullish stock. So we're right here at 50s. I do have a 43 level, 43 price. I will give it up to 18.60 because I don't want to have a stop that just gets hunted at like 51 or 52. So I have to give it a little bit of extra room there. PDD, of course, made that breakout and looks pretty strong, up 3% here. I think was on our watch list, of course, after yesterday's incredible strength. So I want to give this a chance to go upside. Remember, the other side of NEO is that XPeng had disappointing results, right? So I might put NEO in its own space. And I can't talk about EVs without going back to Tesla for a second here. Tesla, the market hit that top. Tesla goes 887. Or 886, sorry, and then back to 82s. It's holding the top end of its range. It is very, very strong. I still am looking for a chance to get into Apple. It's going to have to be at VWAP. It's got a pretty clean trend going here, so you want to be buying dips, I think, if you're going to try and play this one to that upside. Oxy is still in, so for now, Occidental, I'm still into it, but I took some more out when it failed 73.50. I think 74.5 is the top. That's the top on the daily. I think that's where it's going to run into some trouble, so I wanted to make sure I paid some more out before it got there.
Yeah, you know what? We are going to lose on Meta. Meta just went into the 60s. We didn't take it again. We had an opportunity to get out of this name, but it is strong. Like, Meta's strong, so I do expect this one to take out that 165. No more getting into this. We've already got a piece out when it did dip back in, so Meta's going to take this. Any little move up in the market, and Meta will be gone. So you can see up 1.15, very strong relative to the market, so that's good. And as this market is not, first of all, it sucks again because we had 20 cents this time in the money for Docu. So maybe I will stick something at 63. Still thinking that we could fall back in a little bit. Meta just dropped a little bit more. We've been getting out of our Apple here. I still think like this 168.10 would be real nice. But again, this market's not really falling the way I thought it would. So let's just hold out hope that we can get some more. My best out on this is 22. We'll see if we can do it again down here near 22. That 50 period is 10. Then VWAP is flat, so hopefully that can come back in. And there comes Docu back to the downside. I'm just going to worry about DocuSign, really, man, and not worry at all about Meta, because I'm pretty sure Meta is going to take me out at 65. But let's go back. Oh, there it is. Nice little trade there. We got some fill on Docu, but we'll talk about that when we get back from Brendan, who's got a small cap recap, probably a name a lot of you are trading.
Hey guys, yeah, a few of them to discuss here this morning. iLag, we were just talking about right before the open. I was mentioning 340, this 340 support it was kind of sitting on as we were heading towards the open. I said, I want to see it show you that it wants to trade below that 340. Took a while, had to be a little bit patient with that. 360 was the top of that consolidation. Finally, starting to work a little bit here for iLag, trying to come back to the downside. MRIN was the other one. We were mentioning it was kind of quiet in the pre-market, not really doing anything. Gap down from where we ended aftermarket yesterday on that news. This was 210, so support was 210. Going into the open, bit of a flush down there to $2, so it was a tiny trade. But going back to sleep is MRIN, guys, brought to you by Crazino, free-to-play slot games available on Roku and Amazon Fire. Back over to you.
Thank you very much, Brendan. Just a couple of things here. I'm not ignoring INDO. INDO is like a lot of these oil names. Obviously, you had to move upside. I'm trading Oxy. But when it's these small cap ones, they are just supercharged when you get a move like this. And just keep in mind, the stock was at like $90 and when it really squoze back in March and then got down to $4. So in perspective, maybe it's not moving that much, but 40% cannot be ignored. It's even consolidating off of these highs and threatening to make another leg to the upside. I mean, the daily chart's ridiculous. There's almost no point me trying to show it to you. But if you look at the $9 break from a $7 consolidation, I mean, just evens up like $11. This is where it's pulling back in. So right now you're kind of going in these like $2 bands. If it tries to pull back, I want to see it not test that lower and try to hold maybe above 10 even, maybe like a 10.50. It's on the Amex there, but super strong name. I think Husa's also going as well. I can't even get a dip. Like Apple's not even dipping to be able to get into that one. But I did reload NEO.
Yes.
As it tried to break that 10.50. I said, no stops at 10.50. We're going to make sure we get that stop a little bit higher at that 10.60 level just because I don't want to get hunted. So it goes above. Immediately, size showed up at like 53, and now it's starting to come back in. Oddly enough, Intel never stopped me out either. So as strong as the market was, Intel didn't want to take out that high of the day. So that short is going to survive at least for now. I mean, if the market continues and ends up breaking these highs, I mean, Intel's probably going to stop me out at some point, but for now, it's still pretty good. I'll play this NEO back to VWAP. I'm going to be watching. If we get a deeper pullback on Tesla, I might cancel some bids on NEO down to get more aggressive with it, maybe down to that 18 level. But for now, the market is giving it back. There's a chance to get paid on some of the shorts that are still working. And if you like some of those longs, buy some dips. I'm looking at Apple off VWAP.
Yeah, I'm gonna just. I mean, Docu just continues to work, man. Yeah, buddy, here's a new name for y'all. Docu right now, a nice little trade for me on this one. As we are banking right now, man, down to the downside. Look at Meta now coming in. Let's go, Meta. How close was that, guys, to getting stopped out there on Meta? So, wow, beautiful pullback for you, Meta. Let's just wait to see where you go now. There it is. Woo, yeah, whoosh. Flush down on Docu, man. It's Floss Central right now as that name continues to work down. I said VWAP, or the 50 period, that's it right there. We got our 60 bid that we wanted to. So that just whooshed down and got us right there. Apple as well. Should have reloaded. We were sitting at the same spot. It didn't want to test us. It doesn't want any of this smoke. So 168.70, it backs away from that one. I'm waiting, Apple. Come back up there and we'll short again. But got some out on that side. And then, yeah, let's not celebrate too much on Meta. We were very, very close to getting stopped out. But hey, not stopped out is the key. 164 flat now for Meta. Let's sit there and get a piece out if we can, especially if this market pulls back in, man. We've got the shorts on board. Your boy, here we go. Docu, 50 cents in the money. Meta 60 cents in the money. Apple 40 cents. Let's see if it continues to work as we're going downside now. Meta right here, right now, we're looking to get a fill as we are right at the 50 period. Yes, there it is, man. As the market, let's go. Market tumbling now. The energy is in the building. Here we go to the downside. Docu, Meta, and Apple. Like I said, man, believe in the shorts and get paid. It's print time on these levels.
Yeah, and unbroken still, this 34.40. Sometimes it's just simpler. We made the mistake yesterday of, despite having a profitable trade on Micron to the short side, Intel was just the better short. End of story, it was better. Today it had the obvious breakdown on that daily chart. It's at 34.40. That's your previous low. Well, what do you think is the high of the day today? It's 34.40, 1, 2, 3, 4 times back into VWAP. I'm going to play where it's weak to that short side of the trade. I see a lot of things trending up, including Intel. This is the only name that I'm watching that isn't continuously making higher highs along with lower lows. So that's why I like it to that short side. Well, I mean, NEO is as well, but that's a bit of a different story because the EV names had some earnings in there. Brendo.
All of these little energy companies still going crazy. INDO, HUSA. Here's the latest. USG just popping up at day highs there on significant volume as well. Hasn't really gone as much. Was 10% at the high there for that one as well, guys.
All right. Yeah, look, I mean, I've talked about being very specific in how I'm trading. I'm loving this oil move. XOM up 4%. It's been fantastic. That's great for my account. Zoom, we've already been in and out of that, but that's back to 86. That's a good one as well. And then Macy, I mean, look at Docu. Like some of these shorts that we have on right now, I mean, Apple Meta right now just broke through 164. I don't know. I'm going to try to hold this in case this does flush. I mean, if it gets taken out at 165 now, then it just gets taken out there. We're going to try to hold some of these shorts that we have, including our Apple. Look where we just got printed on Apple as well, right there at the 50 period. So, I mean, we're doing fine. I'd like to see the market move a little more than this, but the NASDAQ is just broke back through 13,000 right now. My eyes are just going everywhere. I'm trying to find some more shorts, but I don't really want to short AMD or NVIDIA. I know Neil's on the chip names. Maybe we'll go over some of those.
Only Intel, man.
Yeah,
everything else stopped out at the
maybe
open.
Micron.
Oh, Micron maybe.
I don't know, some of those names. But yeah, I'm not really seeing anything that I really want to short right now. Maybe people talking about Twitter on there. Short Macy's, maybe we can look at that as well. But there goes Apple. I mean, I'm just really loving Apple right now on that short side. Do I need to pay for shorts for Macy's? This is up to 20 bucks. Nah, why would I have to do that? That's a pretty stupid question, actually. I mean, maybe it's okay. I don't know. That's 20.50 there. I'd rather just not short Macy's. I mean, it's straight to the upside right now, so that's not going to be a name for me either. Maybe we'll go over to Amazon and have a look, but NVIDIA, AMD still up more than 1% on AMD and 2% on NVIDIA. So some of these names pretty strong. There goes DocuSign, a short that sort of I pulled out of my you-know-what there. Downside, a nice little take at 50 as well. So DocuSign definitely working. I think I'm just going to chill until I find a great setup here. Maybe that Marin that you were in, Snapchat has news today. And look at Oxy, man, up 6.5%.
Maybe, I don't know, I'm thinking, someone mentioned Alibaba, and I'm like, oh, that's right. If Pinduoduo hit that high, I wanted to look at Alibaba short. So PDD makes that breakout at the high of the day. It couldn't go past 50 and then stops out. So PDD makes a top at 50 even. Then I like the short on Alibaba. That's what I said in my pre-market. Thank you so much for everyone that mentioned that one in the chat. That's why I love this community, man, because I like Alibaba shorts off of any weakness in Pinduoduo. Worked yesterday. It just made a high at 89.40. I'll work off that high and then work shorts in Baba. I am already short NEO, but I did want something else, and this does fit the bill. Oh, it's my favorite segment. One of my favorite. I like them all. But we've got our social sentiment at the big screen. Let's see what we're missing out on, because this should tell us. Brendo.
Yeah, an update for you guys on what everyone's talking about on social media so far today. AMC has regained its place at the bottom of the screen here, the biggest one to the downside so far. APE, yeah, back to the upside today after both were pretty negative by the end of the session. So just disregard this AX. It's just the format for preferred shares on the Icon platform. SPY back in positive territory, along with BBBY growing in size as well. Just means the more the More people are talking about it. Bed Bath & Beyond there. Mullen's on here. The Qs are positive. Tesla, DWAC, PRTY. I saw DWAC pop up earlier. It hasn't really done a lot of volume, but they joined Rumble. So DWAC, Truth Social, I should say, joined Rumble officially. So that was the move in DWAC this morning. There's Zoom. A lot of people mentioning Zoom this morning. Vinco Ventures on here, as it always is. And that VSGCT. It's kind of waiting for that to roll over today as well. Never happened. Still kind of crawling higher, guys. Back to you.
Ooh, roll over.
Ooh,
I haven't said roll over in a while.
Yeah, what is rolling over? You roll the dice on Meta, and that's a nice little dollar in the money. But like we say, still got to make some moves to the downside before we get filled. So I'm sitting at, I was waiting just at 50 there. After it made this move down, I wasn't back into it, but did I just get that fill? No, I did not. Now we're at 60, so hopefully this comes back in, fills us at 60, and then Meta will be $1.10 profit on shares that we were honestly like seconds away from getting stopped out. I mean, we had a little bit of a bump up through 165. Our stop was a little bit higher than that. But again, the short starts at 164.80, and then we were only going to give that about 30 cents. So now that we're in the money $1, we should probably think about taking some of that, but we already have. Docu, I don't know. The market is now below the 50 period, so this is why I'm like a little bit hesitant on getting out of any of these shorts. Let's see if they continue to work. Oh man, missing that Meta could wind up being a problem. One thing we didn't miss though was Apple. Apple went wait to 168. We got a 168.04 print. So, I mean, that's going to be a profitable name there on this last trade. So, good move to the downside. Obviously, we got out of way too much here at 50, but, nice move down in for Apple. So, we're going to work on trying to hold things a little bit more. That's obviously what we're doing. That's why we have multiple, like each one of these names is 60 cents in the money, with Meta now being 70. But, we waited a little bit too much for that Meta. We should have got out there at 50. That's my bad. Trade those even levels, guys.
I just wanted to go, a lot of people keep asking about Indo here. Yeah, it pulls all the way back into VWAP, which that's kind of what I was looking for. Like, does it hold above 10 even? But $12, like I said, like that 9, 11, the next level to me would be like 13. It's double topped here at about 11, well, topped at 11.50. And there's so much room for this to run. If you go in perspective, it squoze more. It's had bigger squeezes in this, not squoze more. It's had bigger squeezes in this, so it has a chance to continue to go. I keep checking Oxy because realistically, if Oxy's still going, then and oil is still going, then these have all kinds of runway, and I want to make sure we're respecting that. If we get a harsh reversal, I'm in it, so I'll know. But I want to be long in front of 10 even. I just wanted to see it bounce first. And once it made that bounce, I wanted to respect that. The other thing to keep in mind, like you're right on, whether it matters or not, you're right on the 200 period moving average and trying to break back above it. So there is some resistance on the daily chart right here on INDO for what it's worth, but it's more of a squeeze play than anything else. If it does get through that, I think we can retest these highs. But if it gets back below 10 even, I would look for another trade or be hunting for some shorts.
Yeah, so the market did break. I mean, this is why I keep saying, like,
I miss Apple somehow.
Trying to be as patient as possible. Yeah, Apple went. I mean, maybe I'll have to get out of that at 160. I'll put another bid down here. I still think the market goes lower. I'll put another bid at 20 just to take something out there on Apple again. But we already took the first piece out there at 13 when it went to not the first piece, but on that move down, we took a piece out there. So let's see if we can respect that a little bit more here on Apple. That, the 50 period is right there at 15, and then VWAP is at 168 flat. So we have both outs there. So all is well on the trade. It's just, would have liked to see that continue with the downside move. Docu kind of stopping now. So I feel like this is a name that I got to really look at here on Docu, just to get something out in the 60s one more time. If we're able to do that, that would be nice. Meta, again, we're waiting in the 60s for that fill to come back in. It just wicked down to 77. Would still like to get a print down here. So what you like doesn't mean what you're going to get. So hopefully we can still get that print on the downside for Meta. So, for Meta, that's another name. PayPal, maybe. I know you're on some of those Chinese names. I do like the Alibaba. And then just a quick look. I apologize because of what happened to me yesterday. I don't really want to look at AMC today. You can already see I'm missing data here in the pre-market where we were long at 1063 and then out up there. All good. There it is. Yes, sir. Money on Meta. Or no, that was that Docu or Meta? That was no. That was Meta we just got filled on, was it? Let me see quickly here. Oh no, that was Apple. Sorry. Apple just went down to the downside there and gave me that 20. Was really not expecting that one. So a good trade. Okay, so it's Meta that fell down there. Docu hopefully can get it to us here on a print in the 60s. That'd be nice to come through there. Nice little trade there on Docu. That just came out. But yeah, sorry guys, it was Apple that made that move back into 168 again. So yeah, bring this market down, baby, as we're starting to get filled on these shorts. Meta not filled yet. What? Bang, there's the fill on Meta. So we'll do the bang on that one as well, as we held some of these names. So right now we're going to be at the highest spot right now we've been at because these shorts are starting to come in. So far so good here. Good trades, man. And I know you guys are a lot of looking at oil right now as that's up 4%. Yeah, I apologize, man. My game are these big tech names, and so far so good.
I just got into INDO off of that off VWAP here. I said I'd give it to 10. I got the stop just beneath that $10 level. Obviously, it's trying to go. I am still in Occidental, but I haven't done anything since we trailed out of some of this. It's on the New York. Since I trailed out of some of this back over here at 72.80, now it is trending toward that high. So I think like I said, 74.40 is that high of the day on the all-time on the daily chart there. If it gets to that price I want all out, it might reject 74 even. If it does that, I'll slip a trail in, probably 73 3/4, something along those lines. Alibaba. I don't know why that's in my head. It's because it got said one time on the other show.
It did.
And now it's like I keep saying it. But Alibaba here, looking like it wants to make that charge. I have bids down to VWAP if it goes there. But if you look at previous day support, that's 89.75. That's where I'm looking for this little bit of a turn. As long as you're below 90, I'm going to be looking short on the stock. Right? I'm not thinking about any longs unless it's at the lows or breaking above 90 with the market taking out highs. And as long as Pinduoduo isn't going absolutely crazy. So I'm still looking for shorts below that price. It's doing a curl here, which does make me want to add to the short in Alibaba. So I'll look for that in a quick little second. I got stopped out at 1860 on NEO, but Bob is still respecting those levels. Here comes the next charge on Oxy. If this takes out the high and Indo doesn't make a move up, that's not a good sign for INDO. If we continue strength in the oil names, the energy names, and Indo doesn't go with it, then maybe Indo is done for the day, and I have to give up on that taking out the high again. It's not done yet, but that wouldn't be a good sign if this climbs higher and Indo doesn't go.
All right, yeah, no. All right, just trying to find some more names here, but I just looked at Apple right into this period. That's a 200 period on a 1 minute chart. Most people aren't crazy enough to trade off of a 1 minute chart, but your boy is. So we're going to do that. There it is right there. Another one right there. We go, oh my God. As Apple continues to work for us on the downside right now. Definitely printing out, man. Look at Meta to $1.40 now in the money on Meta as that continues down. And wow, how lucky that was not to get hit right there on Meta. Okay, anyways, we're still going to watch it out. Look at Bed Bath & Beyond touching 9 right now. So again, we don't have to be too fearful of halting on NASDAQ stocks, apparently. I should yell out to Greg.
NASDAQ's unaffected.
Okay, NASDAQ is unaffected. Okay.
I think AMC and APE just broke everything. That's
probably because Greg was mentioning all NYSE stocks, so maybe
yeah.
It is the .NY extension.
That's why Baba was messed up yesterday.
Yeah, okay, so good, okay. All right, so good to know that. That's why we're staying away from it. But Bed Bath & Beyond here again. Yesterday at the close was 9. So we've talked about playing off of key levels. Look where it bounces today, 10 basically off of yesterday's afternoon high. Now we're trying to test again yesterday's bottom. So watch out for Bed Bath & Beyond breaking back down. Just last week, man, we were going crazy on this name as it was 26, 27. You know the story. I mean, here's the chart. And now you're right back. I talked about this yesterday as far as loading up for a level. If you thought that you want to be one of those Jake Freemans and YOLO this thing, I mean, you're back down here to 9, right? And so what just got filled again? Man, are we on one here on some of these names today? Look at DocuSign, man. We liked it so nice. We hit it twice. And boom, to the downside goes DocuSign. Look, we have Docu $1 in the money, Meta $1.50 in the money, Apple $1 in the money. So we're going to go 3 for 3 on these names. And it was a good one. But the point what I was getting at there is watch out for AMC at 10 again, and watch out for Bed Bath & Beyond at that 9 as the markets look like they will. Ooh, Apple, yeah, buddy. As the markets look like they want to continue this downside move. Okay, yeah, I'm guessing top left is energy, but let's go over
If it's not, then there's something wrong with that.
Yeah, it could be bio. Biotech is pretty hot now, but I'm sure that's energy. Let's go over to Brendan and look at some sectors.
Split.
Hey guys, yeah, jumping off the board here is in fact the energy group. Big move back up in oil, obviously 3+%. What a swing over 2 days. I mean, we were down 3.5 at one point yesterday. So almost 7, call it, in 2 days here. Halliburton, top of the list. There's Oxy, 6.5, MRO. They're all here. Apache, Devon, Hess, XOM. Take your pick. 3.5 up through, 8% for Halliburton right now in positive territory. Consumer discretionary names is this group down here. All the travel names back to the upside. Retailers showing some strength as well outside of Home Depot's down 1.3. Dollar General, they're about 1% as well, but Best Buy, eBay leading the way to the upside for some of the retailers. This is the healthcare group. They've been very strong over the past week or so, giving some back today for both the equipment makers and pharmaceuticals. Tech stocks also in positive territory, but only just. So a little bit of a change here over the past couple of days. Same story with materials, if you remember some of them. Downside yesterday, back to the upside so far today. Real estate then, consumer staples, communication names. That's Twitter, the one that's jumping off the page there, 3.6% on that whistleblower report, if you will. CAT, GE, DE, and NDSN leading the way in the industrials group. They're also higher on the day, but the market is only just about 0.13 right now, guys. Back to you.
Only 0.3. Well, considering how it started, I would say that's pretty good. But we're rolling down the street, trading Indo, and not doing the thing that would end that sentence. So, although we could at some point. Indo making a bounce off of, I don't understand. Okay, yeah, fair enough. I guess that deserved the 420. Good job there, Lucas. Usually we reserve that for when I actually say $4.20. But Indo bouncing off VWAP here. I want to place them out in front of 11, get a few more shares out toward that high of the day. As it is making a nice little power move to the upside, that means Oxy's still going. It's going to test that high as well. Looking like there's strength, as you just saw, in the energy sector. That kind of goes without saying. If you haven't noticed there's strength in energy, well, I don't know what you've been paying attention to today. But I want to go back over to, if I can, in this little bit of a dip, Tesla. If you want to notice what else is relatively strong here, Tesla holding very nicely at some of these highs. Market is up 1/4 on the NASDAQ. Up almost 2% here is Tesla going into, obviously, the split later on this week, and we'll see that traded on Thursday. But Tesla's stupid strong. You can't even get a VWAP pullback on this thing. It looks like it's absolutely gonzo. If this pulls back into VWAP, then you know the shorts are really going to confirm and then drop it like it's you-know-what. Intel continues to hold. I got one further trade, so only 3 times we're able to catch it. It's been like 4 times it tested the top, but I've only been able to get it 3 separate times short. It's broken VWAP, now headed down toward that 34 level. It looks like on any market drop, this one has no chance. Westermeyer there, thank you for the super chat. Tesla 300 to 400 seems possible post-split. Well, look, I mean, first of all, it has to get to 900 before we can talk about 300, but maybe it gets there. The way it's trading today, it feels like it wants to get there. That 400, $1,200 was a big level on this, obviously. So I think that it makes some sense. Like, we got to 1,200, which is all the way back here. Like you saw at the beginning of the year, rejected 1,200 cold. So that would be that obvious level of resistance. I think 1,000 comes into play as well. Like, that's a psychological level. So it'll seem weird, but when $333 comes on Tesla post-split, you'll probably see me trade off of that level because it's a psychological one, to be sure. But right now, it's super strong. That 900 hasn't happened just yet, but the way it's trading, if the market goes higher, it's because Tesla wants to hit that 900.
All right, we're going to bid out. Yes, sir. There it is again. Hit the bangs again for us. As there goes Apple. We just took $1.10 on that name. We're going to hold a little bit for that. Hopefully swoosh down on Apple if that does come through. We've already identified the relative weakness. I mean, we have Apple on the sticky note there. We were initially trying to go long if it took 169, but it just I thought I was going to do that early, so then we switched over to the short. We've only been shorting Apple all day here, but still need to go down a little bit more if we're going to really bank on it. Meta, we took a nice out on that, and that's about it for me. And obviously Zoom is another name. Google's been strong today. So has PayPal. So have the chip names, man. I mean, AMD. Get out of here. Actually, I know you're short, Baba, or you are short, Baba, right?
Short, Baba.
Yeah,
it's going right to the high right now.
Yeah, I didn't want to. I kind of looking at it at that 90 break, but I don't know. I'm not sure about that one. Okay, so AMD here is bouncing around. Obviously, I'd like the names to go short side. I'm not short on AMD. We were long early, took some profit, then it dumped out on us, and we are down a cup of coffee on this name. But, you know, that 94, I still think this name is strong. It's triple the market today and bouncing right now. I'm not super committed to the shorts right now. I've been getting out. Like, we only have like 10, 20% left of all of these positions. We only have 20% left of DOCU, for example. So I'm not necessarily committed to cheering one way or the other on this market. So that makes me think right now of AMD longs right here. Like, this is where we really got excited, right? Obviously, that bottom, nice retracement back up. But the minute it took down this high of 93.30 right there where we got out, it took it went to 93.80, that's 50 cents, came back. Sure, you get some wicks down here to 93, but ultimately all of these candles sort of had a party around 93.30. So I'm thinking that that's a party I want to get invited to. So we're going to look at that here at 93.30 as it's coming back in. The market's below, though. This could also be a short here for AMD, but with only 13 minutes left, I'm really happy holding on to these. What's up, Star Child? You're hitting the Qs. You want the money, money, money for the Qs trade? You got it, bud. I think Star Child's female. You told me that last time. So there you go, man. You are welcome for all of that knowledge. And hey, look, you're the ones hitting the keys. I'm just glad Neil and myself, Brendan, Prad, Sharif's going to be in the building again here today. I'm just glad that...
Looking sharp.
What? Yeah, whatever. Your show's in 13 minutes, bro. But we're getting ready to get locked and loaded here. And what I was saying is that, you know, the education that I feel like we provide is, you know, our number one feature, I believe, anyways. So thank you, Star Child, for that. For sure. Great trade on the Qs. I said I'd add the market into my repertoire, but I just get so infatuated here with equity that sometimes I get a little sidetracked. So thanks for reminding me. I'll be back on the future side of things soon.
Just watch out for this INDO. It looks like it's putting in a lower high. It just got another leg out. It took out 11. It took out 11. I got some more shares off that VWAP bounce. If it pulls back here, I don't want to be reloading on VWAP if it puts a lower high, because that could absolutely crater. So I want to watch out for this. And Oxy also was coming back in. So at the same time, one of the strongest sectors out there. Oh, wait a minute. A second ago, Oxy had just rejected this high. I swear, before I started making that comment about oil and Indo, Oxy was rejecting that high. It pulled back into 73.5, and now it's right back toward that high. So that's how strong Oxy is. I look away for 2 seconds, and then it's breaking the high of the day. But I got to keep in mind on the daily chart, this is 74.5. That's that high that we hit back in May. That's where I think this is likely to stall out. So now that it's taken out 74, I'm going to put a trail to the previous high, 73 3/4. I pretty much said when I hit 74 I would do this, and then I'm going to have my order just locked and loaded, ready to get out if we fail that 74.50. So Oxy on the run. This should take Indo with it back toward that high of the day, but it's not exactly breaking or screaming past those highs. So not nearly as strong as it was before, unfortunately, on INDO. And EAR, by the way, I waited around a while for this, and it's like now it wants to come into 250. So I want to see this go sideways. It looks like the volume isn't bad. It's actually holding up. You guys can see that. Yeah, it's actually holding up pretty decently on the volume, but that's after it broke this 260. When I go to the higher time frame, this is what I'm looking at for EAR. The last couple of sessions, it's been breaking out from that 250 after holding a $2 level. So I want to see it hold that high, at least back to 240 before it can make a run at that $3 level. So EAR into it for the first time here today.
All right, I'm just getting my orders set up here for AMD because I just said let's go long 30. You heard me say that, and it gave it to you, but now it's at 55. So Yeah, mistake ridden there. Should have gone long. We will correct said mistake when it comes back again, back to 30. So we're going to sit there, take a fill at 40, take a fill at 30, and see if we can't get it. So that's what we'll be doing soon here, hopefully anyways, on this name. And we're going to go over to Brennan with Money Talks. But AMD, you are going to see me get into this right now at 93.41-ish. Then again in the 30s to get an average price. If the market keeps on pumping lower, we're here. We already have Docu and Meta and Apple, but I don't mind a long here in AMD as it's against the market on the upside today. So, all right, you know, we haven't looked at crypto yet. I hate Coinbase, so maybe we'll have to look at that, but let's go over to Brennan and see exactly what's up with Money Talks.
What's that?
Hey guys, yeah, busy day for currencies here once again. Opposite of what we've seen over the past 2 days. You can see the dollar index downside for the first time in about 4 or 5 days. That has the euro back to the upside today. Put the euro up on the daily chart here because we got below this multi-month low that we put in back in July, if you remember, the first time it dipped below parity. So we're going back 2 decades now. As far as these levels are concerned on the euro, got down to 99.1. We are higher, as I mentioned, though, today, 99.8 once again, 0.45 back to the upside. Canadian dollar back to the upside, back above 77 cents versus the dollar, but 0.5% here coming off a little bit. Some new home sales data not helping things at 10 o'clock this morning that came in a little bit light. 1 full percent for Australia. Same story down here for New Zealand. 1 full percent back to the upside. It is a positive day. For cryptos as well, Ethereum leading now 4% versus 2 for BTC, opposite from yesterday that we saw. Back over to you.
So I was just pointing something out because like there's a few stocks that we have pre-market action on where like there's a bunch of block prints at the close price. So you'll see like this wall here at 90, and this is a legitimate top on BABA here, but you'll see this like wall that didn't really happen. You go back to yesterday, we did close at 90 even. That's where you get all these sort of late prints that are sort of sitting in the chart there. As the market tries to bounce, this is now trying to fade off of that 90 level. If I look at the short that's not working, it's BABA that needs to come down. It's down, but it had that huge recovery when PDD made its big recovery, and then we worked into the Alibaba short, but not working just yet. INDO, the energy names, like really you just didn't, like the only long you probably needed today would have been in energy. And then I know there's a lot of other stocks that bounced and went strong off the open, but Indo, stupid strong, Oxy, stupid strong. I bet you I could pull up XOM or Chevron, and it'll be the same thing. Husa's probably doing the same thing Indo is. But you got to try to focus. I'm only focused on these two, but I can't ignore the fact that as Oxy continues to take out highs, Indo cannot seem to get through this high of the day. And I said that was the case, that I was going to get out in front of the high, and if it wants to make a break, just look for a quick breakout trade, scalp into $12, or play the dip buy, and then play these little pullbacks in here, and just look for less. Because I'm still into Oxy. I'm going to hang on to that one as we go to Brendan. What do you got, bud?
The latest low float IPO debut just opened. STBX. Halted already, guys. So a heads up on STBX. Again, a low float. I was just double checking on the float itself, but just opened right now.
All right, so the market just went to the downside here. We're probably going to get stopped out. We've averaged into AMD. We talked about the trade that we wanted here. I don't know. The market just dumped in, which was great. We got a great fill on Docu there, so that was good. Took that dollar again on that name, and now it's still moving down, but I'm just watching here AMD as there it is. We're going to get out of that. The market broke that 50 period and then just continues to make a move down. So, so far, the shorts just continue to print, man. There's Docu. I just talked about that. Now that's $1.20 now. In the money. Meta's now $2 in the money. Apple's big time in the money. So yeah, all of these names continue to print to the downside. I don't want to forget about AMD. Like, I know that the market's coming back in here. It's just, is this a permanent move down, or are we just kind of dancing here on some of these names? So we'll wait to see here what's happening. We are net short. We've talked about, I only have 3 shorts on, so we're printing now. It's fine. But I don't like to lose on that AMD trade there. Docu, wow. I'm really happy. I mean, I don't know where I pulled this name out of, but nicely done. I liked it at 61. Then when it ripped up, I
out of the printer?
Obviously liked the out of the Docu printer. That's a good one too. Yeah, so we're going to watch out for that. But Docu right now.
It's not that good.
That's pretty good. Down $1. I mean, we are really
I
making
just got
some.
bailed out on Baba.
Yeah, we're making some nice trades right now. Well, good. Yeah, I mean, the market's coming back in, so Alibaba as well. AMD, maybe one more try here at 93 flat. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I just got bailed out on Baba as that's coming back in. But there is one long that this move in the market, and I got to pull this up because we're about to turn. I have a bid that cancel first, talk later. I had a bid that I was about to take on Apple, and I'm like, I'm sitting on the bid as it breaks VWAP and trends down. But look what just happened. The Nasdaq's about to go red on the session.
Yeah.
So when that's the case, I don't need to be just sitting on top of a bid. If I still like the long on Apple in front of the low of the day, these wicks, man, in front of the low of the day, I can wait for it to make a base. Let it come in. If it consolidates, great, and then we can work along instead of just standing in front of the moving freight train as this market tries to come back to the downside there. Oh, I do have a long that's not Oxy and Energy. It is that EAR name, by the way. So EAR did come back into that 250 area. Just very quickly, it's now starting to consolidate, so I did add a little bit here. If it gets below 240, I'm out of it. I want to play this back into VWAP. Good level on the higher time frame. It looks like it's pulling it out of thin air in the 3-minute, but the 15-minute does show a nice little previous resistance turning into support here on EAR.
All right, this is going to be pretty sweet, man, if we can end the day like this. All right, so AMD right now, we're going to end the day at our highest spot we've been at all show. Hopefully. AMD, we did get that 93 fill there, 93.04. So you can see we're long at 93.05 here on AMD. And look, if it drops below 93, it's like I said, I'm not trying to hold on to anything here. This is not a big move down. I mean, the NASDAQ just turned red, but this is, it breaks through, but we don't get out. A little bit lower than that, and we will. But right now, AMD does that swoosh move, man. This is down $1 in 5 minutes. Right now. So, it's all good. We're at $3 in the money now on Meta, so that's a pretty good trade. But it looks like AMD right now has lots of room here. So let's continue to trade this name. We're now long AMD, 93.05. This is like the only name I've been long today. We were long AMD there and then long AMD again. So hopefully this one can print. Just resisted a 93. Let's see if this market can retrace back to the upside right now. But hey, we've traded a few of these names today, earnings plays. So let's check out which plays are there for tomorrow, Brendo.
Yeah, more in retail land coming tonight, guys, after the close, but not too much to look at on the earnings board.
Neil's looking at that halt and saying, is it right? And I believe it is. Brendan brought that before. Okay.
Nordstrom's.
Yeah, okay. So, I mean, Urban Outfitters, a few more. Look, we saw what Macy's did today and just went straight upside.
I think
there.
Nordstrom's is more short.
You mentioned the banks. I didn't even check out the Canadian banks today because there's another one tomorrow with RBC. I think it was Scotia or something today. Petco's been a mover. There's a lot. What I would basically do if I were you would be just the same kind of thing. We'll be back at 2 o'clock, so make sure you join us then. But also check the short interest on some of those names. That
Nordstrom's is big.
Yeah, that play could still happen. Yes. Look at AMD back up to the upside. Anyways, what I'm getting at is that play could still happen. The short squeeze into some of those bad names. Retail has been pretty strong. You saw Macy's today. And there was one other name. Was it? Anyways, we'll get that for you again. But I'm just focusing on some of these shorts that we currently have on with only 2 minutes to go. So Docu printing at its lowest spot here since its initial dump. So that's going to be, I don't know whether that's a trade of the day or not, but we picked a high of that. That's going to be a good one. Probably not. Doesn't trend well. There's AMD. Trying to hit this. We're in a money-making position right now. Meta is at the low of the day. We have that short. How lucky was that not to get stopped out up there? Really lucky is the answer. And then Apple, yes, sir. This name is the money name because, we make money moves. So there goes Apple back down into the downside. Shout out to Cardi B on that one because here we go back down to the downside. 167, baby.
Yeah, my friends and I had a challenge one time. It's like, how far into that song could you actually listen to? I couldn't get very far. That's a pretty terrible song. But Oxy, if you needed a long, it had to be like energy is what's sustaining these moves. The market pulls back after looking like it wanted to go upside, but energy right at the highs. Oxy's up 8% and just went to that level on the daily. It was a double top breakout at 72.50. We did like the dip buy, but we never got the dip buy to 69. It just didn't happen. The breakout was the next trade. It goes all the way to that high on the daily that we looked at for a target. So that one works pretty well. I have to go back to Indo just to show you how strong that's been. But I got out of Indo shy of the high of the day because as Oxy continued higher and energy and oil continued to show strength, Indo started to run out of steam. So it's up 40%, but so far I have to. It should have broken that high of the day, and when it did not do that, I said I'd get out of the trade. I'm all out of INDO. No more energy names for me. I'm not looking for shorts, but they've been a fantastic long. We'll see what happens in the middle of the day here. Got Intel and BOBA to the short side. Intel, I'm going to be in Intel all day long if it's below 34.40, and I'll be short Intel tomorrow below that same price as we head over to both Sharif and Trader Prad as well. Go get him on the midday.
I see that message, yeah, we're just singing the whole Cardi B song here that Neil loves. I know Neil's just lying about not liking that song. He probably raps about it. Raps the whole song on his way home every day. Bloody shoes, bloody moves. Listen, that's what we're doing today. We got the bloody red bottoms on our feet. We're rocking on these, we're making these bloody moves. Sadly, market turning red, but that means Trader Prad, Bear Prad in action once again. We got a couple positions on board. I know it says no positions, but here, let me fix that for you real quick by taking a profit. Hey, there we go. I don't even have to do it. One of my positions, Lee Auto, just kicked into a profit target for me. I'll show you my best trade of the day and my worst trade of the day. And then also, I should have started off with, hey, I'm your host, Trader Prad. And we got the wonderful Sharif back in the seat. Sharif's rocking loaded. People? We're going to have Sharif today, and I believe we're going to have Tony later on. So lots of fun, lots of moves for us to cover. Here's Twitter. I was actually looking for an opportunity to trade some stocks on the downside. I get a push notification on my phone saying Twitter insider whistleblowing coming out, talking about how they are dealing with privacy data in a wrong way. So as soon as I saw that push notification, I pulled up Twitter. I saw Twitter was close to $42. I pushed some size into it. Instantly, the stock started working out for me. We're in the money about 86 cents right now. I have, not much size left, so I'm just going to hold this size for the end of the day, see where this one goes to for me. But as soon as I saw that push notification, I punched into my trade, and I gave it that risk of extra 10 cents to the upside. Didn't have to worry about this trade at all. And here's my worst trade of the day. Every time that the NASDAQ would clear the 13K level, I would punch long on 4160 on the S&P 500, and I would try to get a nice little long on the futures. Clearly, I was wrong on the futures long side today. Futures now turning back to the downside. I'm actually stopped out on the futures now, but thankfully, I've already banked enough money that I've lost on futures on Twitter alone. So all these other stocks that I'm making money on right now, such as Snapchat or even Lee Auto, they're just bonus money for myself to now pocket for myself and keep my day green. And thank you to Twitter for that trade that I get to flip my day around with that.
What's up, people? It's good to be back. Had to take a day off yesterday. Was feeling a little bit under the weather. My voice is a little hoarse, so if it crackles in and out again, it's just my recovery. So we just got wicked out of our INDO trade there. It's an Amex stock, by the way, people. We had that if it broke 1080, we were going to get out. Looks like someone was short stop hunting there because right when it broke the 1080 level, it rocketed right back up to now we're at 1115 or so, and we're looking to test day highs. If we're looking at the chart here, especially on the 1 minute, you can definitely see a double top with the highest wick being at 1154, and then the other wick later on at 1142. So descending highs, but here we go. We're going to break that level. It's just got a lot of power going into the break of the day's highs. Perhaps we'll try to chase it. I don't know if it's a good idea to chase it here, especially the way we've been trading all day today, which has been poopy, very, very poopy. And just as we say that, from that 1180 wick, it goes right back down 50 cents into that 1130 level and even below. So we're We're a little scared of this one, I'll tell you the truth. I don't know if I'm going to punch into this one unless I see some stability. Otherwise, let's see what we're also looking at. We're looking at Oxy. This was my plan to take Oxy right at 9:30. It was a continuation play from yesterday. I had it written down on my notes. Didn't take it, got occupied by other things, you know, because I had lost a lot of money on those ones, so kudos to me. Yeah, right off the bell, we got that 69 level in the pre-market. It's at the 74.50 level now, and it really hasn't looked back. A couple of red candles here and there on the 1 minute chart, but definitely higher lows and higher highs. So we'll definitely keep Oxy on watch for later. We were also looking at another couple of interesting plays, earnings plays. We were looking at Zoom and we were looking at Dick's Sporting Goods. Those ones didn't work out for us either. We had the right idea on those, but wrong timing. So today is a poopy day for us, and hopefully coming on the show will change the look a little bit, Brad.
Yeah, I'm watching INDO. You know, you're talking about Oxy, INDO. I think the catalyst was Saudi coming out and saying something along the words of production. I saw the article in the morning. I also heard it from my Alexa briefing. But I'll be honest, I kind of am drawing a blank on exactly what the catalyst was. But the catalyst was to the north side, so you're watching all the energy sectors launch up to the positive direction. INDO up 48%. Oxy launching back towards those 72, 74 areas that I was talking about 3 days ago or 2 days ago when the Warren Buffett catalyst came into play. It was last Friday, actually, so 2 days ago. Man, still trading above 74 OXY. So Papa Buffett, who's invested in it, is for sure loving his position at the moment. I tried a long on Oxy. I took the 73 break, got stopped out when it came back through under 73.89 is where I had my stop. So I took my 10-cent hit on Oxy. I guess I should have given it a little bit more wiggle room because it did manage to go to 74 later on in the day. Man, what a crazy move for energy stocks in general. I want to head to Li Auto. So I believe Li Auto's negative catalyst movement in there today is mainly because of XPEV. XPEV coming out with the bad earnings report, even or the company name XPeng, the ticker XPEV, fell by 4.9% in pre-market. Talking about having wider loss than expected for the quarter. And that brought down along with the NIO and Li Auto. NIO, I caught some shorts. Eventually, I saw the buying on the tape come in around VWAP, so I said, nope, I'm not going to step in front of this buying anymore. Going to take my profits, run away from this trade. A little bit of that, I wish I did that on Li Auto or a little bit earlier. Actually, that wasn't Li Auto. That was on XPEV. So I wish I did that a little bit earlier on XPEV over here as I got chopped up trying to re-enter on the short. I should have just stopped trying to constantly get back into the short side. If NIO is going to not go down, then XPEV, which most of the time just sympathy trades follows NIO, most likely not going to go down also. Thankfully though, Li Auto today has been a little bit of a cleaner trade. It has been popping up on my scanner a little bit more than XPEV and NIO, so this trade has been better for me.
Of course.
But let me just get out of this trade, honestly, because NIO and XPEV over there look like they wanted to go to the north side. Li Auto over here is bouncing above VWAP. We know Pinduoduo is a very strong stock today for the north direction. It was also strong yesterday. If you look at yesterday's move on PDD, straight green towards $50. Today we moved towards 50, actually managed to break 50. Currently we're trying to see if we can find a base around 50 or 49.50. I think we'll be able to find a base around 49.50 for Pinduoduo off of their positive catalyst.
Yeah, the interesting analysis there. We're still looking at the INDO trade, still holding at high days. But we're thinking maybe there's going to be a 12 break here soon. The volume's not letting up. I definitely see it on the tape and on the level too. It would have been awesome if we had not been stopped out of our position. We were initially in at 11.03, and we had our stop right at the 50-day moving average at that 1070, 1080-ish, 1075 level, and then it spiked and rocketed right up to that 1180 level. I'm wondering if a good idea would be to wait for it until maybe it dips back towards that 11, but it may run without us. You know what we're going to do? We're going to put an order here right for that 11 spot. And we're gonna see what we're gonna maybe put 11.05 just in case it doesn't come all the way down to 11. So we'll leave that one there, and if it triggers, it triggers. Let's have a look at the daily chart for INDO so we can have an idea of what kind of levels to expect going forward. So let's see here. If we zoom in a bit, so we can get some decent levelage. So that 12 is definitely the main level we're looking at here. And then there will be the 1325-ish or so level going back to the 8th of June. So, you know, a couple of months back. So that'll be an interesting level to have in our mind, 13.25. Let's go back into the minute chart here to have a look at what it's doing. Yeah, it's continuing to move towards that $12 level. We're gonna keep our order there for the $11 because you know, as you can see, it can move $1.50 within a heartbeat. So there's a good chance we get triggered in there. Going back to the Oxy trade, especially the one that Brad was looking at, looked like we had a 5-minute pullback pattern here, and now we were going to make new highs. If we make a new high here, it would be around the 74.50-ish level. So that would be an interesting long at that level, but then that causes the concern of taking it at day's highs. Maybe we'll actually take a quick entry into Oxy here, and we'll have a stop at the 50-day moving average, which is 73.60 at currently. So let's go ahead and take a long into Oxy here, and we're going to get probably filled at that 74.11 area, and there we go, we're long. So we'll give that in and around to that 73.60, 73.55 area, and we'll see how that one works out for us. Going back to INDO here, INDO, yeah, still hovering in and around the high of days, around the $11.60 level. So you know what, we're just going to leave that one for a minute, and when we get triggered, we'll get notified, and then we'll go back and have a look at that. Another trade that I took this morning was an interesting JD trade right off the bell. It actually made a bit of a V pattern. Let me pull up JD here. 1 second. It is a NASDAQ stock, I believe. Yes, JD is a NASDAQ stock. Let's have a look at the JD trade that I took earlier. This was I didn't take it right off the bell. I actually took it halfway through here, and I actually got bottom wick. The only good trade that I had this morning, far and away. And then it's been basically pulling back and pulling up, since that red move right off the bell, and it's actually made day's highs, going up as high as 57.40. So we're looking for JD to continue perhaps into the afternoon. I think it was a sympathy play moving with the Chinese ADRs because I didn't really see any negative catalyst for that one, but I could be wrong. Brad, what are you looking at, DRE?
It's the DRE, baby. You know, Dr. Dre in the house. Actually just came up on my scanner, wanted to see what the stock is, what it's doing. Not enough volume for me to be involved in, I'm going to be honest with that. What's the relative volume for DRE? 0.97. Yeah, we're going to walk away from this trade. I just took some profits on Snapchat. Snapchat has been pretty successful to me on the lower day break. If you pull up Snapchat on the daily, yesterday's low, 1086. So I took the 1089 short, I believe, what's my average price? No, my average price is 1086. I took the 1086 short, gave it the break of 1090 to the upside. That break never really happened, and taking profits all the way down. 12 cents in the money on Snapchat. I know 12 cents doesn't really sound too big, but for a $10 stock, 12 cents, you take some size, give it a couple cents of risk, and you make those same amount of risk units back in the reward area. You take that opportunity. Currently also looking at PLD, my brand new position, getting in on a lower day break. And if you look at it on the daily over here on PLD, I like how we're in previous resistance slash support areas. If the stock was to continue its descent that it's been doing for the past week or so, I think we could see this level breaking and pushing it a little bit more to the downside, maybe 123, maybe 125 at some point today. So PLD.NQ took that short at the 129 break, got filled at 128.82, I believe. Yeah, 122.82. Giving it that risk a little bit past 129. Let's see if we can get stopped out. If we do, no problem. You know, we're cutting down our size. It's a stock we've never traded before. It's in resistances or previous resistances, also previous support, which could act as a support this time around on the way down towards 128.60. Notice how the low of day is exactly 128.60, where that line is. So 128.65 is where this line is drawn all the way from May of 2022. You could have used that break as your entry, or you could have used this break as your entry for a profit target of 40 cents. Either way, we're bouncing off of that support resistance area. Let's see if we can get that retest off that area so we can break it. If we don't break it, then most likely coming back through right here on 129 and stopping me out should be PLD. Looking at a couple other positions, maybe that can give us some trades on. I'm looking at Oxy once again popping up on the scanners over here, getting ready to continue going to the north side. Looks like INDO, Oxy, energy sectors are having fun again, and looks like Sharif's doing a little belly dance over here. Sean, you want to put the belly dance emoji on? We actually have a belly dance emoji, but
it's all good.
It's on his
It's
board,
all good. I'm doing the little belly dance because I took a nice little trade on Oxy there. I'll be like, you know, kind of to bring me back in from my misery from this morning. Yeah, nice long off a little bit higher than 74, about that 74.05 level. We took our first profit right there at the 74.28 and again at 74.35. And then we got top wick here right at 74.60 or so. So now it's pulling back on a little 1 minute pullback. We won't let it go against us. Anything below that 74.05, 74 level, we're gonna cut it loose. We've taken out about 75% of the position so far. We have about a quarter left. We're looking for that, you know, ideally that push towards 75, but Oxy is one of those wavy ones. It'll make you sweat before it reaches where it wants to go eventually. Again, this is one we were looking at. Brad and I were looking at this last week. I believe we gave this to you guys on Friday when the news broke about Uncle Warren expanding his potential ownership into that 50% range. So this is just a continuation of that. How did Oxy play yesterday, Brad? I mean, I wasn't here.
It came down a little bit, but didn't really look too weak to me. So I was just waiting for an opportunity like today to go long, but I had that long and I just fumbled it.
Yeah, I hear you. Well, that just sounds like my entire morning. But yeah, no, Oxy's good, so we're going to wait on that 25% that we've got left here. But look at INDO. It's just going without us, you know, and that's just the chance of that we took when we set up a dip trade here. Perhaps we misread our levels, and I think I did misread my levels a little bit. And here's what I mean by that. Look at that 1130 to 1145 area on the chart. This is clearly, you know, a support area in and around this area, and it did wick into that area. So instead of taking the $11 break, we should have been looking in and around this area, the 1130 to the 1140 as the support area to take for another long. So that's a mistake on my part. Having looked at that in hindsight, this probably would have been the better support area to take that long. But now look at that. It's breaking 12 and a quarter. And this may go easily to 13. We identified another resistance level on the daily chart on INDO of being 13 and a quarter, 13.25 or so. So definitely have an eye out for that one. I don't personally want to chase it, just given the day that I've had. I don't feel comfortable. I don't have the confidence nor the conviction. So I'm going to watch this one go. And let's have a look at our Oxy trade here. Yeah, pulling back into that 74 and a quarter level. So we'll continue allow that one to work. And as I say that, the INDO trade pulling back almost into that 12 level. I wonder if 12 will be an interesting support level to take off. But if not, we definitely have one at that 1180. I want to say 1180 to that 1170 level there. That's an interesting support level, having been the top wick here before the breakout of that level. Brad?
Zoom finally pushing to the downside now. I actually had a short on Zoom by the break of VWAP and $85 level. Saw some buying coming in, so I instantly got out. I'll be honest, that trade was actually out of the money, 50 cents on that very same candle, on that 5-minute candle. So when it pushed back down and gave me the opportunity to get out for a flat trade, I got out for a flat trade, didn't want to hold it. That was the smartest thing I could have done on the stock for that moment, as it pushes right back to the high of day, creates a new high of day in pre-market highs, and then gives you the opportunity to really go shorts around the 50 period EMA on the 5-minute chart. now pushing to the downside, breaking the low a day, creating new lows is ZM.NQ, Zoom, the catalyst behind it. Negative earnings report. They said they were having issues. I mean, I don't know why they would have issues. They're such a great company, right, guys? But yeah, they're having issues bringing in new subscription, new users. The enterprise systems are still out there, obviously, because they got scammed into paying that prices already. So what are the enterprises going to do? They're not going to go out there and create a whole new payment plan with Microsoft Teams or whatever. They're just going to continue renewing their subscription. Look, you know how many subscriptions I have that I don't even know I'm paying for, and I'm too lazy to find out my login and go save myself that extra $5.99 on that? So I know there's a lot of companies out there doing the same thing, just getting scammed into paying subscriptions. And Zoom took advantage of that during COVID era. Eventually, they got slapped down a little bit like they deserve to be. And now coming back down towards $83 or even 70s, 60s is where I'm expecting Zoom to go down to. Eventually, man, once Microsoft Teams and Google and Discord actually come out there with the boxing gloves to fight Zoom, Zoom doesn't have a fighting chance. They're going to get Mike Tyson upon. They're going to get their ears chewed upon. It's going to happen.
You know, I couldn't agree more. But you know what I heard in the news the other day are the Apple employees who are quite disgruntled of
working, go back home?
going back to work. And so, you know, Apple, you know, being the catalyst or the leader in many different industries, who knows if that'll catch on and whether Zoom will continue to be a force going in even past the pandemic era. I mean, I don't personally like it. They say that. What?
It's going to be a virtual headset, bud.
I know. Yeah, you know, that's actually an interesting perspective. I didn't even think about that. The metaverse now being like for work as well, not just play or whatever they're interested in doing with it. No, but I just feel like, you know, the argument that the Apple employees made with respect to being more productive at home, if that's going to hold water or not. Because if they are actually more productive, then why would you force them back into the office unless it's just so that you can monitor them? Or, you know, I mean, I don't get it. I haven't worked in an office of that sort, so I'm not really too sure. Let's go back to our Oxy trade. Hey, we're continuing to make days highs here. So we're well in the money on this one. We're about 60 cents or so in the money. We're going to let this one work because I don't see anything showing me that it's switching trends. It's continuing. It's not even consolidating. It's continuing to make new highs. If I was to exit out here, I'd get top wick, but I'm not going to. I'm going to let it. I'm ideally wanting it to go to 75. You know what I'll do? I'll put a stop order for anything a little bit below 75. I'm going to put it for 74.90. Let's put that 74.90, and that will be our sell for 74, and then we'll give it to like 92 in case it goes back. So now we have that order set up. We don't need to keep checking on it. Going back to Indo, I'm going to take a little bit more of a chance on this one. So in this level right here, that 1180 level, I see that as support for this particular movement right here. So I'm going to take a long, hoping that will act as a support level. If not, the out here would have to be the 1140. So sadly, I'll have to give this one about 40 cents worth of room. That means if I want a 2-to-1 profit ratio, I'll need to at least get to so that's 40 cents. So I'll have to have at least $12.60. So that I'll have to make a new high for that to be a good rule follower there of a 2-to-1 profit target ratio thingamajig. Going up back to Oxy, continuing to make new highs. We're going to leave this one, and we're going to check in on Prad. What he's looking at SDBX.
Yeah, I'm looking at SDBX. People in chat keep putting that in the chat. So obviously we're gonna pull it up. We're gonna take a look at it, and just from the looks at it, I just don't want to look at it anymore. Like, are we really doing this again? Is there another stock doing this?
Oh my goodness!
Like, what a joke! Like, is this a brand new IPO? Looks like it is. It just recently started trading at 11 or 10ish or whatever. Halted off the open, ripped up to the north side.
It's up
so obviously we gotta. Sorry?
900%?
I mean, it's because the close is not really an accurate number because it's an IPO, right? So it's not up 900%. But let's see if it's a recent IPO. It is. It's called Starbucks Group Holdings. Supposed to IPO at $4 with 5 million share offering so far, but the offer amount of 20 million dollars. Clearly, $4 opening opens at $26 and runs up to $46.50. Now halting on the way down at 36. I'm not going to take a trade on this. This is going to be ridiculous. I'm not going to lose my money by doing something stupid on this. I'll gladly cover it for you guys, but I would urge you to, maybe think about it in the same way. It's very easy for you to make a ton of money, but it's very easy to also lose that same amount of money in this position fairly quickly. So I'm just going to be a little hands off and probably cover some stocks that actually have a catalyst behind it and a reason to trade them. For example, Warner Brothers and Discovery had nearly 10 million viewers. I'm not sure if you watched the new series over there, Neil. House of Dragons? Not yet. Yeah, I haven't seen it yet. HBO Max. So I'll probably wait for all of them to come out so I can binge it. I'm one of those bingers. I'll just watch it all together. I don't like to wait for episodes. That's a little bit annoying for me. But the Warner Brother catching a little bit of a positive catalyst off of that. Look, 10 million views is not easy, right? We would love to get 10 million views one day. So let's get that like button going. Let's get that subscribe button going. So Warner Brothers coming out with that Game of Thrones prequel, House of Dragons, something that I am for sure going to watch. Taking a catalyst off that, bringing in some good amount of volume. Let's go see what the relative volume for the stock even is at the moment. WBD, relative volume 1.22. Anytime it's over 1, it's doing good. Anytime it's over 2, it's absolutely in play. I recently got into Dollar General based off of my scanner alerting me that the stock was going a little weaker to the downside. So I punched in short. I'm giving it that wiggle room a little bit. I don't really have much room for my stop, honestly. So I could get stopped out over here. If I don't, I will be very happy, which means that I have my stop out at the right area so I can take advantage of said position. Snapchat at the moment trying to push back down as the NASDAQ rejects VWAP and the S&P 500 also rejects VWAP. Let's see if we can take advantage of Snapchat pushing back down. 80 cents in the money on Twitter. 20 cents in the money on Snapchat and 17 cents out of the money on Dollar General.
Excellent. Yeah. So we actually got our levels right finally for once today. On INDO, we got bottom wick because we identified that level, that 1180 level, as a support level, and we're out. So, we should have taken more, but it's okay. So as you see here, guys, we got filled at 1184. And we took first out at 12.10, second out 12.15, and third out at that 12.27 level. So nice little trade there. We went in with some good size. So yeah, I'm pretty happy the fact that I was able to actually scalp a little bit off this, given that I had I got merked a little bit on here when we took the long at 11.02, and then we got shaken out before it spiked up right at that 50 level EMA. So we made back what we lost on that. Let's have a look. Yeah, now we're positive on that, thankfully. We're still holding our Oxy long. We're hoping for that going into 75 break. It seems to be pulling back a little bit here. Again, we're not going to let anything, we're not going to take any negative hits on this. So if it hits that 74.05 level, we're going to be out. Other than that, let's have a look at the STBX thing. This is like a nice little halt fest here. It's I think it's still halted, so we'll come back to that one in a little bit. Moving back to INDO. Yes, there we go. So yeah, as I anticipated, I got out too soon from this trade, but that's just the price I pay for getting into these more volatile stocks. I don't trust myself, and I don't trust them equally as much. So I scalp out as quickly as I can, especially when I see that there's enough profit taking. But yeah, very happy with that 1180 level that we got the long off, Brad.
Square at the moment trying to take out the low of day. I have an order to get in on the break of 71.50. Let's see if we can catch that fill, take that entry on the break of this. Come on, give me that break. Let me see that break happening. Let me get that fill going in over there. Bang, there we go. We're finally into that trade. Now we throw our stop out. So Square trying to extend the losses on it today, already down 2%. The market pushing down is going to maybe add some extra pressure on SQ over here. Block, as some of you may know it, ever since the name change on the company, but not the ticker change. Not sure if that was the right call by Mr. Jack over there, but you know, it's his call, whatever he wants to do. We just click keys over here. As my Discord title says, just an ape who punches keys, right? So that's basically all I am. I just punch keys and have fun and watch where the positions go to. Instantly in the money and pushing to the downside because it has a relative weakness in it, a relative pressure to the downside. When the market's coming down, I generally want to look for stocks that are going down. I don't really care about stocks that are going up. I mean, there are positions that are going up, but they're not going to have that much oomph in it to do so. For example, Pinduoduo today was looking for a long entry on Pinduoduo multiple times, but because the market looked weak, I just completely left it off the table. If the market was on the green side instead, I would have absolutely smashed some longs on this position and probably either got some profit on it or hopefully, you know, and break even. But yeah, so far today, no real longs on my board. I had that futures long that you guys saw, didn't really work out for me. I also tried to take that long on the QQQ side, didn't work out for me. So at the end of the day, I figured, hey, no longs are working, go short.
Interesting, yeah, I like that PDD trade. I had an early short on that, but you know, it wasn't enough to make up for our other clumsy trading. Looking at Oxy here, I got stopped out right at, like I told you guys, I would not allow this one to go against me. We took 3 quarters out, and that last quarter we got break even on. But now I'm starting to actually consider taking a short here. If you guys look, this is the red line on my chart here. That's a 50 EMA, and it held the 50 EMA all the way from the 9:30 bell. Even at this little dip here around that 11:05, 11:10 area AM. And now if it closes, and I think it did actually, there's a 1 minute candle that's closed below the 50 EMA. This may be an interesting area to go short. The question is, how far is it going to go and where should we have our profit targets? One line stands out to me here, which is at that 72.20 level, and that's a 200 EMA, but that's $1.70 or so away from where it's currently, $1.50 or so away from where it's currently trading. But yeah, that short off the break of the EMA here seems like an interesting trade, and I don't know why I'm not taking it, but we'll come back to that one after we come back from Brendan, who is at the big board.
11:30 Eastern, that means it's the close of the European session right now. So let's get you an update on how European markets wrapped up the day. England, top of the list here in London, 0.64 to the downside. Germany in negative territory, 0.18, 0.3 there for France. Italy back in positive territory. We saw the first look around 9 o'clock our time this morning. It was the only one that was positive. Finishes the day that way. Spain, Sweden then 0.74, 0.5%. Swiss market 1.2 and 2.4 for Turkey there in positive territory as well. One of the biggest decliners in London, even though the market was positive on the day, AstraZeneca, yeah, their primary listing over in London, AZN.LO, down 2% plus here on heavy volume today as well, guys. Back over to you.
I'm just trying to find the contract for the crude futures over here as CL/VU22 NM. Sweet, thank you, Sean. Yeah, so here's the crude futures contract, CL/V22V for Victor. Coming to the downside, $93 area could be, we could maybe find support in the 93, 92, 90 area, maybe even the VWAP area. So Oxy's coming back down, and Sharif was asking, you know, what do you think about a possible short? So I was looking at other variables such as what is XLE, the ETF, doing? XLE, the ETF coming down towards $82 where VWAP is, and the crude future CL/V22 NM also pushing down, but above the VWAP area and above the 50-period EMA. So if anything, I think Oxy is looking like a beautiful dip buy area, honestly, as it pushes to the downside. Why is my chart looking way different? Oh, that's because you're on the 1 minute, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I honestly, this just looks like a dip buy to me than
really?
Anything, if you ask me.
Okay, no, I respect that. I mean, probably we have different objectives, seeing that as I scalp a lot more and you hold a lot more. So
Right.
if I had taken that 50 break, the 50 EMA break at, give or take that 74, I would have been 30, 40 cents, maybe even bottom wick there is at 40, maybe 60 cents in the money, and I would have probably been out, to be honest with you, given the day I've had. So yeah, we'll continue to keep Oxy on watch. We don't have to be first. If anything, it's got plenty of room to move down. It's up 6.8% on the day, and the opening print was in and around that 70 area. Top wick was almost 75. So, plenty of room upsides, plenty of room downside. We'll keep an eye on that. Let's move back to our Indo trade. Yeah, so we got out too early on that Indo trade. We're going to keep kicking ourselves for that. Top wick is about 1280 or so. Now making a move back down into what we identified earlier as a support level in and around that 1180. Let's see how it acts around that level. Perhaps if it breaks it, we'll look for a short. We'll have to see the price action and the tape at that particular time. But those are definitely the two that we're watching continuing to the afternoon. I just feel more comfortable with them, and I've been trading them most of the morning, so therefore we're going to continue to watch them. Let's look at some of the other stocks that I've been watching on the day. I've also been watching Macy's. Macy's had an excellent move right out of the open, making top wick at that $20.25. Let's pull up Macy's chart here so you guys can follow along. Macy's is a New York stock. There we go. So making top wick at that $12.25 area. Now it's holding above VWAP, and I do like that for perhaps an afternoon move into the high of day breaks. I've talked about this all the time, the VWAP hold high of day. Usually I would like to reserve that kind of trade for low float stocks, but with Macy's here, we may have that kind of play, that kind of move in play as well. So Macy's was an interesting move. Let's see what else. Zoom continuing to make a downward move, making bottom wick at that 82.44 level, and now spiking up almost $1, up 83.22. Let's have a look at Zoom. Zoom is a NASDAQ stock, correct? Yeah, so let's just fix this here, Zoom, and then on the NQ, let's have a look at what I was just talking about. Yeah, so 82.44 was a bottom wick, and then just boom, a whole bunch of buying started coming in. This may be an interesting area whether to take a short off of, any pop-ups, for example. I'm going to leave that one for now. We'll continue to have a look at it. Ape making another aggressive move upward. Ape is a New York stock. Consolidated around that 680 area and then just shot through VWAP. Now we're at that 706. We made top wick at 710. So Ape, we got to keep an eye on that. This could do anything at any moment. So we'll hold that one here on our side screen because we may want to get involved with Ape going forward. Quick look here at Indo. Yeah, holding that area we identified as support, the 1180 area. Let's continue to watch that. And any break of the 50 EMA in and around that 1167 area, we may enter a short. Brad?
I'm just getting into a bunch of new positions over here. Trades that I've already been in earlier on in the day. So just cycling through my stocks, trying to see what the stocks are doing. If I like the setups over there. So PG around VWAP, we're entering this bad boy. NIO around the 50 period EMA, we're also entering this bad boy over here, giving it a little bit of a wiggle room to see if we can capitalize on that move. And taking profits on Snapchat while we also adjust our stop. So bringing our stop to the downside instead of our break-even stop. Now we have a stop in profit, basically trailing my trade over here so I don't give back some money on the day. Keep that profits in case the stock does manage to pull all the way back towards my break-even entry. A couple positions that are showing up on my scanners here are Spotify. So let's go check out what Spotify is doing. Spotify apparently showing some weakness in itself as the market's actually popping to the north side. NASDAQ market pushing above VWAP. Once again, positive on the day. S&P 500 also above, slightly around VWAP and positive on the day by 0.02. Maybe that's a little bit of a question mark for my short trades, but we'll see obviously how how those trades end up working for us. Your Spotify, though, as it pops up on the scanner, looks like it wants to go towards the low of day around $108. Let's see if that stock can break that area for us. Even Teva is popping up. Oop, wrong box, Brad. This is the show screen. Teva popping up, Teva New York stock. We do remember a couple days ago, Teva was launching to the north side, and we had those longs, I believe, or shorts. No, we had those shorts, apparently. Let me go back over here. Bang, yeah, we had the shorts on Teva yesterday, and the levels were 10.25, low a day 990. Where are we at right now? 10.25, again, around that rejecting. Not really having too much of a relative volume in it, if you ask me. Let me go make sure that's correct. Yep, it's already off the scanner. So we're going to forget about the stock at the moment. Let it move around. Maybe it shows us a little bit more a weakness coming into it. As the market's moving up, though, maybe we look at some green stocks instead. SJM being one of them. WOLF just showing up also. What is Wolf doing today? Wolf Technology on New York with 2 million shares traded so far, trying to take itself above $114, which it did previously off the opening drive. It looks like it went up to 115. Let's actually go make sure that's correct. WOLF. Yeah, so 115.60 was the high day off the opening drive, and then never really managed to get back to 115. Looks like 115 is putting on a pretty hefty barrier for WOLF.
Teva always reminds me of this other company that they purchased called Novofarm, and that's a Canadian generic drug company. The main competitor being Apotex. And the reason I remember them is because my dad's a pharmacist, and we used to get baseball tickets into their box growing up. And there was always like this competition of who was going to be like the supplier for the store, whether it was going to be Novofarm or Apotex. And then Teva, I believe Teva's an Israeli company, an Israeli drug company. It is, yeah. They came in and they purchased Novofarm, and then all the Novofarm manufacturing hubs in and around the Toronto area all of a sudden became Teva. But they kept the same colors because Novofarm was also green. So a little bit of tidbit about that. Interesting fact about these drug company or biotech stocks or whatever you want to call them. I believe that the new inflation or whatever it's called, the Anti-Inflation Act or whatever nonsense they're calling it down there in the States, is allowing, I believe, Medicare to negotiate with these drug companies to allow them to reduce some of the prices that they have to pay. So that's going to be interesting to see whether the profit margins of these drug companies get squeezed or not, because I know that Medicare must be a huge buyer. So it's like ODB, the Ontario Drug Benefit here in Ontario.
ODB? Old Dirty?
Yeah, no, it's not that, Brad. It's Ontario Drug Benefit, the Joker. His mind works a certain way. You guys can tell that. You guys know him better than I. But yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see whether these drug companies can hold on to their margins going in.
Rest in peace, ODB, though, right?
But looking at APE here, APE continued to make that move right off that 50 EMA at that $6.80 level. Now we're moving into that $7.20 level. It's a nice little move there for APE at a little quick 1 minute pullback at between that 705 and that 690 level. Otherwise, it's been looking upward. And if we zoom out here on our chart, we see that 945, we made a top wick of around 739. So we'll definitely keep that level in our sights. If it starts breaking high a day, we may have to take this one more seriously. We were also looking at, I believe, let's see this one. Yes, Zoom. We talked about shorting any bounces off this, so that would have been an excellent short if I had taken it 83.25-ish or so, that one green candle that shot up, and then boom, right back to the downside, and we're probably going to make low of day here, continuing to go forward. It's down 15.5% on the day. Just coincidentally, it's also down $15 a share. So we'll keep an eye on Zoom. We'll see how that one pans out. Moving over to our Indo trade, it has broken that 1180 area that we identified as a key support level that we took our initial long off of, and which held several times. Broke it. Now it's hovering in and around the 50 EMA level. So that may be an interesting thing to keep an eye on here. If I was looking at this from a 1 minute perspective, and which I am, it kind of looks like a head and shoulders pattern here. And I know a lot of people may not, observe the head and shoulders on the 1 minute because it is less likely of a to develop. But here we go with the left shoulder, the head, and then the right shoulder here. And then you have the bottom, the right armpit or so, whatever you want to call it, lower than the left armpit. So definitely making newer lows. We'll definitely keep an eye on that one for a potential short.
Be careful for spammers on like Discord and Twitter and so on. So if you can go to my screen real quick over here, there's this guy trying to get fancy in Discord and probably messaging people. So if you're getting any messages from live trading, it's not us. And here's a live view of exactly what I do to people like these, right? Suspicious or spam content. So we're gonna ban this guy right here, delete all of his content from 7 days or more, and so on. So that's a ban hammer right there, live in action coming into play. If we catch you, you know you're catching that ban. That's it. Right now, though, you know what's getting out of the trade? It's me. I'm getting out of this Twitter trade. I think I'm done with this trade completely. I'm waiting for a bigger move. It doesn't look like it wants to give me that bigger move in it. It went up to that 50-period EMA on the daily chart, and then that's it. It didn't move anymore. So I guess that's going to be the end of it. I got the top tick entry. I think I got the bottom wick exit. If it does manage to move a little bit more than this, that's fine with me. I can't complain about it. We got about $1 per share on that trade so far. Thank you, Twitter, for my best trade of the day and allowing me to actually turn my day around after the first futures loss that I started my day off with. Here's Snapchat also giving me some more to my PNL, adding to that PNL, that is, as it pushes towards the lower day. Let me take some more size out over here on Snapchat just to protect some of my profits and readjust my stop. Where's my stop? There we go. Readjust my stop to whatever. Actually, I'll take some more over here and then hold only 50% of my size. Okay, now we hold 50% of our size on Snapchat, and then we leave the 50% running with our trailing stop that we have out there. Looks like NIO and Square and PG are also trying to work out for us to the downside as the market can't really figure out what it wants to do. So here's PG, entry around VWAP, pushing to the downside, in the money about 20 cents on that stock, in the money about 3 pennies. Yay, 3 pennies on NIO. And Square was in the money, but now out of the money by 11 pennies. I have my stop out. Thankfully, we haven't been stopped out on all of these wicks so far. I'm praying that it doesn't happen on any other wicks moving forward so we can capitalize on the move to the downside on NIO.
That's an interesting trade. Love that big boy trade on there. Now, with respect to our INDO position, we are taking a short. We've decided we're going to go ahead and take a short on this. And just as I say that, it goes against us, 20 points. So identifying some key levels here where we would know if we're wrong. We're going to say that $12 level. We're going to give it to $12. If it breaks 12, we're definitely out. We'll know we're wrong at that point. The reason we took this is because it closed below the 50 EMA and it looked a little weak. And we also identified that head and shoulders pattern. Nothing is etched in stone. We could be wrong on this, and we'll take our hits as they come. Looking here at Zoom, I'm considering getting into a position here, seeing that it is continuing to make new lows, just with respect to how much shares I'm going to take. Okay, so we entered in a position on Zoom here. We're looking for perhaps that 82 level before we take some profit. And it doesn't look like it's far away. This one's moving a little bit eccentrically at the moment. It had slowed down quite a bit, especially on the tape. Now it seems to have picked up again. Perhaps is, I don't know, some program buying or a new catalyst that we're unaware of. So we'll definitely keep an eye on those two positions. It won't let them go too much against us. We'll give back in any profits here. Looking at the ape trade that we wanted to take, it it didn't hold $7, but it bounced right above it. So it did close at that that 698 level on those 2 1-minute candles, but bounced right back above. That's usually a pretty bullish sign if it doesn't spend too much time below the whole dollar. So we'll definitely keep an eye on ape as well. And we have those two those two stocks on our right screen in order to monitor them. Looking back at Indo, so as we suspected, you know, it's flirting with that 50 EMA level. Sadly, we took that position a little bit below the 50 EMA. Ideally, we would have wanted to take it right at the 50 EMA at that 1170 level, but we actually have 1161 as our entry print. So we're going to continue to let that one work. These are more like longer afternoon positions going into that 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock hour, especially where the volume starts to decline a little bit. I was always told this when I started trading. You don't need a whole lot of volume for the stock to come down, but you do need volume for the stock to go up. It can just drivel down slowly if there is a lack of volume. So taking a short position into a lower volume part of the day, it helps a little bit, but then again, anything can happen. Moving back to our ZM trade, we're well in the money on that. We're about 20 cents in the money. We're looking at $82 as our first profit target, but anything can happen. I can hit that flatten key anytime if I get too excited with the profits I'm seeing. Brad, RVPH, what's that about?
I don't know, it just kept popping up on my scanner multiple times, has won the races twice since 950, 955 or so is when I started the scanner. So it's won 2 races already, NEPT 3 races, and INDO 3 races. So not sure what the stock is, what it's actually doing. Yeah, Kentucky Derby scanner over here. Yeah. RVPH. What is this stock? Revive Pharmaceutical Holdings. I'm guessing some sort of an FDA catalyst or an earnings report. Yeah, earnings report not too long ago on the 15th of August. Today is the 23rd of August. So a couple days have gone by. I'm expecting the real catalyst behind this is either the stock has to get back above $1 for the. Well, no, it's been above $1 all the way over here too. I'm not going to sit here and come up with theories anymore. Obviously, there's something going on in this position. It is launching to the north side today. Absolute clean moves to the north side with the 40% move so far. Let's see what happens when it's playing around this 100-period EMA on the daily chart area. I was looking at this level right here, $1.26. This resistance, previous resistance, should now maybe act as a support as we're trading above it. So maybe as the stock pulls back down, there is an opportunity to look for a dip buy longs around $1.25, $1.20 on RVPH for a potential retest of high day of 155 or even maybe more. But this direction, this channel that the stock has been creating so far is clearly just screaming north direction. So maybe we won't have that pull. And even if we do have that pull, it is possible that it's bouncing off of a lower SMA/EMA, maybe like a 5 or a 9 EMA of some sorts that's bouncing off of. I don't really like to use those small EMAs, so I'm just going to stick to my setup, which is VWAP 50 and 100.
All right, looking at our endo trade here, it did exactly as we thought. That break of the 50 EMA in and around that 1170 level, even though we didn't have it at the area where we wanted it, which is 1170, we had it 1160. It's continuing to go down, making newer lows, not days lows, but continuing to make newer lows, lower lows. And here we go. We're going to flatten a little bit more here. Oh, we weren't able to get that for some reason. And there we go. So now we're all out of the position, scalping a little bit there, in and out, taking 3 entries here. So a third and a third and a third. And yeah, we're all out of that one. Our bottom wick there was 1136 we got on that. Pratt smashing the keyboard. Not sure what happened with there, but quickly before we send it back to Prad, let's talk about our Zoom trade. It gone a little bit against us. It seems to be holding that 82.20 level. There seems to be some buying coming in and around that level. Trying to identify the area where I know I'm wrong on this particular trade. Our entry into that is 82.32. I think if I was to give it to 83, that'd be a little too much against me, especially with the size that I took. And looking above that, there's another support, resistance level here at 325 or so. So we're gonna let this one develop. You know, we're not really sure where it's gonna go now, but the trend is our friend, and if it indicates anything to us, we're gonna continue to make new lows. We're looking for that 82, guys. Prad.
GOEV, new Walmart deal for home delivery, apparently 15 minutes ago. Not really seeing any volume spikes, or I mean, I guess this was the volume spike right here, but nothing too much going on in this position. Last time the stock actually had that Walmart catalyst, or I remember that Walmart rumor news floating around, it moved around quite a bit. So we'll wait for this position to see if volume can come back in later on, as the bids are starting to thicken up a little bit at the low a day area for GOEV. What are you looking at?
Ape.
Ape?
It's going hard.
You want to talk about it? Go for it.
Yeah, well, I didn't enter this trade earlier, but I just looked in the corner of my eye and I saw Ape making new day's highs, I believe. We'll flip to it here. Yes, is this new day's highs? Zoom out, zoom out. Do we have? Yes, we are. We are at day's highs today. We just top wicked right in at that 760 level. So this one is a tricky one, you know, just chasing it at this point. Looking back, if I had chased it, you know, it pulls back. So I'm going to look at this 725 level as perhaps a key area of support. I'm going to put in an order for 725, and if it hits it, great. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But I just don't feel too comfortable chasing this one, Prad. Would you?
I don't feel comfortable trading Ape at all, man. So, and honestly, I don't have nothing nice to say, so I'll just shut up. So, like, if I have nothing nice to say, there's no point in talking at all. Ape, good luck to anyone who's trading Ape. Good luck to anyone who's actually holding Ape for a long term or whatever it is that you want to do with it. Look, you know my opinions about AMC, and I'm not even trading AMC, so I don't know why I would go out there and go trade Ape.
Again.
But that's the wrong mentality. When the opportunities are there, you just shut up and trade the stock, take advantage of the opportunity, and make that money if the money is being poured into your account. Clearly, Ape is giving you those type of opportunities by taking out the high days and continue going to the top side. But it can also rug pull in that very same second, like Ryan Cohen did with BBBY, and I don't want to get trapped into that. Honestly, no trade setup for me. I always say no trade means it's better to be on your hands and do nothing. So I'm gonna do that with APE. I'd rather go manage my positions, such as Snapchat right now, which is 27 cents in the money, making a new day. Let's go Snapchat. Still holding 50% off my basket on Snapchat. Even Twitter. The reason why I smacked my desk over there, Sharif, is because Twitter actually made a new low a day at 40.62. So I was like, damn it, I don't have the bottom wick tick of the chart. I wanted my chart to look pretty. Look, that's
still a great trade.
I'm a little bit of a Twitter trader now, right? So I trade to make my charts look good on Twitter. So if my chart doesn't look good now, I mean, it looks good, but it doesn't look perfect.
No,
and if it doesn't look perfect, the stock is not going on Twitter today. So obviously you're not going to see my Twitter post on Twitter. That's funny. I'm trading Twitter, and I'm talking about it, posting on Twitter, and I'm talking smack about Twitter the whole time. So, hey, man, clearly the shorts today have been paying me, so why not talk a little bit smack about that one? Couple other positions that are pushing down once again, RPG, now 20 cents. NIO helping me out a little bit. Square, which has been scary, is now also taking out yesterday's low. Square's yesterday low, I believe, was 71.32. Let me quickly head over to my platform over here. Yeah, 71.33 was yesterday's low on Square. Now clearing that yesterday's low, creating a new low a day for today. Maybe we get to take advantage on this stock finally as the market once again pushes to the downside, putting itself in the red zone for S&P 500 and the NASDAQ waiting to turn red once again.
So, guys, I love technical analysis, and you know, when it works for you, it's great. When it doesn't, you know, you poop all over it. But in this particular case, it worked great because we identified the initial resistance zone here at 723 as possibly a key level of support. And so you recall before we sent it over to Prad, we put a buy at that 725 level, and we got filled, and we scalped a little bit out here because we were low conviction on the trade. Our first one was 730, another one at 735, and then we got top wick here at 740 or so. Not the greatest in terms of quantum, but good, in terms of following your plan and identifying key levels and it actually working out. So the whole idea here is that this particular area of resistance here would act as an area of support once the stock pulled back from these highs into this area. And so the whole point is to put a dip trade or whatever at that area, and you'd have to give it a super tight stop because you'd know if you were wrong right away because it would continue to break down. So at this area, it popped right back up, and that's when we were able to use our flatten keys and scalp 4 different areas using our 25% flatten key. So that worked out well. What is continuing to work out well is that INDO trade. We said that break of the 50 EMA would definitely signal a shift in the trend, and it did. And we identified that head and shoulders pattern, which I'm more convinced about now, given how the stock is moving. We took too much out too quickly. Sadly, it now broke that. Actually broke that $11 level. Now it's consolidating a little bit above it, but definitely the trend is to the downside. And that would have been a really good one if we had held for more, but we took out 3/3 there, Prad. You're looking at pins, huh?
Just looking at any stock that could give us maybe a trade to get into. I'm looking at DocuSign also showing up on the scanner. Let's go check out what DocuSign is looking like today. Not too long ago, they had an earnings report on Docu looking like it wants to clearly extend the losses, rejecting VWAP, and now pushing towards the lower day for the round 2 test of lower day around $61. I want to be involved in it, but I also know if I get involved over here, I'll have to give it till VWAP, which is not something I'm willing to do. I'm just going to let the stock move for a little bit at the moment. Not going to be involved on Docu. Looks like the right trade entry was around VWAP and also around the high day over here in pre-market highs. No more do I want to be chasing a position like this, and diddling in the middle is something we always mention that term, diddle in the middle. That's not something we're looking forward to doing at the moment. Talking about Docu, I do remember Sean trading Docu in the morning. So here's his chart for a quick little update. Yeah, look at that fill on Docu. Those are the type of fills that I want to have. I can't post this trade on Twitter. If I take this trade in the middle of the range, that'll look so bad, man. I gotta look like Sean. I gotta have these perfect fills at the top of the days, and then all these beautiful exits around VWAP when he saw resistance was coming in and the stock was fighting a little bit. The market looked green too, so he got some of it out. Are you holding some still? Yeah, he's still got 1/3 of his size left to see if it's about to go test the lower day that it created off of the opening drive around $61, that is. So let's go, Sean. Look, these are the type of trades we talk about, man, every single day. We're doing this for free. He's posting his levels on there for you on Twitter every single morning. We got the free watch list coming out for you. Brand new traders, Sharif, sometimes even Tony, maybe someone else eventually down the road. So everything's for you guys at the end of the day is what I'm trying to get down to. And all we ask for in return is that click on that like button, click on the subscribe button. The like button today was only at 1.5K when I last saw it, and that was on the way towards the show. That ain't gonna cut it. Look, if you want us to keep doing this for forever and ever and ever, forever ever, yeah, forever ever, then we need that like button to go on to the north side, baby. Pump that along that like button, pump that like button, and we appreciate for everyone who've done so already.
All right, so I just want to answer a quick question here in the chat from DP10X. His question is, when you take out 25% a second time, is that 25% of the original position or 25% of the remaining position? Very good question. And that's something that I didn't know until I experimented with it on our system. And it's 25% of the remaining position. So if I had 100 shares initially and I take out 25%, that's obviously 25 shares. But then if I hit that 25% button again, it's going to be 25% of 75 shares. And so that's something that I had to come to terms with. I had to basically understand that because it's not of the original amount. But then you can do the math in your head later on, and the more you do it, the better you get at it. So one position that's not going our way here, guys, is Zoom. And we kind of averaged into that one. And the reason we averaged in is because we're looking for that break of the 50 EMA. If it makes a break above that 50 EMA, we'll know we're wrong. If it closes above it, above that 83 level, we'll be out, and that will be a loss for us. Our initial entry into the short here was 82.34, and then we averaged in at that 82.75. It is making higher lows, so it doesn't look good for us. It looks like this might be a loser for us, but again, we're not going to let it go any more above the 50 EMA, which is hovering at that $83 level. That's where we're going to cut it, and we'll know we're wrong at that particular moment. You know, you can't win them all, I guess. Looking at our ape trade. Okay, so that 725 continuing to hold as a possible support level. Couple of bottom wicks there, tested in and around that area. It doesn't look like it's on the up now, but you could look at this. You could look at it as a possible bull flag. Here's the pole of the flag, and here's the flag itself. Anything above that $7.40 break, you might want to take a long. Prad laughing hysterically, looking at the STBX trade. I believe it's halted down 1, 2, 3, 4 times now. Maybe, is that 4 or 5 halts?
What is this stock, dude? We're going straight to $4 now. We're going straight to $4. Imagine I punched a long when I was talking about it because I have the FOMO of HKD or what was the other stock? Migo?
Which one? Migo, yes.
Or whatever.
Migo was
Imagine
cool.
I have the FOMO and I punched the top just because, you know, I was like, this stock is going to 3K.
Yeah.
And then I get trapped over here not being able to get out. This is why I don't want to touch these positions. I'd much rather go lose like $1,000 on NIO because I'm the idiot and I'm the one making the wrong decisions. Like, I'm punching in stupid places. But I don't want to go lose $1,000 on STBX on 10 shares, and because it's not my fault. I mean, the market just did market things. Right?
Yeah,
I'd rather
wild.
be the one who's at fault for losing the money than the market just randomly whipping me around. So this is what's happening now on STBX. But let's go to Brando for happening now at the TV.
Hey guys, yeah, into lunch hour. Let's get you caught up here on how things are shaping up. We're back to flat here for the NASDAQ. Anyways, negative 0.03 for the 100. The composite the same in the opposite direction. You remember last time we spoke was the Russell 2000 that was leading back into positive territory. All three have since regained that mark. The Dow still lagging a little bit, 0.5%, 0.2 there for the S&P. Back to the downside as well. Looks like we're getting a downtick right now. A lot of that has to do with some of these big tech names really haven't done much today. Apple just hanging out here, bounced off 166, which was that initial level a couple of times. But turning over once again, all of them though, a little bit low on the volume scale once again today, guys. Back over to you.
Man, why do I still have to pay for Rivian shorts? This is the dumbest thing I've seen. Isn't Rivian done with the IPO period, IPO lockup?
Pretty sure.
Yeah. Like, why do I still have to pay for Rivian shorts? Even LCID, like Lucid is done too. There should be so many free shares open up. It's because the Saudis are just holding on to Lucid shares. They're not letting it go, eh?
Mm-hmm.
They're just holding on to it. They're like, we're never selling. They're pulling a Jordan Belfort over there with their golden Lambos and whatnot. So obviously, Rivian and Lucid is what I wanted to just now get into for a short position. But I through an order, I saw a rejection. I'm not going to pay for the shorts. It's going to go down. That's fine with me. I'm not going to be involved in that trade. But look out for a possible flush down on RIVN as it pops up on the scanners over there. DOCU pops up one more time. That's because it is pushing down. Looks like it went up to 61.38 to 61.30 basically coming into play a little bit. I'm expecting another run down south over here on DOCU as the NASDAQ market and the S&P market continuously get rejected by minor pop in it is PG. So I think I made the right call on that by getting out of the trade. If the stock doesn't do what I want to see it do, I don't have to sit there and read the tape for 30 minutes to understand what to make a decision. I see that I gave it time. It didn't do what I wanted to do. I'm going to jump out of that trade.
Some people are saying the stream is down or it's lagging. By the way, guys, if you're having that issue, just refresh your browser, refresh the page, see if it loads back up. It should be fine. With respect to the Saudis, you were bringing up the Saudis. I heard a little tidbit about the Saudis today. They were complaining that the futures contract price for the barrel of oil was too far separated from the actual current value of what they were selling it for. And they posited that there was some bamboozling going on. Someone's like messing around, or they think someone's interfering.
Duh.
Yeah. So it's kind of funny how like
It's the market.
No, but hold on. I thought it was funny because it's like the cartel complaining about price fixing. It's like you guys are the cartel. Like, I mean, isn't that what you guys do all the time? So that they can up what. So yeah. Anyway, so that's a little tidbit about.
El cartel.
Yeah, exactly. A little bit of tidbit about the Saudis and their displeasure for the price of oil at the moment. Looking here at our ZM trade, yeah, we averaged in at that 82, 70, 75 level. Now we're hopefully a couple of red candles will indicate a new direction of the trend. We're looking down. We're looking for that 82 before we'll take profits on that. Looking here now at APE breaking that key support level that we identified at that 72.25, and now making its way back down to the 50 EMA in and around 710 or 712 or so. So we'll definitely keep an eye on APE as well. Looking at Indo, let's have a look at Indo. Indo, despite making a 5 or 10 minute move back up into that $11.30 area, had one monster red candle right back down to 11, but 11 holding as an area of support, a key level of support there. Even though it did break 11 by a few pennies, popped right back above it. So that's twice now, once at 11.55 and again at 12.08, that it was able to hold 11. Let's continue to see if it continues to make new lows. We'll perhaps even consider getting back into a short position on this one, like the one that we had off the 50 EMA here on the 11.70. So those are all stocks that are in play. Let's move into our Zoom trade here. Yeah, we're going to continue. We averaged into a position. We're not very happy, but it is going our way now. So we're going to let this one work, and hopefully we'll take some profit out just to break even, and then we'll hold the remaining portion, hopefully for a new low of day at 82.
Hey man, no using the word hope, okay?
Hope.
It shouldn't be in our vocabulary now.
You're right. No, you're right.
Look, we hope all the time.
I know.
It happens. Nothing that you can do about it. You get into a trade, but the theory that you formed, and the best thing you can do is hope. Like, nothing wrong with hope, right? Nothing wrong with that. But you're also having a belief is a good thing. What's that?
Of course, yeah. NRDY, top of scanner.
Nerdy.
Yeah.
Nerdy.
Making high days, bounce off VWAP. Looks like a good one, an interesting one here. Brad, you want to look at that or should I?
Go for it. I have super chats, so I'll cover that when you're done with Nerdy.
Okay, I just immediately saw this right now. NRDY. I'm not sure if it's a New York or a NASDAQ. We'll just guess NASDAQ and we'll guess wrong. So we'll go to New York here. NRDY it started breaking to high levels at 11.26 was the first, aggressive green candle off that 270 level. And now it made how come it's not loading my chart? Let's try that again. NRDY. There we go. Now it's popping up. There we go. Ooh. Now, yes, into that $3.80 level, we had a nice consolidation for about 11.40 to 12.10. So for half an hour, consolidated in and around the VWAP area, and then boom, we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and going on the 7th green candles, in a row. So this might be one to keep an eye on. Let's find out what the float is on Nerdy. Will it give us that on our platform here, or is it going to give us trouble? All right, here we go. Now it's good. We'll give you guys that one in a sec. So Nerdy's float, according to Interactive Brokers, is 64 million. So that's not low float at all. I would call that a bit.
64 million, yeah, that's low float.
64 milli. Yeah, I would consider low flow anything below like 25. What do you have there? You have 54 million. There. Yeah, so a bit of a discrepancy between Prad's data and mine, but we'll have a general idea of what it is in and around that area. So we'll keep Nerdy definitely on watch, and then Prad will send out the super chats.
Yeah, a couple super chats missed from the morning. David Rosa, $9.99 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I'm so glad I ran into this channel. You guys put in some serious work. Sadly, I'm still super green in the trading game. Sadly, that's a good thing. Let's go. But your team energy is motivating. We'll be back to listening and learning. Let's go, baby. Awesome. Yeah, I don't know why you said sadly. You're in the green. You're making money. That's what I like to see. That's the point of the show, right? Educate, entertain, and make that stacks together. Stack those Benjis, as the kids call them, Uncle Benjis, right? Stack those dead presidents. D. Westermere coming in with another $1.99 super chat. Time to invert the bear. Smash the like button. I'm guessing you're talking about the bear over there. I just punched him in the face. He went flying. You're good. You're good. Eat your lunch. Sorry for disturbing you on that side. Thank you, sir. Sean's such a nice guy. He just got up from his lunch to show you guys this bear. This bear will not be inverted, my friend. It is a bear type of day. Sadly, the markets are going to have a pullback in it to have another possible run back up to the north side. That's the nature of the game. The bear might go back to a bull tomorrow.
How does it work? I'm not going to flip it. Oh, I see right there. Cool.
And hopefully he will turn into a bull tomorrow. But if that's the case, I'm taking a vacation day tomorrow.
That's all right. You deserve it. Oh, okay.
My leg got stuck under the thing and it got pushed to the downside. But okay, baby, here's the markets. Still helping us out to the downside for the shorts at least. Square, not sure what Square really wants to do. Here's SQ on NY. That's right. Square on NY. Not pushing too far to the downside. Looks like it's holding off on the support areas there. We're going to cover this trade, take our profits, run away with the profits, and manage NIO and manage Snapchat instead, as these stocks have been actually paying us at the moment. Couple stocks to mention, obviously, was NRDY Nerdy, but Pinduoduo apparently getting ready to go for another run up, breaking the high a day, now towards $51. I guess I should have just shut up and taken that breakout pre-market high entry on Pinduoduo, because the catalyst behind it was pretty strong. If I remember correctly, what was the catalyst for the stock?
Earnings, brother.
Earnings, yeah. It was earnings. Earnings coming in with the strong one.
With XPEV?
XPEV was earnings, yeah.
It was yesterday. They're looking to enter the U.S. market.
Okay, so yesterday they're looking to enter the U.S. market, apparently, says Sean. Yeah, Pinduoduo plans to launch an international e-commerce platform next month, according to a source with direct knowledge of the matter who spoke to Routers. Pinduoduo rose 2.6% in the pre-market, now up 6%. Trying to see if we can get above $51, which happens to be around the 100-period EMA and the 50-period EMA on the daily chart.
Interesting, guys. Okay, so we talked about Macy's earlier and how it had been holding VWAP. Now it's breaking below that VWAP, bouncing off that 1950 level. Let's pull up Macy's here for you guys so you can follow along. New York stock, right? Yes, it is. Okay, so there's Macy's bouncing coincidentally around the 200 EMA as well. So we wanted to take a long on Macy's, perhaps if it had touched VWAP and balanced, but that's not exactly what it's doing. But it is showing some promise by holding that 1950 level. So we'll watch that one and continue to see what it does. If it wants to start heading back up, especially when volume starts coming in and around that 1:30, 2 o'clock time slot after everyone's coming back from lunch. So we'll continue to watch Macy's for you. Our Zoom trade, we may be in a little bit of trouble on this Zoom trade. It's currently at 82.64, and our average price on that bad boy after averaging in is 82.53. So we're looking to take a little bit out if it breaks this 82.50 level, and then we'll hold the rest for possibly a move back 82. Our out, previously we said our out would be around that 83 level because that's where the 50 EMA was. The 50 EMA has since dipped down to that 82, 85, or 86 level. So we may have to reconsider where we consider ourselves wrong. But here we go. I see a lot of red coming in. into the tape there. And if that's the case, if we break that 82.50, we're going to take a portion out just to lock in a little bit of profit and to decrease our size a bit. But this one just seems to be, waving up and down in between that 82.80 level and that 82.50 level, and not breaking either side to the upside or the downside. So that one's a little bit of a tricky one for us. We'll continue to monitor that one. INDO continuing to make that move down. Beautiful move down. Let's zoom out a little bit here, guys. Where are we approaching? Now we're approaching that 200 EMA, which could be an interesting level of support. We definitely know that there was a lot of buying at that 10.36 or that 10.40 level, give or take a few pennies, given what happened here at 10.30 to about 10.45 or so. We had a dip down, then there was a move all the way to the high of the day at 12.80. So we'll continue to watch that one. Wish I had held a little bit of a piece from our initial short here at 11.60s, but no can do. Let's look at Nerdy. Nerdy continuing to make newer highs here. Oh, that's Macy's. Let's switch to Nerdy. NRDY.NY. There we go. Yep. After making a few minute pullback on the 1 minute chart, now it's continuing to push forward. We're looking for new highs in and around the area of 383. If it breaks that level, maybe we'll take a new long at that level. Perhaps we'll put a stop in there to trigger. Now, I don't typically like taking these like low float, weird, like popping on the day stocks at day's highs, because anything can happen. There can be bag holders that just hit the sell button and all of a sudden it moves down 50 cents. I've seen it happen countless times. So a little bit of resistance on this one, or hesitant, or whatever you want to call it. Brad, what are you looking at?
Hesitant?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at Pinduoduo, still punched into a long on Pinduoduo, as it doesn't seem to be able to take that 51 area. So let's try to see if we can bully the stock to the downside a little bit, capitalize on that flush. Maybe we get a flush towards 50-50, a 50-cent drop. Maybe we get a flush towards 50, a whole dollar drop. For risking, where's my entry? 91 is my fill. For risking about 10-15 cents on the upside, if we can get a whole 90-cent drop or even a 50-cent drop, I'll take that dub any day. So let's see if we can take that, as the market is now pushing to the downside also. S&P 500 and the NASDAQ finally clearing that support area that they were bouncing off of and pushing a little bit lower. Well, I guess not for NASDAQ just yet, but the SPYs at least have been. Docu coming back onto the scanner. Looks like Docu is now actually pushing closer to 61. So that fill at 61.50 was actually not too bad. If I wanted to, I could have taken it, but I stayed away from it. Let's see if we can push towards low a day for the homie Sean over there, who's still holding a third of his position for the retest of 61. Well, the low a day is actually 60.96. Apparently, Victor in chat wants us to take a look at Rivian, which was a stock we've talked about earlier. It popped up on the boards for my position alerts. I could have taken that trade, but I had to pay for shorts, so I said no thank you. If you did pay for shorts, or if you had shorts available to short it on your platform, obviously you're liking this trade at the moment, as it is popping to the downside with the help of the NASDAQ market and the S&P 500, both of them being red. NASDAQ now down 0.13%, S&P 500 down 0.3%, UVXY also down 1.72%. Where's the VIX at today? Is it above 20 or below 20? VIX. Are you telling me Square is dropping? Oh my goodness. Obviously I got distracted because my ADD kicks in sometimes. But yeah, Square is over here trying to go to the downside without me. I thought that was not going to happen. But anyways, we wanted to go look at the VIX. The VIX is once again above 20. We had a week full of VIX around 20 or below 20. But now the VIX is back again around 23, 24. It's trading at 24 exactly.
All right, guys, we got into nerdy here. We averaged down. Our initial in was 372, and then we entered in again at 365. Took a portion out at 372. It's going back against us. We're gonna take the whole position out if it breaks that 360 level. We won't let it go too much against us here for an L. So we'll have to monitor that one quickly. Looking at APE, it is breaking that VWAP level, but bounced right back above it. VWAP being in and around that. Let me just turn on my indicator here at that 692. So that's an interesting little move here by APE. Let's move over to this side and bring APE up on the screen. APE is an NY stock. There we go. Let's have a look here at what APE is doing. Yes, you can't see my VWAP on this particular chart. I should probably change the color of my VWAP to black or something because I have it set to white, but I'll do that after anyway. It's bounced. Let me just look here quickly. Yeah, VWAP is that 692 level on VWAP. So yeah, and then the bottom wick there is at the 200 EMA. So this might be an interesting level to break if we can take a long above that 705 or so. I'm going to continue to watch APE for that because I do like it, especially in and around that VWAP area for a long. And then we'll monitor that for a second. Moving back to our nerdy trade, we're hoping, or we're wishing for the break of that 375 level. We'll scalp some out and into new highs here going into that $3.90 level. Again, our out for this one is going to be right at 360, so we'll give it like that 359 or something, just in case there is an aggressive bottom wick. Looking back at APE, sorry to keep flipping and flopping, but I got to monitor these ones because they are fast movers. APE is breaking above that VWAP area. So if it breaks at 705, we're going to go long. And we're going to try scalping this one as well for maybe 10 or 15 cents or so. We'll monitor both these trades. Brad, what do you got?
I'm just throwing out orders on Pinduoduo, getting ready for that flush to come into play so we can take those profits on said position. So just layering my orders, you know, having those bids out. So if that flush happens, we take profits. Also having my stop out in case that flush doesn't happen and we get a pop instead. We take that stop at the area that we plan to and take our profits at that same, or take our losses earlier than extending those losses in case the stock is trying to push above 51 all the way to 55, 52, wherever it wants to push to. We don't want to be involved into that pop over there. S&P 500 and NASDAQ creating a minor pop once again into their markets. That is so not the best thing that I want to see if I'm a bearish trader or a short trader right now that I am. I mean, I don't think I had many longs today, and any longs that I had just didn't work out for me. I think I remember punching a NU long today. Let's go check out what NU is doing at the moment. Yeah, look at that. I had the high a day long. My goodness, that would have been horrible if I continue holding that a little bit longer. I think I also had an Uber long or maybe an Uber short, Uber long. That one didn't work out. So clearly, I did try some longs today. You know, I know a lot of you guys like to joke around saying, "Oh, Prad only likes a short," or "Prad only shorts." I did try some longs. They just didn't work out for me. So that's the nature of the game. But thankfully, I was quick enough to realize that if the longs are not working, if the market's failing to hold 13K to the upside and actually stay above 13K, maybe the right direction of the trades today are the little big bear over here who's waking up out of hibernation. Good morning, Sonny. Thank you for giving us a beautiful opportunity today.
Yeah. So while Prad was discussing that, we took another piece out here at that $3.75 level on NRDY. And we have about 50% of our position left on that stock. And at the same time, we got into APE. We said we would take APE if it broke that 705 level. Now we're about 5 or 6 cents in the money, depending on whether you're looking on the bid or the ask. And we'll take a quarter out there. We'll scalp a little bit out there. So nice bounce off VWAP. I love these VWAP bounces, especially for ones that have been holding VWAP the majority of the day and into that 1 o'clock time slot or so. So we'll continue to watch that one. Moving back to our NRDY trade. We're gonna, again, I'm not very convinced about this one. It's a bit of a consolidation pattern now in between that $3.60 level into that $3.80 level, 20 cents or so between the top and bottom there. So we'll continue to watch that one. We also have another trade, Zoom. It's not working well for us at all. Now it is starting to touch that 50 EMA. The 50 EMA at this point now is at 82.81 or so. So if it breaks and holds above that, if it closes above that, I'm just going to close this trade. But it seems to keep touching it and breaking back down. But again, it is making higher lows, which is not a good sign for a short. So that Zoom trade will have to be monitored closely for any breaks in the trend. Looking back at the NRDY trade, we're looking for anything above that 380 level to give us an idea that it is breaking away from that consolidation pattern that it's been in for the last about, I want to say 20, 25 minutes or so. And finally, looking here at our ape trade, we're looking for that break above these two peaks here, that $7.30 level for confirmation that it'll continue upward. We took a piece here out at that $7.13 level, but we're looking for more definitely on that. Now you got Zoom up too, eh, Brad?
Well, you're talking about it, so obviously I gotta have it up. I'm gonna do what Luca used to do. That infamous snippet tool, right? So here's to a nostalgic Luca. So I'm expecting the stock to maybe go like this and then go, right? So that's what I'm expecting over there. We'll see if it actually ends up playing like that. Notice how my mouse just randomly died halfway through that drawing. Yeah.
Oh wow, Zoom.
Hey, is it actually doing that?
Oh wow. I got out there. I had to stop.
It is going up. Okay?
Wow.
I did say I expected to go up and then go down. We'll obviously wait and see where this one is going towards.
We got cream there.
INDO is now the #1 race leader on my scanner. So that means it's probably doing some more fun stuff. Ooh, dip buy opportunity around the 50-period EMA on INDO. I think that's something that I could dabble with. What is XLE looking like at the moment? XLE is at VWAP around $82. What is crude oil doing? VCL, V22, NM. What are crude futures doing? They're also bouncing off of the 50-period EMA on the 5-minute chart at the moment. I like the long on INDO a lot. The more I think about it, the more I like it, honestly. But the markets do seem weak, so that's my only thing that's been stopping me from randomly just punching this position over here. If I do punch this position, where would my stop be? 1030? Yeah, right. No, I'm not punching it. I'll wait for the stock to pull back at least to 1040, 1050, and then I'll take this position. That way I'm only giving 10 cents of risk. I'm not punching it over here and giving it all the way to the downside.
So let's have a look at our nerdy trade. Oh, by the way, we stopped out of our Zoom trade because it did break and hold above the 50 EMA, and we said that was going to be our out, so we're out of that. We're looking at nerdy now. It looks like, it could possibly be forming a bull pennant or a pennant, whatever you want to call these. I don't know. It's not a flag, so it's definitely a pennant. It's more rectangular than it is triangular. So we're looking for that break of the $3.80 level as kind of indication that it's going to continue upward. But we are going to take anything out if it breaks that $3.59 level. We won't let it go too much against us. And here we see a lot of red coming into the tape, so we may have to actually get out here, guys. And there we are. We're out, so we'll take a really small, actually, are we even red on that? Yeah, super small loss on that one, so we're definitely out of that one. Looking at our ape trade here, yeah, we're in at that $7.05 level, and we'll talk more about that when we get back from Brendan, who's at the big board.
Hey guys, yeah, we'll give you an update here on the S&P 500, still kind of chopping around. We go into negative territory, come back to flat, into negative territory, come back to flat. Been one of those kind of days. It's still the energy group down here. This is zoomed in for some reason. It's still the energy group down here that is leading the way as far as the S&P is concerned. Still about 0.3 overall. Material stocks notably strong at this point this afternoon as well. Individual names in this group. FCX up 5.6% today. CE there as well, back to the upside again today. And FMC among the leaders. CAT, GE there in the industrial group having a pretty nice day. In the consumer discretionary group, some of the travel names off the highs, but still holding nice gains on the day. RCL there, 3.6%. CCL about 2%. NCLH here. All the casinos, all the hotels here as well. Wynn, MGM, LVS up more than a full percent on the session. Still healthcare to the downside, real estate to the downside, utilities and communication stocks. Yeah, that's Twitter. Now 5.8% in negative territory for Twitter. Overall, though, 0.25% for the market. It's been one of those days, kind of back and forth after the big down day we had yesterday. Guys, back over to you.
Yeah, the sectors over there look green and red, right? So obviously you see your energy sector booming in the green side. I don't see a single red blob in your energy sector. Your real estate sector is red, obviously. That's something that I do expect. And then you have a bunch of Brenda over there playing games with me as always. He's zooming out as I'm trying to look at the pictures. I see how it is, Brendo. But no, INDO, man, it is trying to get above VWAP over here. I was hesitant on taking that along. Obviously, I'm very risk-reward mindset, right? So when I see I have to risk more than 15, 20 cents on a stock, I instantly just back out of that trade. But what I could have done is cut down the amount of size I was going to take on this position and then give it that extra wiggle room and maybe added on the way down and scalped it and did a bunch of stuff over there. Obviously, hindsight's 2020. In that moment, I did not like that trade to get in at that price. So we're not going to be complaining about it. We're just going to let the stock do what it wants to do and come back at a different time. I'd be pretty surprised if we break lows and go below 410.10 on the SPYs. So let's go check out the SPY ETF is what you're talking about. 410.10. It's still got a $2 move to go downside to 410, which means the market is probably at 4,100 on the NASDAQ. And if that's the case, then the market has another good 130 points to the downside to actually go test that 4,100 level. I personally don't think we're going to see that anytime soon. Maybe at the closing time. You know, we're only halfway into lunchtime right now. Volume is going to be low during this time already. The market has been kangarooing around back and forward or in a sideways channel. No real moves coming into the market for the upside or to the downside, if you ask me. That's just my opinion. I could be wrong on that. But we've had a good trending market for the past few days. Today, we're just seeing a kangaroo market. So I don't think we'll see that 4,100 coming into play. And if we do see 4,100, like you say, maybe 4,100 actually bounces, which also will be 4,110 on the S&P 500 ETF. Let's see if that move will come in later on in the day after 2 o'clock or so when lunchtime, official lunchtime ends. Unofficial lunchtime ends at 2 o'clock and the official lunchtime ends at 1 o'clock. So we'll see if that type of move is being offered in the market to us later on or now. Here's Pinduoduo though pushing towards the north side one more time towards our 51 area. Looks like we might just see the 51 break coming into play on Pinduoduo. There it is. Now do we get stopped out on this trade or do we add on this trade on the high side over here as the stops get burnt out? And let's see if they make another high day. I'm trying to see some big buys coming in on the bids and some orders coming in above the bids and above the ask.
Yeah, just monitoring our ape trade. It's the only thing that we've got left on here, and it's going against us. We're 5 cents out of the money. We're thinking maybe around that 693 or that 695 level. We'll have to take everything out. That'll confirm to us that we're wrong. Otherwise, I would have taken, if I wanted to be more aggressive, I would have taken another average down around VWAP. But, you know, it's not been that kind of day for me. So we're going to go ahead and flatten out this trade. So we'll get out for a small loss there. We did take 25% or a third out actually at the top over here at that 712, 713 level after having an entry of 705 or 706. So, well, yeah, we've got no positions on at the moment. Looking at what we can get into, Zoom, like it looks like it's making a move back upward. Let's have a look at Zoom. Yeah, so that was our exit right there at the a little bit above 83. We got out at 83.07. So let's see what kind of levels we can get looking at Zoom here. So where is VWAP first and foremost? VWAP is at 84.75. So definitely trading below that level will make it a little risky. The 200 EMA is at $84, give or take a few pennies. So that could be a possible target for us on the way up. I'm going to leave this one alone for now. It does seem to be doing like a bunch of weird stuff. So I'm not really in tune with it all that well. So I'm going to leave that one out. JD, the one that Prad had been talking about, a lot of green candles. I see that on my chart. Let's have a look at JD, jd.nq.
Talk about JD?
You talked about PDD. Yeah. Sorry, yeah. JD over here is one that I had an earlier short on right off the bell. I took the short right here, and I had like a little bit of bottom wick, but not too much size. Baby. Now we're looking at making, I think day's high is here at that 57.44 level. What is day's high on JD? 57.44 is day's high. So where is it currently? It's at 57.35. So we are approaching day's high on JD.
Jay's high on JD.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that one for the break of day's high and perhaps a possible long. Looking at the big tech, let's review big tech for a second. If I can bring this down, will I be able to bring this down? No. Okay, so you guys won't be able to see this, but Amazon around 134 above VWAP, Meta at 162 at 19 below VWAP, Microsoft at 276.53 below VWAP, Apple at 168.02 above VWAP, and Tesla also at 884.25 or so above VWAP. So a lot of the big cap, for the exception of Meta and Microsoft, are above that VWAP level. But the ES is decidedly lower than VWAP at that 41.35 level, VWAP being at 41.22. So an interesting glimpse of the market there and where we're going into later in the afternoon. How's PDD looking?
I don't know, honestly. It broke 51, went up to 51.09. No real buying came up above 51, and now we're watching some selling come back into the stock. It can't hold 51 on the bids. I'm just trying to formulate a trade setup in which I can capitalize some of this move and not get chickened out of this trade. I've been taking out some size for literally 10-cent scalps. Also trying to trick the algorithm. Trying to trick the algorithm and thinking that I'm panicking. I'm short. I'm panicking. So I'm punching the ask. I'm punching the bids. Trying to trick the algorithm, but trust me, the algorithm is way smarter than me. Trying to trick the algorithm with the amount of size that I'm trying to trick it with is also you're just joking over there. You're playing games with yourself at the end of the day, and you think you're playing games with the algorithm, and the algorithm's like, "Ha, buddy, we see you. Good luck. Good luck with that game over there, right?" But we'll see. Honestly, I'm trying to see if I can stuff the stock down over here. But it does not want to go down, nor does it want to go up. The S&P 500. You know what? We're gonna take our profits. We're gonna take our 10-cent scalps on that stock. It's gonna be a profitable trade for me at the end of the day, no matter what. So we're going to take that one. I think it flushes from here, honestly, but I had way too much size. I had way too much size at 51 that I didn't want to hold it 10 cents against me. I over-leveraged myself on this trade, so I took that quick 10-cent scalp on it. Maybe now we can get back in this trade with way less size than what we originally had, so we're not shaking in our boots this time, and we can give it that appropriate risk of high a day. Let's see if they give us that fill at 97. My order is at 97. If they give me that fill, I'm going to throw out my stop. at the high of day 51. There we go, bang, we got that fill. We'll throw out the stop at 51.11. Hey, algos, I'm giving you my stop this time, 51.11. If you want to stop me out, you know where to go to. So we'll see if that order comes into play. If it doesn't, I'm going to be very unhappy because I could have made a lot more money with my over-leveraged trade. But the fact that over-leveraged trade didn't work out the way I wanted it to and the time I wanted it to, I closed it. I'm watching the stock go down now, and it's making me upset. Whatever.
All right. Well, as Brad recovers from his disappointment there, we'll tell you a little bit about our disappointment. We had that $7.05 break on APP, and we took a little bit out there. You'll recall at 7.13, but then we got shook out for the rest at that 6.97 level. And about 3 minutes after we shook out, obviously it started spiking to the upside. We made a top wick here at that $7.50 level. So there could be a double top brewing in and around that level, but we'll keep watching for that. The high of daybreak, let's zoom out so we can get a better chart view here. The high of day is that $7.60 level. So we are approaching high of days, and we're approaching at a time where liquidity is typically a little bit less. So I wonder what that kind of foreshadows going into the 2 o'clock or the power hour. So that's kind of a trade that we should have held on to. Perhaps we should have had, looking in hindsight, we should have had a bigger stop there. We gave it, how much did we give? We gave it about 8 cents before we cut it completely out. We should have maybe given it to that 200 EMA. Again, I didn't identify key levels here. It was more of a spur of the moment trade. That's what you get for not having a planned trade. Always stick to your plan, but you got to have a plan first and foremost. Moving back here to JD, it is gonna make, I believe it is on the verge of making new highs, new days highs. Now, in the pre-market, it did hit higher levels. It hit 59, I will say 59.10, and then really early in the morning at 6:35, it hit anywhere from 59.40 to 59.50. But for all intents and purposes, we're working with these levels here, which is at 57.50. That's going to be a new high of day. So it's going to be interesting to see how this stock begins acting going into the more voluminous time of day, whether buyers will continue to step up or whether shorts or sellers will stifle its momentum. So definitely have JD on watch. We're going to definitely keep that one on watch. Let's look a little bit at, let's see what else we had on watch here. Zoom. After making that initial spike up, it is, that's a 5-minute chart. Let me zoom out here to the 1-minute chart. Yeah, so Zoom continuing to make its move up towards that 200 EMA at $84. We'll continue to watch that one. Currently, we don't have any positions. We're looking more for an entry into JD, but we're waiting for confirmation.
Yeah, JD, I believe, had a positive earnings report behind it, higher user base and so on. So JD taking advantage of that. Pinduoduo coming in with another catalyst for themselves over there. So all the tech sector in China clearly is Metro booming north side today. So a little bit of a scare for me on the shorts. That's why I closed my short right away for a 10 cents for profit. Not proud of that trade, but I am proud of the fact that I'm not fighting the trend over here. If it doesn't show me what I want to see right away, I'm okay taking a 10-cent win than taking a 10-cent loss or extending that loss with slippage to 15, 20 cents and so on, right? Giving my whole day back on that trade for no reason. That was not worth it. I think if I wasn't on the show and I was sitting beside Greg would be like, hey, cut down the size spread. You know you're just doing that because you want to hit a home run. That's not the way to go about it. There's better ways to go about it, which is take the appropriate risk that you're willing to give this trade. And now look at it move to the downside, baby. Let's go. We're in the right direction finally. I mean, we've been in the right direction, but it is sad that we don't have the size that we did. We have 1/3 or less than 1/3 the original size that I punched into on this trade, but that punch was honestly very emotional. wanted to get a home run, wanted to, have something to flex about, but it's not the way to go about it. Let's just try to capitalize on this trade now, as Pinduoduo looks like it wants to help itself to the downside as the S&P 500 and NASDAQ reject at resistance levels once again. Here's your NASDAQ chart bouncing or getting slapped by the VWAP area, and the S&P 500 getting slapped slightly before it even reaches VWAP on the 5-minute chart over here.
Looking back at Nerdy, we spoke about Nerdy about a half an hour ago. It's, I believe, a New York stock. Let's load that one up. Yeah, so it is starting to make a push back up to high days. High day technically is that 387, I want to say. Yeah, 387 on my chart. We're currently at 372 following that 7-day EMA, holding it quite tight. I would say a break above that 380 level, and anything to close, a candle to close above that 380 level may indicate a long. Possible areas of support are that 355 to that 360 level, given this little crest area right here. So these may be either important areas to take dip trades off of, or definitely have your stop loss set to in and around that area. So Nerdy definitely back on watch for the remainder of the afternoon. Ape pulled back to almost to that 710 level before spiking back up to that 722. So Ape is one that we're definitely keeping an eye on as well. In addition to JD, how come my JD is not popping up? There we go. JD, I'm going to continue to watch this. I really like the long of above anything over 57.50 or so. Anything to close above there. Seems to be a lot of buyers coming in, especially after that noon hour. It's just been one green candle fest for the exception of this consolidation period here for about a 20-minute period. It's been strong on the day after initially selling off at the open. And this is the open dip right here. This reminds me of an interesting trade that I learned back when I was first starting out called red to green. Basically, the idea is to wait for a stock to go red to green and then basically take it after 9:45 to 10 or so. This would have been a perfect one for that, where it went red and then it basically right at 9:45, right at this area here, started making green candles to the on the way up. Hard to know which ones are going to pan out though, but if you have the pattern in your mind and you practice, they become more recognizable. Brad, look at LNG. What's on the? Oh well, actually, maybe we'll look a little bit on see what the chat's saying. So Neil actually pointing out that AVA is going back up. Let's have a look at that AVYA. AVYA. I believe that's an NQ. No, it's a NY. And so we'll pull that one up. Let's see what that one's looking like. If the chart will load. Come on, load. And there we go. Okay, so let's zoom out a little bit. Let's get a better picture. So we started out the day at that I want to say below $1, like 96-cent level. Now we're approaching that $1.15 in and around that level. So this one is, I typically don't trade dollar stocks. I'm just not that good with them, and you have to take quite a bit of size, which always makes me nervous, irrespective of the total notional value. This is not my cup of tea. What do you got on, Brad?
I'm just cycling through a bunch of stocks in my scanners over here, trying to see if we can find any trades somewhere. FHN, eh? Okay, let's go see what FHN is going. So apparently volume's coming into FHN. Let's go check out what's... nothing's really going on. Scanner, you're lying to me? AVYA going off again, apparently. Let's go check out what this one's doing. 71 million shares traded on the day. $1.18 currently trying. That's the high day. $1.18 is the high day. Let me see if I can find anything on the long-term chart. AVYA. Yeah, that's the one. Avaya Holdings. Okay, bang. I think we're going to $1.30 on this position without fail now. So let's take a quick little long entry over here, maybe on AVYA. Pop. Oh, is there any size on the bids that we can lean on? There are some inverse orders. I'm trying to see if I could get some mid-print fills over here. Nah, that ask is getting thick at the moment. The ask is getting
lot of red.
thick. Are they chasing down with size? Let's see. There was a lot of size on 1.9, even 1.2. But are they bringing the size down along with the price of the stock is the question. Obviously, we got the high day break. The high day also happened to be the previous high day around here. If you zoom in exactly at the 8th of August, $1.18, $1.16 was the high day. So clearing that level, it might have room for that $1.30, $1.50, sorry, $1.70. Is that $1.70 high? Yeah, so it could have room to $1.70 if it wanted to go there. But, you know, I need to see a lot more green action coming in with a lot more size. Maybe if the stock goes to $1.05, the risk to reward is better because the dollar level to lean on is easier to lean on than it is to lean on right now. But 16 cents, I could take that long, honestly. I'm just debating because I don't have too much experience with the penny stocks, as Sharif was saying that too. So just debating myself. Not too much experience with this. Maybe we're lucky to have experienced people such as Neil and so on to our right. Neil, what would you have any opinions about this trade, AVYA? Yeah, he's like covered. Long just off the dollar, yeah. So he's saying the same thing, longs off the dollar. That just looks like the right trade to take. So maybe if we pull back there, I'll take it. If you want to take the long over here, be ready to give it all the way up to the downside of even not even $1, to the downside of 90 cents, maybe, if you can.
Yeah, we entered in there quick long at 119. Going against us here, back down to that 7 EMA at 115 now. Does look like there is a little bit of support at that 115, that 114 level. Maybe we'll average down. Just as a little test, I don't typically trade these stocks, but hey, it always helps to expand your horizons. So we'll look for perhaps another average down at that 114 level. We chased it a little bit, and now we're probably going to pay the price. I'd say my out. It's kind of hard to determine an out here based on levels, but I'm going to have to keep an eye to see where the tape is the thickest. I see quite a bit of size at that $1.13 level, and again at that $1.12. Basically, you're going to find size at every penny here, given the price of the stock. So a little bit hard to know. We'll keep watching this stock for another add into 114. Perhaps we'll put our order in now, and then we'll also set our stop because we don't want it to go too much against us here. Let me just add in. There we go. Let's have a look at Ape. Ape, yeah, continuing to play around that 50 EMA. Nothing doing here. Let's have a look at Nerdy. Nerdy continuing to, consolidate in and around that 360 to that 380 level. Not doing a whole lot. We're talking about a break of 380 for a long here into perhaps $4 and beyond. Let's have a look at the daily chart on this one to get a better indication of where Nerdy could go. Okay. So basically all-time highs, no, these are not all-time highs, but the most recent high is that $4 level. A few days ago, you had a wick-off top at that $4 level. So that $4 level will be clearly a level of resistance, and if it breaks above it, you're looking perhaps at that 450, 460 level on the daily chart. So something to note there for Nerdy. Well, and we're close to that 380 level. I just wanted to break above 380 and close above 380. It's wicked above it a few times, but it's always come right back down. So we're going to continue to keep that one on watch. We have that on the side screen here. Moving back to Ava, yeah, continuing to hold that 116, 117 level, really thick, huge levels on the tape. It's going to be hard to move this one without quite a bit of buying power. So we'll continue to watch that. We have, as you can see here, our order. We're at that top wick of 115. So if we get filled, that'll be our average down. Perhaps we'll give it to the 110 level. If it breaks 110, we're going to be completely out of this one. And to be honest with you, that is an area that I'm kind of identifying as a chart as a possible support level, but it's not the most convincing for me, to be honest. Let's look at the futures, because the futures are starting to make a move to the upside here. We double bottomed right at that 41.24 level, and now we moved up a little bit into that 41.37 level. So going into the afternoon, the futures are definitely going to be on watch. Look for a break above that. I see a triple top here at that 41.42 level, give or take a few points. This particular area here, look for a break above that going into the afternoon. That'll be really interesting to see what happens. So we did get filled here at 115 on our AVA average down. So we're going to continue to watch that one and perhaps take a little bit of profit going into that 117, 118 level. We'll see how that one does. Looking at Nerdy continuing to work within that range at 360 to 380 range, not closing above or below it. We'll continue to watch that one as well as Pratt comes back. Let's see what the scanners are saying. RVPH note holding around VWAP, INDO. We had an earlier trade on INDO. It's breaking below VWAP now. That doesn't interest me at all. Perhaps maybe for a short, but not convincing short either. What do you got on tap, Brad?
What? I can't trade the stock. I need to pay for shorts. Awesome. That's what I like to see. Oh wait, I am in that stock. Never mind. So I'm into Dr. Dre now. So I'm getting into Dre for a short opportunity, giving it that room up to $61. So about 10, 15 cents or so north. We'll see what if it stops us out or if it gives us a profitable trade to the downside. NASDAQ market now clearing VWAP to the north side a little bit, up 0.2% on the day. S&P 500 pushing towards VWAP and trying to see if it can also turn green like NASDAQ. So maybe a little bit of opportunities for going longs now coming into play. Let's go to Brendo at the big screen for volume leaderboards.
Hey guys, busy afternoon. Let's have a look at what is doing the most volume so far this afternoon. I mentioned this morning, if you joined us, volume across the board down today significantly, especially in big mega cap tech stocks. Although 10,688 listings in the U.S. marketplace on this board, 5,406 in positive territory, 4,100 and change on the other hand in negative territory. So basically a flat day, better part of 1,100 then, little changed on the session. Right now, 993 new lows, 68 new highs. So we are coming off back to the downside currently. As I was mentioning, not a single stock today over that 100 million threshold the past few days, past week or so. We've seen the top 3 or 4 here at least at 100 million, 74.9. For AVYA, little dollar and change stock there. TQs here, the SQs, same story, 70 and change million. APE, 7.25 still, 53. AMC's on here, WINT, INDO, HSDC. Some of the Oxy, or some of the oil names I noted, we're doing significantly more volume than we normally see. Oxy, top of the list, 42.3. On the day. STBX over here, the biggest gainer so far, up huge. That little tiny IPO, INDO, and Nerdy. Prad, back to you.
Nerdy indeed. Yeah, Nerdy looks like it's getting ready to do some fun stuff. Over here, I'm looking at CLAR breaking to the downside. Not sure what's going on with this stock. It was actually trading in an absolute range all day and then breaks that range and drops multiple dollars to the downside. Now down 10%, so that triggers the SSR mechanic. Anytime a stock goes down 10% or more, it doesn't allow traders to pile in on one direction of the trade by triggering the SSR system. So it'll be a little bit harder to get short now on CLAR. So basically, you have to wait on the ask for the stock to go higher to get your short fills, and you cannot just punch the bids to go short. It looks like 25 now breaking. It wants to continue its extension to the downside. The stock is a lot weaker than I expected, man. It looks like we might need to find a catalyst on the stock. I'll throw the stock out to Brendo over there. CLAR, to see if on NASDAQ. to see if we can find anything that's going on this position. But you know what time it is, ladies and gentlemen. The official lunch time has ended, but that's not the important thing that I wanted to mention. It's time for Tony. Tony's in the seat. Tony's in the house. Let's get the ball rolling. How are you feeling, Tony? You feeling better?
Yes, Brad, I'm feeling a lot better today. Thank you so much.
You sound better? Let's go.
Yes, I do sound better myself. I appreciate that. But yes, I am back. Thank you guys so much for all your support yesterday when I wasn't feeling so well on the show. But nonetheless, it was always a pleasure to be on my trading. Oh, that's a different story. But we try to make some good trades today. Muted day today. We have S&P, Dow Jones, NASDAQ, mostly flat. I think Russell 2K had decent gains. Now trying to just keep those gains as we have a bit of a more muted day. As Brendan was saying, no stocks quite above 100 million threshold just yet. But we shall see if we have any huge poppers later in today. CLAR was a stock Fred was just talking about. I think now pulling back a little bit. I have a little bit of an issue pulling up my trading, my P-Pro at the moment, so I'm just going to use TradingView. It seems here we had a pretty sizable rally all the way from $18 to $29, about a 50% move, and now we're pulling back. Is the move over? It's kind of hard to say, but no, today it's just been down. Actually, this is the daily chart. We haven't seen much today besides a recent huge drop-off. Looking for some news over here on this stock. About $1 billion company now, seeing what the news is or what justifies this huge move downward. We're seeing, we can see a small green candle, bit of reversal, but this huge move towards the downside looks quite ugly. Besides that, we have a bit of news in the Forex markets, I suppose. The euro has been tanking precipitously against the US dollar past couple of trading sessions. It's been a very, very interesting week for Forex traders here. You know, huge move to the downside. We tried to regain the euro-dollar parity earlier today in the trading session, but I think we've since dropped that about 20 pips, now down to 99.8. So again, the US dollar strength here is not very much helping the US indices. Despite a little bit of weakness today, we can't really hold green, I feel like. And of course, a stronger US dollar just hurts a lot of commodities. Bitcoin, another name that's been just dropping last Friday, down about 10%. Since then, we haven't seen a huge move up or down, but we're just trying to struggle in this area. Bitcoin, I think it's been holding up a lot better than a lot of tech stocks in the past couple of trading sessions, again, as I mentioned. So to me, I'm really considering getting into Bitcoin as a long-term investment for my personal account. So that's going to be something very interesting to look at. Besides that, strong oil today, I think helping a lot of oil stocks doing very well. Occidental Petroleum, another name that we looked at yesterday, and I think it's been popping off quite a bit today. I think we saw $74. Right, we were at 74. We almost saw 75. From what I see, this has been the highs for the past couple of years since late 2018. When we saw that huge drop in the value of Occidental from their acquisition of Anadarko Petroleum, which was not a very well thought out merger according to Warren Buffett. But since then, we've seen a very, very strong recovery in Occidental Petroleum. It's in the air now as to whether or not Warren Buffett is buying the stock in the open market, whether he's going to get his 50% or not. But yeah, very strong day for oil stocks and definitely a lot to trade there.
Yeah, people talking about AVYA. So I took that attempt on the breakout of 119. Didn't play out. So I'm gonna punch out for a penny loss over here quickly, and I'll try again if 119 actually breaks. 119 seems to be a little bit of a barrier. We keep pushing towards that level, and then the stock just absolutely cancels itself and doesn't find any buyers above that level. So. Maybe even giving it a little bit of a wiggle room, which I did. I give it that wiggle room of up to $1.12, but I don't want to watch the stock go all the way back to $1.12 and then take that loss. I'll just punch out over here and I'll punch back in if the opportunity arises once again. I'm just trying to see how much did I lose on that stock. Yeah, nothing. I didn't even lose. Like I said, I only lost a penny on it, so it does not even matter. Trying to focus on a couple long entries or maybe new short entries as the market rejects VWAP. NASDAQ not able to push above VWAP. Here comes AVYA right back to that $13, $20 area that I was talking about. If I did it again. My leg just clicked on the button where it like heightens up your chair and lowers your chair and whatnot. Anyways, We'll see if ABY can give us an entry at some point, but right now it doesn't seem like it wants to. Pinduoduo has stopped us out after giving us some profit. So we only had 40% of our size left on PDD. We took most of our size out already just in case this pop came through. So we got that pop. We gave back a little bit, but still up on Pinduoduo, still up on the day, and loving the fact that the markets are helping us out for the most part. Couple stocks that I'm in, WM, I believe this is waste management, short around VWAP. I did have a short earlier on in the day around the 173.20 area. Let's see if we can replicate a little bit of that move around VWAP though, which is a way better risk to reward, giving it that break of the VWAP area to see if I'm wrong on this trade. Currently, it does not really moving too far to the upside, which is good. And if the market starts pushing back to the downside, we should be able to capitalize on this trade towards the downside. Let's see if we can find any stocks that are pushing down that maybe we could look to put some damage in. Pinduoduo short is coming down soon, says Victor. Yeah, maybe, but I'm done with my trade. I'm not going to keep on trying to short a stock that's up with positive catalyst and positive news behind it. I shorted it once. My second short was an over-leveraged short. I immediately realized what I was doing and I closed that short. I got back in the third time. It was a successful trade until it wasn't. I'm done with that stock. I don't need to keep trying to work on that position. The market is clearly telling me you don't have the read on Pinduoduo today. Maybe I'll have it another day, and when I do, I will continue trading it more than 3 times, more than 2 times. But the couple stocks that I have traded more than 2 times, more than 3 times, and are winners for me will be the ones I'll be trying to put some damage on. Here's Twitter having a nice pop in it from the low of days. Twitter low of days, $40.32, around where the 100 period and the 50 period EMAs were on the daily chart. Twitter now moving back to $41. Let's see if we can get a short fill on Twitter around VWAP at 41.40, 41.30 or so. I'm going to throw that order out right now, 41.45. I want the 100 million shares around that price. Let me... Why did the order not go through? Huh? Apparently, I was throwing out the order on a different stock, so that's awesome. 41.45 is where I want the order to go through. Bang! There we go. The order is now out. Let's see if Twitter even has the strength in it to break 41 as the market is showing weakness in it. So I don't think the market will allow Twitter to go towards 41, but if it does and allows it to break 41, maybe we get that fill at 41.50. Here's BMY coming up on my scanner as it's about to take out the low of day. I'm going to check the day range over here for BMY. Looks like yesterday's low, 73.20. We cleared that level a long time ago. Not sure if I want to chase this trade at the moment, as it's also dislocated from VWAP quite a bit. We're watching market come back with volume slowly. So I think it's time for just to be hands-off for me on a couple positions.
Absolutely. I talked about the market coming back a little. I think the market might be coming back towards the downside. Now that lunchtime has seemed to have ended. Now it's 1:10 p.m. and we're seeing a little bit more action. S&P at the moment still holding red for a day. I think we might see a little bit more red. So I'm going short at the moment at just under 413. I think that this sets up for a decent short potential for the day. Again, with the weaker dollar today, you'd think that the markets be elevated a little, but it's been my thesis for some time that the markets have been quite a bit overbought, and so I'm still favoring the short side on any single candle pattern that looks like it's a reversal. I'm seeing a bounce here on the 15 minutes on the S&P just about half an hour, 45 minutes ago, and from here I'm seeing we're struggling to break even on the S&P, and now I think we're seeing a little bit of momentum towards the downside. I'd like to thank Mike in the chat for his super chat, asking something about I said yesterday about a lot of biotech stocks trading for less than their cash value. I don't want to drop too many names. The stocks that I have in mind are a very low volume, and so mentioning them could pump them up. But I suppose for the sake of just illustration, and this is a stock I have absolutely no position in, either on the show or in my personal account, so I have no interest, financial interest in this security. But just an example of a failed biotechnology company that I remember trading back in the day, Assembly Biosciences. This was a $66 stock not too long ago. A bunch of failed trials, just like a lot of biotech stocks you've seen recently. I haven't really read their their 10Q or their 10K. So perhaps there's some impairment to their assets that has been underneath the water. So maybe these values here on Yahoo Finance don't quite spell out the entire picture. That being said, with their most recent Q2 filing, we see on hand they have pretty much just a pure cash position, minimal debt, assets of 143 million, not including their plant or their long-term investments. We see that their current assets are around 125 million dollars here. Liabilities are pretty minimal. They have accounts payable, accrued liabilities, I'm sure just payroll related, and deferred revenues, but comes out to very minimal liabilities. So you're not like, even disregarding the long-term assets, you still have pretty much net cash of close to $100 million, and yet this security is trading at less than 100 million market cap. And so I think what that pretty much says is that because this company isn't going bankrupt, they still have payrolls, they still pay their executives, they still have a lot of expenses, where investors have assigned a negative enterprise value to their operations, and pretty much what they're saying is that this company is worthless and they're worth less than the cash they have on hand, so it's in their interest to cease operations. At least that's how I interpret it. And you have a lot of other names like that, plenty of them. I don't want to drop too many names, but I have positioned in some of them, but that Assembly Biosciences is one I don't have any position in at the moment, so not trying to pump that at all. But looking back at S&P, looks like we're moving towards the downside just a little bit. We can zoom in on the 5-minute candle here. It looks as though we're hoping, at least me, since I have a short position, setting up for another leg towards the downside. Again, just breaking green for a day doesn't look to be happening. I think that, the markets are trying to recover, that's for sure. We had a very bearish Friday, very red Monday, and I think the markets are looking for some sort of a recovery day. That being said, volatility at the moment, it's still elevated. It's down 2% on a day where the markets are flat, so that might be interpreted as a bullish sign for the market, seeing volatility fade. Markets getting used to perhaps more of a large, the S&P soon stabilizing. But that being said, at the moment, I still favor the short-term setup for the S&P. I think heading towards the downside, my stop loss is going to be the top of this wick here. That's going to be about 4.1330 cents. So if we see that S&P reverse go above that, I'll close my short position. I'll take a 50-cent per share loss. But until then, I think I favor the short side. I can see us going a lot further down than 50 cents. I can see us going back to low of day under 412. That's going to be 80 cents in the profit for me if that were to happen. And I can think that we might break daily lows for day again. But I'm always wearing my bearish glasses, so I'm always seeing opportunities to the downside. So I could be wrong, obviously. That's how it is with day trading. But that's my opinion, how I see the market. So that's my play for the day at the moment.
I'm just looking at Rivian right now, crack even more to the downside. So it looks like I should have just paid for the shorts on that stock and capitalize on that move. Rivian having a big volume candle also just recently, allowing it to push towards $32, break 32, and then push back above 32, holding 32 on the bids is RIVN. I got stopped out of waste management, so I'm jumping back into it, but might be the wrong decision. I'm just watching the tape over here as this pushes back above VWAP. I'm giving it a little bit of a wiggle room, more wiggle room than I honestly want to. I'll be honest with that. But we'll see if this trade can work out for us on this round or this turnaround, instead of stopping me out one more time over here, which will be pretty sad if it does. So let me just throw my stop out here. 178 bang, 173 bang, 173 bang bang. And how much size do I have? That's how much size do I have. So we have our stop sent out. Now we just sit back and watch this stock either lose for us or pay us some profits. Apparently, it's a negative stock for me on my board. How is that possible? Because of the unrealized. That's right, because I'm out of the money right now. But overall, it's a positive stock. But with the stock moving out of the money by 18 pennies for me, it looks like it wants to take away the money that I've already made on said position. KOLD and Amazon. Okay. We can actually head over to Amazon because I think we have a couple super chats from Suraj coming in asking about AMZN or AMZN. What do I think about Amazon? Amazon's yet to break that $100 level. So same with Google that I said they would never break. So what's that?
He said sewage coming.
No. Amazon.
Not a sewage
No,
company.
no, Amazon yet to break that $100 level that I've yet to that I've called out when the split happened. So you know, Suraj. Oh no, his name is Suraj.
Oh, I
that's what
see.
it was.
We're
There you
wondering
go,
here on the floor.
Suraj.
We're talking with Sean. He was wondering. It's like Amazon's not a sewage company, is it?
No. His name's Suraj. It means sun in Hindi. So
that's a
yeah, he
nice
sent
name.
in a super chat asking about Amazon. Obviously, Amazon green on the day. The Nasdaq's green on the day. S&P 500 negative on the day slightly. We'll see if AMZN or VIR can continue rocking to the north side. Take out the high day around 132. No, 135, $135, and put the S&P 500 onto the green direction too, and put the longs back into play on the dinner table. Currently, WM looks like it wants to keep on pushing towards 100 period EMA, which is around 173.80.
Absolutely. I'm seeing a lot of people in the chat now talking about oil and possibly oil having bottomed. Oil has pulled back quite a bit, and I've seen every time I look at the price at the pump here in Canada, we measure it by liters in Canadian dollars per liter. So having to do the conversions twice from US dollars per gallon, it's hard to do in my mind since I've been here in Canada. However, I've noticed that the prices at the pump have fallen by quite a bit, I think around a quarter or so. And now people in chat talking about oil possibly having bottomed. I certainly think that we've seen a very, very strong pullback in oil futures, and I think that it might be time that oil can start seeing a little bit more action. If you look at USO, a tradable, I think ETF linked to front month crude contracts, we see quite a bit of consolidation in this area now. It's just moving around day by day around the $78, $72 range, and if we look at futures, I think that corresponds to around the $88 to $93 level, which I'll just bring up in a moment. But I think at the moment, if we break out of this channel towards the upside, we can go and test the highs again at around a 120 on the oil futures level. This is a tradable instrument, USO, quite a bit of volume on this usually. So this is the go-to instrument that I like to use. But I think we see a little bit of a downwards channel at the moment, lower lows, lower highs. And so this is something that I think is very good for day traders. Me personally, I think there's three ways of pretty much trading, or two ways I'd say, and that's reversion towards the mean as well as breakout trading. Personally, I like reversion to the mean a little bit more because it gives me a little bit more of a definition as to what the stop out is, as well
Reversion
as
to the mean, you
reversion
said?
of the mean. That's right.
Hey, Madam Me,
Absolutely.
my kind.
That's Fred. So me and Fred both like reversion to the mean. I think we also both like going short. I think there's a bit of a correlation between those two statements, and that's
We just like to play against the trend. That's all it
right.
is.
We're mavericks. That's how
We're
we describe ourselves.
trendsetters, okay?
Trendsetters.
Trendsetters. We create them, we don't follow them.
Exactly. That's how I like to believe it. But unfortunately, when the instruments you're trading are named the S&P 500 and NASDAQ 100, going against the trend doesn't seem to be your friend in those cases. So you got to be a little bit careful is what I've
That's
learned.
okay. I'm not here to make friends anyways. I'm here to make money, okay? Friends
That's
are
right.
for
Money,
friends are for other people. That's right. Look at that spinning. I'm here to make money, not
Exactly.
friends.
That's why we're here. Not about friendship. It's about money. Friendship afterwards. You'll celebrate the friendship after we made our money. That's how I like to do it. But yeah, at the moment, USO, I think in this very clear channel, I think it's do or die at this point. Either we fail to break this channel and head back down on the oil futures, or we actually hold this level, break above it, and we might see a couple more days of green, I'd say, for oil futures moving upwards. So that's going to be how I see oil at the moment. I'd be careful when touching it, going one way or the other. If you want to play the breakout, however, I'd say once it breaks above the 77, 78 range, 77.5 range, I'd say on USO, that's when it might really start breaking up towards the upside, and I think that could be a long trade there.
All right, we're done with the super chat, so we can go over to, let's see, a couple stocks. I'm just entering into AR. AR popped up on the scanner. I took the breakout trade entry over here around $43, instantly in the money, took some profits already. I have my stop sent out. Now it's just, wait for the stock to see what it wants to do and then play off of that, right? So nothing really left for me to do but let the stock. Did I just exit out of? What a joke.
What happened, Fred?
I exited out of more than I wanted to on this trade, and now I only have a little bit left, so that makes me upset. I keystroked into this trade, exited more than I wanted to, and watch it now crater more into my direction with me not having the amount of size I wanted to have. So whatever, at the end of the day, at least it's working out for us. If any one of you are in this trade with me, you guys probably punched in right after it showed up on the blotter over there. If you're in that trade with me, you're capitalizing on this move also. I'm actually pretty upset right now, the fact that this happened. But it's okay. We're not going to let our emotions ruin our trades over here. We're just going to take that money, run away with it. DRE not really doing a whole lot for me, but it's also not going against me, so that's a good thing. Waste management at the moment, trying to burn me. Why are you trying to burn me, Waste Management? Go burn the trash that people are putting in your boxes instead of my cash. Hey, leave my bear alone. We need this bear over here. He's going to power my shorts to the downside, right? And obviously, if you don't know who that guy is, you've not been watching the show long enough. That's the main man, Randy. Randy over there building a new desk for, I believe, for Brendo. So that new desk looking pretty nice. Randy putting in some hard work for you guys.
Absolutely. I saw the desk being made in progress, and it was looking very fun. I think that Brendan's going to be in for a treat when that desk is finished, because he's going to have a nice new desk there in just whenever Randy gets done in quick time. Besides that, I've seen people talk about XLF, now financials ETF, in the chat, saying that this seems to be heading towards the downside soon. If you take a look at the daily 5-minute candles, I think definitely, I reloaded my S&P short, by the way, I should mention first. I got stopped out. I mentioned my stop was around 413.20 cents, so I got stopped out on this wick here, breaking above the previous high. I say if this was breaking above here, we're probably not going to see a double top. But of course, broke above it a couple of pennies, then flushed right back down. So now we're back to where I initiated my initial position. Now I'm trying to see if we can make back the 50-cent loss there. Smaller positions, but I still hold a short thesis for this market in the next week or month or so. For me, I'm more of a swing trader personally, just because I don't like commissions. Every time I make a trade, it costs me a couple dollars here or there, especially if you use a larger position. So I like to trade based on hourly charts, daily charts possibly. Also pattern day trading rules, real issue in the States, SEC, making sure anybody under $25,000 in their account, isn't allowed to trade more than 3 times in a 5-day period, which is really, a headache for a lot of new novice traders that want to trade some more. I think the exception to getting around that rule is to trade items like Forex or futures or things that aren't directly governed by the SEC, so that they can't impose a rule on you if they're not governing those securities. But nonetheless, I think that the rule is very advantageous for a lot of new day traders. But nonetheless, I think at the moment, it's very possible to make money swing trading as well. Buy on one day, sell the next. Not as exciting, but the SEC makes up its rules, and I think that they should abolish that rule. But anyhow, take a look at the S&P at the moment.
Which rule? The PDT rule?
PDT, that's right. It's the most annoying thing. And when I was back in the States, when I had a small account, it was like absolutely annoying. There's nothing worse than having like a huge position in the money, but you used all your day trade tokens pretty much. As back when I was using Robinhood in 2016, 2017, it shows you how many you have left. When you have none left and you can't sell, otherwise they freeze your account. You just see your position move against you. It's the worst feeling. So I hope they get rid of that rule. But anyhow. S&P now moving towards the downside a little bit, as is XLF. One of our viewers was mentioning, in the chat earlier, I think that the markets are due in for move to the downside. I think if this starts breaking below 34 here, that pretty much confirms another leg to the downside. So then obviously the question is, do we hold 34.07, 34.06, right where the daily low is, or do we go lower for new low of day? Again, as I was mentioning earlier, I'm wearing my bearish goggles here, so I always hope to see new low of days in this overbought market. So that's going to be me. I might add some shorts on XLF in just a moment.
Yeah, it would be good to see lower days for sure, especially for people who are short right now, such as myself. Looking at trying to find some positions to maybe trade into. TCOM popping up on the scanner, JD.com popping. Wrong box. JD.com popping up on the scanner too. Let's go check out what JD is doing. Looks like JD wants to inch its way towards $58. maybe, just maybe, what is this low over here? 43. We could take a long over here and give it that risk of 43 to the downside, 57.43 for a possible move to 58. I'm already getting front run just by thinking out loud on this trade. So look at this position, move to the north side. Looks like it wants to go break 58. I mean, we didn't come all the way to 58 to not break 58, right? That's the #1 rule about stocks. So we'll just have to wait and see if the stock is able to do so. I want to move over to Pinduo Duo to see how Pinduo Duo is doing at the moment. We got that pop up to 51.33, and then nothing really happened after that. But Pinduo Duo is still holding that trend line. If you were to draw a trend line right here to the downside and to the upside, you see that it's respecting that channel, respecting the trade so far, and it doesn't want to break that. Tesla popping up on the scanner. It looks like it wants to do some wild stuff. Let's go check out what TSLA is doing. I'm expecting a high day breakout. High day breakout at 892 for Tesla. Does it have enough oomph and strength to keep on launching above 892, or will we see some possible shorts coming in on Tesla around this 892 over here? Let me quickly do this real quick. Bang, bang, bang. Yeah, look at that relative strength coming in. People are punching to the asks and punching higher than that. S&P 500 and the NASDAQ trying to stay green again. NASDAQ up 0.20 and slightly above VWAP, but the S&P 500 still below VWAP and down 0.07%. So market still confused as to what it wants to do. We're around pivot points, right? So it makes sense. We're around good pivotal points right now where the market can really do anything, go up or go down from here. So you want to be careful. It is possible we see that 900 level come into play today. If that 900 level comes into play, we could look for a possible short off that level. If 900 doesn't give you a good short and it keeps going, then we might see 900 breaking, going to 920, and then giving you the short opportunity at 920. I personally don't trust the longs in the market just yet, so I'm not going to be trying to push along on Tesla.
Absolutely. And another name I think we were talking about yesterday that I want to talk a little bit about today was Zoom Communications, missing earnings by a little bit. I think downgrading their full year forecast to around 363 to 366 EPS for the full year of 2022. I think at the moment with Zoom, the issue we were talking about yesterday was that bandwidth seems to now just be like a commodity. It's not something that you can really build a moat around. It's whoever offers the lowest price wins. And Brad was just talking about everything: Microsoft Teams, you have Google Meets, you have Discord, and you pretty much you have Skype, the original Zoom killer, I believe Brad was mentioning, being the original competition to names like Zoom. And I think now they're really feeling the pain of sort of attracting new customers and keeping their existing customers. So we see their stock down 15% today. I think at the moment their EPS is less than 30 for 2022, or their forecast is guidance for 2022. So I think the market's really pricing the fact that Zoom is more of like a commodity stock than some sort of a special tech stock that you can really build a moat around. But I'll head it to Brendo at the moment for his segment.
And a quick look at currency markets today, guys. We are dealing with some dollar weakness over there. We got back up to those highs from earlier in the summer when we got all the way through to 109.25 and are pulling back. So the first day back to the downside here, 0.5%, 108.5. There was some housing data that came out at 10 o'clock that was a pretty decent sized miss. Brought the dollar back to the downside. The euro in that case almost getting back to parity. So 99.6 right now, up 0.25%. It was down below the initial low from going back to the end of June, early July. Back below parity, though, for the euro. Canadian dollar up 0.8 now, 77.17. We got back above that 77 mark. British pound, same story, 0.5%. Strength top to bottom, really, here. Japanese yen, Swiss franc, Australia and New Zealand, big bounce back days, 0.83 for both. They were down a full percent, both over the past couple of days on economic data coming out of Australia that missed expectations. That's Turkey, that's Russia, both in the red today. Everything else, though, strong, including Bitcoin and Ethereum. 4% still for Ethereum, leading the way, guys. Back over to you.
Back over to me. Yeah, we're watching the market really launch here. NASDAQ finally helping the S&P 500 push above VWAP and turn green. So here's Tesla launching towards 895, That's the number I was trying to say. Launching itself towards 895. Looks like that 900 now only $5 away. That's about the stop for Tesla. If you're trading Tesla, you're usually giving the stock like $5 worth of wiggle room. So it could easily push towards that 900. And then the question is, does it break above 900? Does it reject 900? If it breaks 900, we could easily see 920 coming into play today. That's a number I remember watching back in the day when Tesla used to trade above 1,000. It would come down to 920 anytime it would break below 1,000, and it would bounce off of 920. So I remember that level quite a bit. But off of the daily right now, looks like that level has kind of moved up to 940, even 950. So just a little patience on our friend Tesla to see if it can help the market continue launching to the upside. At the moment, here's the SPY ETF around VWAP up 0.02%, whereas the futures are up. Well, they were up. They're flat now. Let me see if I can punch into a short on the SPYs here, as I am bearish. I don't believe in this long move in the market. I'm going to punch into a quick little short into the SPYs. Not going to give it too much of a wiggle room. Already 7 cents out of the money, so we're watching the market trying to stay green. S&P 500 trying to stay green, that is. NASDAQ has been green for a little while, but let's see if we can get a healthy pullback in NASDAQ after breaking VWAP to the north side. Here's that pullback that I'm talking about. Let's see if it plays out. The fact that we rejected 13,000 today is all I needed realistically for me to be bearish.
Absolutely. I think I got stopped out of my position just now when I saw the S&P futures turn green, or the S&P turn green, I should say, or SPY. So yeah, this is a market that is showing me no love, and my shorts have been absolutely demolished. I got stopped out a second time. I think that if the S&P can sort of consolidate at this area and keep holding that green, we might start seeing a bit of a move to the upside later today, possibly a reversal day tomorrow, because the S&P, the NASDAQ, Russell 2000 have all been just absolutely getting demolished past couple of trading sessions. I think down a bit too much, a bit too fast. So while I am short, it's possibly a good idea to wait, take a breather, see if we can sort of have a little bit of a move to the upside before reloading my short position and going back short, see if we can test around the 400 level here on the S&P, which seems to be a level of resistance previously over here. At the moment, we are in this zone of support / resistance that I want to take a closer look at. If we look at the zone, I'd say right over here around 416 on the S&P seems to be a level of resistance previously over there. And we've seen a lot of wicks below this area right around 409, 410 that weren't able to break below it, and it sort of held that level, I'd say, between 410 and 416. These are major levels on the S&P. I wouldn't be surprised if we sort of bounce between these levels for a couple of days, maybe try to break above 416 even. But I do favor the short side, moving on in terms of like a weekly or a monthly basis. But besides that, Brad, I know you were just talking about Tesla. This is absolutely showing bears no love today as well, just moving towards the north side, almost 3% on the day, high of day just a moment ago. And this stock has not really been affected too much by the recent market downturn. I'm surprised it's still holding 900. Honestly, Tesla seems to be a very strong outperformer of many S&P components this year. Obviously, exceptions such as Apple, Microsoft, also very strong tech stocks having a very strong moat around them. Relatively budget price when you look at their EPS and how strong they've been doing the past couple of years. The stock has obviously been looking parabolic, but so has their business. And so what that pretty much signals to me is that their stock price move is not exactly over speculation. It seems kind of justified when you look at the fact that their P ratio at or below 30. They probably still have room to grow. I can see Apple, Microsoft definitely being around 30, 40, 50 years from then, and their earnings continuing to grow. So, if you think about it in that regard, factoring the, inflation, obviously, I'd say that their discount price, but whatever, that was a bit of a tangent. Tesla, back to where we are here, 920 does seem to be a level that we have to hold, if we do break above it. But at the moment, I think it might be a level of resistance. I can kind of see the double top on Tesla over here, 940, I think being the level of double top, and now we're just moving towards the downside. Isa, thank you. Isa, I apologize if I pronounced her name wrong.
Whoa.
For the super chat. Bring back Miss V.
I haven't heard that name in ever.
We missed Miss V. We'd like to bring her back. Yeah, no, I saw her the other day actually. She visited the office.
Yeah, I heard.
I'd say. yeah, so she's doing well, and you know, we hope she gets the work visa sorted out, and hope she can come back sometime, at least as a guest if you know, worst comes to worst. But we do miss her a lot. You know, I can't make any promises, but I would like to see her on the show again, that's for sure. But yeah, Tesla at the moment, very strong. I wouldn't want to be shorting this at the high of day. That being said, possibly a little bit overbought, but the markets are coming back, so wouldn't be a bad long opportunity either. Just that you know, we rallied quite a bit here in 894, so we might be pulling back a little bit if we lose this momentum.
Hey, thank you for the super chat, Issa. We were actually talking about you a couple days ago. We're like, we haven't seen your name pop up in the chat ever since, you know, Miss V, sorry, but she had to stop working with us because of her work permit expiring and so on. But anyways, long story short, we were like, we haven't seen Issa Mohammed in a long time. You know, we miss our OG viewers. So welcome back, Issa. Thank you for the super chat. I'll let Miss V know that that you're still thinking about her and you have her, you still wish her well and so on. But yeah, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it. But you know what I'm appreciating right now? Give me this high five, baby, because Trader Prad absolutely smashing the shorts right now. The SPY shorts are 30 cents in the money. The QQQ shorts are 40 cents in the money. Let me take some more size out over here on my trade on the QQQs. Here comes the SPY futures, sorry, contracts. What am I even saying? I can't talk. The SPY ETF that I'm also short at the moment, so both of them I'm in the money. Whatever I lost on a couple stocks here and there that I was just trading, I already made it back on these stocks. That's because I do not believe in the market longs today. So 895 acting as a little bit of a barrier for Tesla is expected when the market does not have the oomph in it, the power in it, the wiggle room in it to keep on moving north. If NASDAQ cannot clear 13K today, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be a little bit of a question mark for me as to why we're trying to continuously keeping to go north or you know, attempting to go north on the market. So let's go, baby, paying me on the downside as we only have 20 minutes left on this wonderful show with Tony and myself. So give me some stocks that you want me to take a look at. Put some positions out there that you guys obviously want us to talk about. And you have Tony the Great Tiger himself. And then you have Pradimus Maximus. I don't know.
Pradimus Maximus, that's a great. I love that one.
We're
Pradimus
here
Maximus.
to talk about it.
Absolutely. Pradimus Maximus with the Maximus trade here, shorting the S&P. I tried twice, failed both times, but looks like Prad got it third time. Third time being the charm, which was me that got it third time, but that was a good initial short there. I think I added to it as well, back toward the downside. This market just rocking back and forth. Goes to show you sometimes when you look at the 1 minute time frame, reversion to the mean doesn't seem to be that bad a strategy because, you know, what goes up must come down in the short term, at least today, in that, you know, every time I try to catch a momentum trade, it's just been reversing towards the upside, stopping me out on this wick high over here, and then right after I got out on the very top of this wick, it flushes back towards the downside. I reload my shorts, it goes back up, breaks up green, and then Pratt shorts it, which I thought was you know, questionable after the market goes green, but obviously he's a better trader than I am.
Hey, buddy, so, I wouldn't say that. Look, I knew my risk to reward ratios, and I play my risk to reward ratios. I obviously have a theory of the market rejected 13K. Right. Why are we going up there?
Exactly.
But if I failed where I took my trade, you're not wrong because the market broke VWAP, it went higher. What are you doing taking that trade, idiot? Right? But if my risk to reward setup failed on me, then I would have obviously taken that loss right away and waited at the high a day around 13K to short it again.
Exactly.
Right? So you're not wrong about what you're saying as to Prad. Why would you get back in there? But my reasoning is I'm playing my risk to reward strategy. We're at a decent price where if it rejects, I could take that quick loss.
You're right. Exactly. No, that's a very good plan. You always have to see a couple steps ahead. It's kind of why, you know, in chess, they haven't really had a human that could beat a computer in quite a while now since computers become so advanced. They can see, you know, 20, 30, maybe 35 moves in advance, while humans, I think you can see, you know, if you're really good, maybe like 10 or so 15, I've been hearing. I'm not much of a chess player myself, but you always got to know what comes next after the worst case scenario and how would you plan for it in that case. And from there on, you know, it's like a decision tree branch. How far can your tree actually branch? How deep can you go in your decision making? If A goes bad, B or C. If take B, you know, D or E, you know, it just keeps going that way. So that's, you know, like chess, everything sort of builds around reaction and counter plays and all that sort of thing. But at the moment, S&P, I think, finding a little bit of a bottom here at 413 flat. Looks like we might be going back up a little bit. I want to see if we can try to go back green. I think at that point I'll close my third attempt at shorting the S&P here at a loss. But I think I agree with Pratt. I think this market is very much questioning where it is going today, and I think that the downside is very much preferred, seeing that even despite a weaker dollar, the S&P, all the other indices are really struggling to make any sort of gains whatsoever. So S&P at the moment, I'm still bearish on it. Tesla now, I think, just holding. Failing to break above 894 and staying above it, reversing a little bit now with the rest of the market weakness. So Tesla is not entirely resistant from overall market sentiment, even on a day like this, where it is up 2.5%. So Tesla, I think we might see a little bit of a pullback here towards the downside. If we take a look at this line up, not really a channel, but we got overbought on this candle here all the way to 894. I think that if we pull back all the way to 890, 889, this level might continue the uptrend we've been seeing, and that might be an area at which I'd be interested in going long again. But at the moment, I do believe that we'll see another couple dollars down on Tesla as it pulls back a little bit with the rest of the market. Besides that, Zoom today also looking exceptionally weak. We're just, the low of day today was around 82. Not much volatility after the open. We'll see a little bit of volatility after the open, but not so much after, about 11 o'clock today or 11 and a half. So at the moment, I think we've been trying to see a little bit of reversal, but this level here at 83.5 is just too strong. We try to break above it, I think, 1, 2, 3, possibly 4 times, but now I think we're just pushing relentlessly towards the downside. Obviously, market not liking their earnings yesterday, as well as their guidance. I think we'll see a lot more competition in the space. So Zoom doesn't look very good heading into the future, both on a daily basis as well as on a monthly, yearly basis with all the competition coming in.
Yeah, I closed my shorts thinking that maybe that tiny pop in the new 5-minute candle forming is actually going to be an insane pop where it's going to whip right back up. So that scared me. Closed my shorts right away. Looks like that could have been the wrong decision to make. But you know what? What was I telling Tony just now? It's a risk to reward play. Exactly. I risked 10 cents. The market offered me 40 cents back. That's a 3-to-1 reward. Mm-hmm. Anytime you get that, you shut up and you take that money and you stop complaining about it. Obviously, as the market pushes back lower here, I would have made more money, but that's fine. It's not about more money. It's not about less money. It's about taking my setups that I plan to take and sticking to my plan. Obviously, it was in my plan to hold it a little bit longer and have a stop out for break even, all of that, but I broke my plan over there. Sometimes plans are meant to be broken, and sometimes those broken plans are meant to teach you lessons like it is teaching me right now. And it's the same lesson that I learn every single put explicit word here day, right? It's the same lesson I learn every single day, which is, I had to put explicit word here. It's you have to. This guy said, "What happened to Bradley Goggins?" Shut up, Frankles. But you gotta be ready to just trade your setup and learn from your broken plans, and then also learn from the plans you stick with.
Absolutely, holding your plan is something that's quite hard to do. For me, I think it's one of the hardest things. It's really painful to have a good plan and then violate that plan, and then realizing the initial plan was all good, and because of your emotions, because you decided to go against it and had those second thoughts, those doubts that you ended up losing on it. But at the same time, sometimes you have a flawed plan. You think back on it, you change it, and that's all right. So it just goes to show it's like it's hard to do the right thing, and the right thing is questionable as to what to do. But from my experience, having a plan, trading a plan, but also being able to revise the plan anytime. Very, very important for trading. I see here in chat now, Indo being mentioned in chat. See if we can look at that. Absolutely we can. This is an oil name rallying 50% today. Very, very strong momentum earlier in the day, now pulling back quite a little bit. We're seeing we can regain a little bit of that momentum. I think at the, here we have a little bit of support at around 1040, 1035, which seems to be the area which we initially bounced on right over here. If I could pull up my line in just a second. But this initially seemed to be a level of support where we bounced upon it at around 1030. Then again over here at around 1230, we tried to test that level again, bounced above it, trying to move towards the level, didn't quite reach it, and now we're trying to break back above towards the upside. I think momentum in this one looks decently strong in that we might see a W pattern being formed, a possible double top here at around the 12.50 range, or at the very least at $12, $12.25, $12.25 range. Seeing a little bit of a second wind coming into Indonesia Energy, I believe it is, today. So very strong momentum stock. See if we can have a little more action over here in Power Hour. But besides that, S&P now I think flushing a little bit, now down about 1/8% towards the downside. I'm seeing if this third short can finally pay off a little bit for me, make up for the other two rather poor ones in this choppy market in the current trading session. But we're seeing where this goes at the moment. For the past couple of minutes, it's just been having very, very large wicks, not really moving much at all with the candle bars. But I think finally we may be pushing towards the downside a little bit. As to where we go, 412.5, 412. 412 and about 40 cents here. These two levels seem to be, the levels I'd look at whether or not to take a little bit of profit at these two ranges. But if we break below that, low of day obviously, and if we break below that, we see that happening later into the day. Well, then to the downside we go. But at the moment, I don't think there's going to be too much volatility. Actually, muted, price ranges. So that could, I think we're just taking a break at the moment, seeing a little bit of market indecisiveness.
Yeah, I was just having a conversation with people in our chat over there, not our chat, our work group, and someone said, what happened to Bradley Goggins? Because I was basically, I was going all David Goggins mode. It's like, never give up. If I can do it, you can do it. If you set your mind to it, you can believe you can achieve. I was going all David Goggins in our work chat with all the trainees. But then just now I'm like, oh man, I'm mentally exhausted. I have 201 executions today. I have over 20 stocks traded, out of which 9 are negative. Not a single one more than $10 notional value down, and the ones that I'm winning are well above that. So I'm having a pretty decent day today on the market yet again. So after punching 200 executions in a span of 4 hours, you're mentally exhausted a little bit. I can't be Sean punching 3,000 executions, but I don't know how Sean does it in the morning, in the evening, and during the day too, while he's eating lunch. You hear a little bit of clickety-clack of the plate, and then you hear a clickety-clack of the keyboard. So it's like, are you punching and trading at the same time? He's like, same damn time. But yeah, take it and go is the point I'm getting to. Sometimes you make that money, you keep that money. And what I plan on doing is keeping that money, and to finish off the last part of the sentence, you got to drink the beers. So I'm exhausted. I plan on preserving my capital that I've made. It sucks though, because I wish I hold on to my SPY and my QQQ shorts just a little bit longer. How are you going to have that bearish sentiment about the market? You're going to be standing out there and screaming, I don't believe in the market going to 13K again. And then you're going to punch short, but you're going to be an absolute baby about it and take 50 cents scalp out of it and not hold it properly. I don't know about that trade, my friend, but good trade. I hope you guys are absolutely managing that trade better than me. Hopefully, I get to learn from you guys how to not paper hand my trades. You know what? It's Tony's fault. Tony's been rubbing off his paper handedness on me.
I did. It's a contagious thing.
It's a contagious airborne disease now.
Exactly. It's like I just rub it off on everybody every time I walk on this floor. That's why I gotta stay on the other side. That's why they made me leave to the other side. So I stopped spreading my paper-handed disease to the fine traders on this floor. But yeah, Sean, absolute monster. Trading, I don't know how many positions at every time of the day, at any moment of the day, just making those moves. Unfortunately, we can't all be like him, but we can all learn from him, and that's what I'm trying to do, taking more fills, taking more scalps. S&P is now moving towards the downside. First level that I'm looking at here, around 12.5, 12.4. These two levels, level of resistance, or level of support, I should say, for the markets. So I want to see if we can bounce off these levels, maybe take a little bit of a profit if I see a little bit of struggle moving below this. But again, I do feel a little bit of weakness in the overall market, so I hope that we can see a larger move towards the downside today. Besides that, I do see in the chat a little bit of discussion regarding cash accounts. Double Down Baby, I believe, was talking about cash accounts avoiding the PDT rule. That's absolutely true. I think the issue I saw with cash accounts, though, the reason I didn't get it myself, was that I saw that there's a bit of a delayed settlement with stocks and other securities like options, where it's like if there's like a good faith violation if you sell a security and use those proceeds to buy another one on the same day or something, before the money settles in your account. And that issue is that you can't have more than a certain amount of good faith violations, in a single period. And that pretty much, I think, also restricts you a little bit. So margin accounts are very much necessary for the instant settlement. However, obviously with the margin accounts, you'll then have the PDT rule. So it's very hard to get around it besides having $25,000 or more in your account. And I think there's some people that have even saying that we have democratized the markets too much, and they want to raise that, 25,000 to 100,000. I just think that's just no good. We should have totally democratized markets. Just have deregulation in the markets and have no more PDT rules. That's how I would say it. That let day traders trade. But obviously, SEC doesn't quite agree with me on that. But that's the reason we're on this floor, so we can more or less trade however much we want. But besides that, markets now, I think, accelerating a little bit towards the downside, breaking below both these levels of support. I see now if we can break below this wick bottom, right where we are at the moment, at around 412 and 40 cents, then we should probably flush towards the low of the day today at around 411.8. And if that gets tested, personally, I think that taking a little bit of profit here isn't a bad idea. We break below it, could be a good entry to get short this market, actually, if we see a little bit of momentum towards the downside as we close into the day at around 2, 3 o'clock, heading into imbalances. And that's going to be very, very interesting to look at from there.
Tony Pratt, what the heck is CLAR? Very good question. I actually did ask Brendo for the news for it, and he said nothing yet, so we don't know the catalyst for this drop. The stock did absolutely nothing since the open, and then randomly at 12:30 just starts its descent to the downside, almost like okay, maybe don't make that joke, Pratt. Shush. It just keeps on crashing to the downside. CLAR and struggling to find any buyers. I guess I'm guessing these pops that CLAR had are just shorts covering pops, right? But obviously that's just the theory that I'm coming up with. Why would somebody try to catch a falling knife the way it just kept falling off a cliff over here? CLAR struggling. It did trigger that SSR system, so shorting the stock will be a little bit harder. You have to wait for the stock to go higher for you to get your short fills. The market's back into being red for the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ. So congratulations for anyone who's in that shorts, who followed me on that shorts and who traded it better than me. If you traded it better than me, I am envious of you. If you followed me on that, why are you following people blindly without knowing the setup? Because you always got to know your book. Play your own book at the end of the day. Don't follow anyone. Maybe Sean and Neil and Brendo, but still at the end of the day, you got to trade your own book. Understand the setups that Sean, Neil, and Brendan are talking about. There's a reason they go up there at 2 o'clock and do their trade of the day. It's not so they can just boast about their trading setups and how amazing they are and how old they are and whatnot. But it's about to show you guys how their setups, how their brain works on that trade. Sean also talks about his losing trades sometimes. I've seen a couple of his losing trades up there, and I've seen a couple of Neil's losing trades up there. You got to make sure that you're paying attention to what their processing is, why they're getting in where they're getting in. Why is Sean calling out a level in pre-market that's like $17 away from the stock even there? So you got to find out what the reasoning is, what the setup is, what the catalyst they're using, and then maybe you'll be able to replicate those same mentalities and setups elsewhere on your trades.
Exactly. If great traders like Sean and Neil can make mistakes, it just goes to show it's all about making mistakes and learning from them when it comes to trading. You can be as great as you want. It's not possible to make no mistakes, and if you really want to make no mistakes, well, you're just not taking enough trades. But it's about managing the losers and how you respond to the losses that really define your skill as traders, as I see it. Whether or not you can bounce back from them, learn from them, and make better trades in the future, or if you're just going to repeat the same mistakes again. Now, obviously, someone like personally, I've repeated mistakes many, many times over, but that's the great things about the markets is that as long as you have the capital, at least, they'll let you continue to make as many mistakes as you want until you finally learn from the same patterns. For me, I stopped catching falling knives after a while. I stopped buying into negative cash flow companies, especially in a rising rate environment, as we see a lot of these cash flows just dry up, and the fact that it's harder and harder to raise equity. And if you do raise equity, it's going to be at less and less favorable rates to the company itself. So buying these falling knives, thinking of having a great deal on some company like that's in debt and struggling to pay it off, well, that's just not very smart investing or trading. So that's one thing I've noticed for myself. But anyhow, the markets here seem to be bouncing back just a little bit. I don't know if we're testing low of days quite in the near future
But
yet.
isn't that the Cathy Wood strategy? No revenue, no profits, full port?
Yeah, like no shoes, no shirt, no
No
service.
problem.
But,
Yeah, exactly. No revenue, no profits, no
problem.
Let's go.
That's fine. Let's go. Buy hand over fist. Just keep buying that.
43% of software companies don't make money?
Over 500 million.
Okay, that's a pretty interesting statistic.
Yeah,
you want to repeat that?
Yeah. So Sean here giving us a very fascinating trivia piece. 43% of software companies, they have over $500 million in revenue. They aren't profitable, and so that's it's just mind-boggling to me. I think Silicon Valley and all the venture capitalists just keep pumping into these companies, and I think the mantra is, revenue at all costs. And I think that was the Carvana model for the longest time. We saw how well that went from 360 something all the way to $20. As the rates start, getting higher and higher. So it goes to show some of these companies really standing on shaky grounds, and Cathy Wood obviously and her ARK fund's not doing very well this year at all.
Yeah, poor Cathy Wood. Apparently, Pinduoduo stock is now actually coming to the downside without me. Whatever. We're still up on that stock. We took our profits on it. We're not going to complain too much. It sucks that it had to, hunt us for our stops over there to the north side. And then later on, looks like it's going to figure out to come back down. Let's see if it bounces off at 50-50. This 50-period EMA on the 5-minute chart is at 50-30. It is possible to bounce off of that. Whoa, I just realized it's 1:57 Eastern Standard Time. So only 2 more minutes left. I already said I'm gonna close shop till 3 o'clock or so. So I'm gonna stick to that rule. Go eat some lunch and re-energize, replenish my energy levels a little bit. Come back and look for some new levels to smash. Hopefully you guys had a great day today with the Market Movers Midday Mayhem show. You had Sharif and you had the Tony the Tiger himself. We will be back tomorrow again, right? So no doubt. But in the meantime, before we end the show, go smash that like button. Go smash that subscribe button. Go ring the notification bell. Every time you do this, it helps us with the YouTube algorithm. Not only do we want you to do it for this show, it would also be very helpful if you do it for the closing show, as it's a brand new show. The like counter starts again all over fresh. Not the subscribe counter, because that would suck. Imagine having to subscribe every single time. But the like counter starts brand new. Make sure you're helping us out with the YouTube algorithm by smashing on the closing show and this show. For those of you who have already done so, thank you. Thank you to all the super chats today. Welcome to all the new members and all the members who have renewed their membership with the Trader TV Live family. Tony, you have anything you want to talk to the viewers about for the last minute?
I just want to say I see all the comments here in the chat. Thank you guys so much for all the support that you've always shown us. We're going to hand you guys off to, Sean and Neil coming back of talking about their trade today, as well as the closing show. We're going to see a lot of action and a lot of momentum. See if that S&P can actually go towards the downside. But just want to say thank you guys a lot for all the super chats, all the supports. I wouldn't be here without you guys. So thank you so much.
That's right. Pat yourselves on the back for that. As he did say, we would be nothing without this wonderful community, wonderful viewer base that we've been growing. Once again, like I said, sad that it's time for the end of this show, but go have a great time on the closing show. We're going to see you tomorrow, 11 o'clock, same time, same place. Ciao.
Hey guys, welcome back. 2 hours left in choppy, to say the least, trading session. I was almost going to say positive trading session. We are, depending on when you look at it, positive on the day. But back and forth we go. Here's a look at how the market stands right now. It's the Dow leading as far as laggards are concerned. Back to the downside here, 0.44 for the Dow 30, 0.19 for the S&P, 0.1 for the NASDAQ. Back to the upside.